though they look at one another. Fain would the wicked redeem himself from punishment on that day at the price of his children, of his spouse and his brother, and of his kindred who showed affection for him, and of all who are on the earth, that then it might deliver him. But no. For the fire, dragging by the scalp, shall claim him who turned his back and went away, and amassed and hoarded. Man truly is by creation hasty, when evil befalleth him, impatient, but when good falleth to his lot, tenacious. Not so the prayerful, who are ever constant at their prayers, and of whose substance there is a due and stated portion for him who asketh, and for him who is ashamed to beg, and who on the judgment day are truth, and who thrill with dread at the chastisement of their Lord, for there is none safe from the chastisement of their Lord, and who control their desires, save with their wives or the slaves whom their right hands have won, for there they shall be blameless, but whoever indulge their desires beyond this are transgressors, and who are true to their trusts and their engagements, and who witness uprightly, and who keep strictly the hours of prayer, these shall dwell, laden with honors, amid gardens. But what hath come to the unbelievers that they run at full stretch around thee, on the right hand and on the left, in bands? Is it that every man of them would fain enter that garden of delights? Not at all. We have created them, they know of what. It needs not that I swear by the Lord of the east and of the west, for that we have power to replace them with better than themselves, neither are we to be hindered. Wherefore let them flounder on and disport them, till they come face to face with their threatened day, the day on which they shall flock up out of their graves in haste like men who rally to a standard, thereas downcast, disgrace shall cover them. Such their threatened day. Underscore 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 one let. Asking one asked, probably some unbeliever, with reference to the opening of surah LVI. Page 60, or like statements in some previous surah. 2. The expression is hyperbolical and, as such, identical with surah LXX XXXI. 4. Compare also surah XCVII. Page 37. Where the descent is said to take place in a single night. 3. Lit. Forbidden or prevented by shame. 4. See next surah. V. 16. Surah LV, the Merciful, XLVII. Mecca. -78 verses. In the name of God, the Compassionate, the Merciful. The God of mercy hath taught the Qur'an, hath created man, hath taught him articulate speech. The sun and the moon have each their times, and the plants and the trees bend in adoration. And the heaven, he hath reared it on high, and hath appointed the balance, that in the balance ye should not transgress. Weigh therefore with fairness, and scant not the balance. And the earth, he hath prepared it for the living tribes, therein are fruits, and the palms with sheathed clusters, and the grain with its husk, and the fragrant plants. Which then of the bounties of your Lord will ye twain one deny? He created man of clay like that of the potter. And he created the jinn of pure fire, which then of the bounties, etc. He is the Lord of the east, 2. He is the Lord of the west, which, etc. He hath let loose the 2 seas 3 which meet each other, yet between them is a barrier which they overpass not, which, etc. From each he bringeth up pearls both great and small, which, etc. And his are the ships towering up at sea like mountains, which, etc. All on the earth shall pass away, but the face of thy Lord shall abide resplendent with majesty and glory, which, etc. To him maketh suit all that is in the heaven and the earth. Every day doth some new work employ him, which, etc. We will find leisure to judge you, O ye men and jinn, for which, etc. O company of jinn and men, if ye can overpass the bounds of the heavens and the earth, then overpass them. But by our leave only shall ye overpass them, which, etc. A bright flash of fire shall be hurled at you both, and molten brass, and ye shall not defend yourselves from it, which, etc. When the heaven shall be cleft asunder, and become rose red, like stained leather, which, etc. On that day shall neither man nor jinn be asked of his sin, which, etc. By their tokens shall the sinners be known, and they shall be seized by their forelocks and their feet, which, etc. This is hell which sinners treated as a lie. To and fro shall they pass between it and the boiling water, which, etc. But for those who dread the majesty of their Lord shall be 2 gardens, which, etc. With overbranching trees in each, which, etc. In each 2 kinds of every fruit, which, etc. On couches with linings of brocade shall they recline, and the fruit of the 2 gardens shall be within easy reach, which, etc. Therein shall be the damsels with retiring glances, whom nor man nor jinn hath touched before them, which, etc. Like jacinths and pearls, which, etc. Shall the reward of good be aught but good? Which, etc. And beside these shall be 2 other gardens, 5 which, etc. Of a dark green, which, etc. With gushing fountains in each, which, etc. In each, fruits and the palm and the pomegranate, which, etc. In each, the fair, the beauteous ones, which, etc. With large dark eyeballs, kept close in their pavilions, which, etc. Whom man hath never touched, nor any jinn, 6 which, etc. Their spouses on soft green cushions and on beautiful carpets shall recline, which, etc. Blessed be the name of thy Lord, full of majesty and glory. Underscore 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 1 men and jinn. The verb is in the dual. 2 lit. Of the 2 easts, of the 2 wests, i.e., of all that lies between the extreme points at which the sun rises and sets at the winter and summer solstices. 3 lit. He hath set at large, poured forth over the earth the masses of fresh and salt water which are in contact at the mouths of rivers, etc. See surah, LXVII, XXVII. 62, LXXVI, XXXV. 13, 4 lit. O ye 2 weights, hence, treasures, and, generally, any collective body of men or things. 5 one for men, the other for the genii, or 2 for each man and genius, or both are for the inferior classes of Muslims. Bade. 6 It should be remarked that these promises of the Houris of paradise are almost exclusively to be found in surahs written at a time when Muhammad had only a single wife of 60 years of age, and that in all the 10 years subsequent to the Hijrah, women are only twice mentioned as part of the reward of the faithful. Surahs 2. 23 and 4. 60, while in surahs XXVI. 56, XL. 70, 13. 23, XL. 8 The proper wives of the faithful are spoken of as accompanying their husbands into the gardens of bliss. Surah Liv. The moon Xlix. Mecca. -55 verses In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful. The hour hath approached and the moon hath been cleft, but whenever they see a miracle they turn aside and say, this is well-devised magic. And they have treated the prophets as impostors and follow their own lusts, but everything is unalterably fixed. A message of prohibition had come to them, consummate wisdom, but warners profit them not. Quit them then. On the day when the summoner shall summon to a stern business, with downcast eyes shall they come forth from their graves, as if they were scattered locusts, hastening to the summoner. This, shall the infidels say, is the distressful day. Before them the people of Noah treated the truth as a lie. Our servant did they charge with falsehood, and said, demoniac, and he was rejected. Then cried he to his Lord, verily, they prevail against me, come thou therefore to my succor. So we opened the gates of heaven with water which fell in torrents, and we caused the earth to break forth with springs, and their waters met by settled decree. And we bare him on a vessel made with planks and nails. Under our eyes it floated on, a recompense to him who had been rejected with unbelief. And we left it a sign, but, is there any one who receives the warning? And how great was my vengeance and my menace? Easy for warning have we made the Qur'an, but, is there any one who receives the warning? The adults called the truth a lie, but how great was my vengeance and my menace, for we sent against them a roaring wind in a day of continued distress, it tore men away as though they were uprooted palm stumps. And how great was my vengeance and my menace? Easy for warning have we made the Qur'an, but, is there any one who receives the warning? The tribe of Thamud treated the threatenings as lies, and they said, shall we follow a single man from among ourselves? Then verily should we be in error and in folly. To him alone among us is the office of warning entrusted. No. He is an impostor, an insolent person. Tomorrow shall they learn who is the impostor, the insolent. For we will send the she-camel to prove them, do thou mark them well, O Saleh, and be patient, and foretell them that their waters shall one be divided between themselves and her, and that every draught shall come by turns to them. But they called to their comrade, and he took a knife and hamstrung her. And how great was my vengeance and my menace! We sent against them a single shout, and they became like the dry sticks of the fold builders. Easy have we made the Qur'an for warning, but, is there any one who receives the warning? The people of Lot treated his warning as a lie, but we sent a stone-charged wind against them all, except the family of Lot, whom at daybreak we delivered, by our special grace, for thus we reward the thankful. He, indeed, had warned them of our severity, but of that warning they doubted. Even this guest did they demand, therefore we deprived them of sight, and said, Taste ye my vengeance and my menace, and in the morning a relentless punishment overtook them. Easy have we made the Qur'an for warning, but is there anyone who receives the warning? To the people of Pharaoh also came the threatenings, all our miracles did they treat as impostures. Therefore seized with them as he only can seize, who is the mighty, the strong. Are your infidels, O Meccans, better men than these? Is there an exemption for you in the sacred books? Will they say, We are a host that lend one another aid? The host shall be routed, and they shall turn them back. But that hour is their threatened time, and that hour shall be most severe and bitter. Verily, the wicked are sunk in bewilderment and folly. On that day they shall be dragged into the fire on their faces. Taste ye the touch of hell. All things have we created after a fixed decree, our command was but one word, swift as the twinkling of an eye. Of old, too, have we destroyed the like of you, yet is anyone warned? And everything that they do is in the books, too each action, both small and great, is written down. Verily, amid gardens 3 and rivers shall the pious dwell. In the seat of truth, in the presence of the potent king. Underscore 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 1 See surah, LVI, XXVI. 155, also surah, LXVII 7. 71, 2 Kept by the guardian angels. 3 The Talmudic descriptions of the gardens, for the later Jews believed in more than one paradise, and of the rivers and trees therein, will be found in Schr Dotam. Rab. Judentham, pp 418-432. Surah XXVII. The ranks El. Mecca. -182 verses. In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, by the angels ranged in order for songs of praise, and by those who repel demons, 1 And by those who recite the Qur'an for warning. Truly your God is but one, Lord of the heavens and of the earth, and of all that is between them, and Lord of the east. 2 We have adorned the lower heaven with the adornment of the stars. They serve also as a guard against every rebellious Satan, that they overhear not what passeth in the assembly on high, for they are darted at from every side. 3 Driven off and consigned to a lasting torment, while, if one steal a word by stealth, a glistening flame pursueth him. Ask the Meccans then, are they, or the angels whom we have made, the stronger creation? Of coarse clay have we created them. But while they're marvelous they mock, when they are warned, no warning do they take, and when they see a sign, they fall to mocking, and say, This is no other than clear sorcery. What? When dead, and turned to dust and bones, shall we indeed be raised? Our sires also of olden times. Say, Yes, and ye shall be covered with disgrace. 4 One blast only, and lo! They shall gaze around them, and shall say, Oh! Woe to us! This is the day of reckoning, this is the day of decision, which he gainsaid as an untruth. Gather together those who have acted unjustly, and their consorts, 4 And the gods whom they adored beside God, and guide them to the road for hell. Set them forth, they shall be questioned. How now, that ye help not one another? But on this day they shall submit themselves to God, and shall address one another with mutual reproaches. They shall say, In sooth, ye came to us in well-omened sort. 5 But they will answer, Nay, it was ye who would not believe, and we had no power whatever over you. Nay, ye were people given to transgress, just, therefore, is the doom which our Lord hath passed upon us. 6 We shall surely taste it, we made you err, for we had erred ourselves. Partners therefore shall they be in punishment on that day. Truly, thus will we deal with the wicked, because when it was said to them, There is no God but God, they swelled with pride, and said, Shall we then abandon our gods for a crazed poet? Nay, he cometh with truth and confirmeth the sent ones of old. Ye shall surely taste the painful punishment, and ye shall not be rewarded but as ye have wrought, save the sincere servants of God. A stated banquet shall they have of fruits, and honoured shall they be in the gardens of delight, upon couches face to face. A cup shall be borne round among them from a fountain, limpid, delicious to those who drink, it shall not oppress the sense, nor shall they therewith be drunken. And with them are the large-eyed ones with modest refraining glances, fair like the sheltered egg. 7 And they shall address one another with mutual questions. Saith one of them, I truly had a bosom friend, who said, Art thou of those who credit it? What? When we shall have died, and become dust and bones, shall we indeed be judged? He shall say to those around him, Will ye look? And he shall look and see him in the midst of hell. And he shall say to him, By God, thou hadst almost caused me to perish, and, but for the favor of my Lord, I had surely been of those who have been brought with thee into torment. But do we not die, say the blessed, any other than our first death? And have we escaped the torment? 8 This truly is the great felicity. For the like of this should the travailers travail. Is this the better repast or the treezy zakum? Verily, we have made it for a subject of discord to the wicked. It is a tree which cometh up from the bottom of hell, its fruits is as it were the heads of Satans, and, lo, the damned shall surely eat of it and fill their bellies with it, then shall they have, thereon, a mixture of boiling water, then shall they return to hell. They found their fathers erring, and they hastened on in their footsteps. Also before them the greater number of the ancients had erred, though we had sent warners among them. But see what was the end of these warned ones, except of God's true servants. Noah called on us of old, and right prompt were we to hear him. 9 And we saved him and his family out of the great distress, and we made his offspring the survivors, and we left for him with posterity, peace be on Noah throughout the worlds. Thus do we reward the well-doers, for he was one of our believing servants, and the rest we drowned. And truly, of his faith was Abraham, when he brought to his Lord a perfect heart, when he said to his father and to his people, What is this ye worship? Prefer ye with falsehood gods to God? And what deem ye of the Lord of the worlds? So gazing he gazed towards the stars, and said, In sooth I am ill. 10 And they turned their back on him and departed. He went aside to their gods and said, Do ye not eat? What aileth you that ye do not speak? He broke out upon them, with the right hand striking. When his tribesmen came back to him with hasty steps he said, Worship ye what ye carve, when God hath created you, and that ye make. They said, Build up a pyre for him and cast him into the glowing flame. Fain would they plot against him, but we brought them low. And he said, Verily, I repair to my Lord who will guide me, O Lord give me a son, of the righteous. We announced to him a youth of meekness. And when he became a full-grown youth, 11 His father said to him, My son, I have seen in a dream that I should sacrifice thee, therefore, consider what thou sayest right. He said, My father, do what thou art bidden, of the patient, if God please, shalt thou find me. And when they had surrendered them to the will of God, he laid him down upon his forehead. We cried unto him, O Abraham, now hast thou satisfied the vision? See how we recompense the righteous. This was indeed a decisive test. And we ransomed his son with a costly 12 victim, and we left this 13 for him among posterity, peace be on Abraham. Thus do we reward the well-doers, for he was of our believing servants. And we announced Isaac to him a righteous prophet, and on him and on Isaac we bestowed our blessing. And among their offspring were well-doers, and others, to their own hurt undoubted sinners. And of old, 14 to Moses and to Aaron showed we favors, and both of them, and their people, we rescued from the great distress, and we succored them, and they became the conquerors, and we gave them, Moses and Aaron, each the lucid book, and we guided them each into the right way, and we left this for each among posterity, peace be on Moses and Aaron. Thus do we reward the well-doers, for they were 2 of our believing servants. And Elias truly was of our sent ones, when he said to his people, Fear ye not God. Invoke ye Baal and forsake ye the most skillful Creator. God is your Lord, and the Lord of your sires of old. But they treated him as a liar, and shall therefore be consigned to punishment, except God's faithful servants. And we left this for him among posterity, peace be on Eliason. 15 Thus do we reward the well-doers, for he was one of our believing servants. And Lot truly was of our sent ones, when we rescued him and all his family, save an aged woman among those who tarried. Afterward we destroyed the others. And ye indeed passed by their ruined dwellings at morn and night, will ye not then reflect? Jonas, too, was one of the apostles, when he fled unto the laden ship, and lots were cast. 16 And he was doomed, and the fish swallowed him, for he was blameworthy. But had he not been of those who praise us, in its belly had he surely remained, till the day of resurrection. And we cast him on the bare shore, and he was sick, and we caused a good plant to grow up over him, and we sent him to 100,000 persons, or even more, and because they believed, we continued their enjoyments for a season. Inquire then of the Meccans whether thy Lord hath daughters, and they sons. Have we created the angels females? And did they witness it? Is it not a falsehood of their own devising, when they say, God hath begotten? They are indeed liars. Would he have preferred daughters to sons? What reason have ye for thus judging? Will ye not then receive this warning? Have ye a clear proof for them? Produce your book if ye speak truth. And they make him to be of kin with the jinn, but the jinn have long known that these idolaters shall be brought up before God. Far be the glory of God from what they impute to him. His faithful servants do not thus. Moreover, ye and what ye worship shall not stir up any against God. 17 Save him who shall burn in hell. And verily each one of us hath his appointed place, and we range ourselves in order, and we celebrate his praises. 18 And if those infidels say, Had we a revelation transmitted to us from those of old? 19 We had surely been God's faithful servants. Yet they believe not the Qur'an. But they shall know its truth at last. Our word came of old to our servants the apostles, that they should surely be the succoured, and that our armies should procure the victory for them. Turn aside therefore from them for a time, and behold them, for they too shall in the end behold their doom. Would they then hasten our vengeance? But when it shall come down into their courts, an evil morning shall it be to those who have had their warning. Turn aside from them therefore for a time. And behold, for they too shall in the end behold their doom. Far be the glory of thy Lord, the Lord of all greatness, from what they impute to him, and peace be on his apostles. And praise be to God the Lord of the worlds. Underscore 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 1 I have given in the text the sense of these first two verses according to the Mohammedan commentators. The original, literally translated, viz. By the ranks which rank themselves and by the repellers who repel, would not convey an intelligible idea to the English reader. March renders, per ordinantes ordinando et adjutans agitando. 2 Aists. Erit in pluralitate mundarum. March. But the allusion probably is to the different points of the horizon at which the sun rises and sets in the course of the year. 3 See Surah, Lvi 15. 18 4 Comrades, i.e. the demons. 5 Lit. On the right hand, the side of good omen, i.e. with semblance of truth. 6 See Surah, LX, XXVI. 6 7 The ostrich egg carefully protected from dust. 8 Lit. And are we not among the punished? 9 Lit. Et sane huge auditors. March 10th and therefore unable to assist at your sacrifices. 11 Lit. Cum igitu pervenisset cum eo ad tatum qui competi operandi studium. March. Bade. When he had attained to the age when he could work with him. Lane. 12 Brought, says Rabbi Jehoshua, from paradise by an angel. Midra. Fol 13 This salutation. 14 The Arabic particle which is here and elsewhere rendered of old, also, already, certainly, serves to mark the position of a past act or event as prior to the time present, and in all such passages merely gives a fullness and intensity to our perfect or pluperfect tense. 15 The form of this word is altered in the original for the sake of the rhyme. 16 Lit. He cast lots with the sailors. 17 Nequequam vos ad illud colendum estes seductori. March 18th This verse and the 6 preceding are the words of the angel. 19 Compare verse 69. Surah LXXI. Noah Ali. Mecca. -29 verses In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful we sent Noah to his people, and said to him, Warn thou thy people ere there come on them an afflictive punishment. He said, O my people, I come to you a plain-spoken warner, serve God and fear him, and obey me, your sins will he forgive you, and respite you till the fixed time, for when God's fixed time hath come, it shall not be put back. Would that ye knew this. He said, Lord, I have cried to my people night and day, and my cry doth but make them flee from me the more. So oft as I cry to them, that thou mayest forgive them, they thrust their fingers into their ears, and wrap themselves in their garments, and persist in their error, and are disdainfully disdainful. Then I cried aloud to them, then again spake I with plainness, and in private did I secretly address them, and I said, Beg forgiveness of your Lord, for he is ready to forgive. He will send down the very heaven upon you in plenteous rains, and will increase you in wealth and children, and will give you gardens, and will give you watercourses. What hath come to you that ye hope not for goodness from the hand of God? For he it is who hath formed you by successive steps. 1 See ye not how God hath created the 7 heavens one over the other? And he hath placed therein the moon as a light, and hath placed there the sun as a torch, and God hath caused you to spring forth from the earth like a plant. Hereafter will he turn you back into it again, and will bring you forth anew. And God hath spread the earth for you like a carpet, that ye may walk therein along spacious paths. Said Noah, O my Lord, they rebel against me, and they follow those whose riches and children do but aggravate their ruin. And they plotted a great plot, and they said, Forsake not your gods, forsake not Wad nor Soa, nor Yagut and Yahuk and Nessar, and they caused many to err too, and thou, too, O Muhammad, shalt be the means of increasing only error in the wicked. Because of their sins they were drowned, and made to go into the fire, and they found that they had no helper save God. And Noah said, Lord, leave not one single family of infidels on the earth, for if thou leave them they will beguile thy servants and will beget only sinners, infidels. O my Lord, forgive me and my parents and every one who, being a believer, shall enter my house, and believers men and women, and add to the wicked naught but perdition. Underscore 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 1 See Surah XXII. 5:2 Or, the idols had seduced many. Thus Cass. Bade. Gives both interp. See on these idols Freitags Einleitung, page 349. Surah LXVI. Man Lii. Mecca. -31 verses In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful. Doth not a long time pass over man, during which he is a thing unremembered? 1 We have created man from the union of the sexes that we might prove him, and hearing, seeing, have we made him, in a right way have we guided him, be he thankful or ungrateful. For the infidels we have got ready chains and collars and flaming fire. But a wine cup tempered at the camphor fountain too the just shall quaff, fount whence the servants of God shall drink, and guide by channels from place to place, they who fulfilled their vows, and feared the day whose woes will spread far and wide, who though longing for it themselves, bestowed their food on the poor and the orphan and the captive. We feed you for the sake of God, we seek from you neither recompense nor thanks. 3 A stern and calamitous day dread we from our Lord. From the evil therefore of that day hath God delivered them, and cast on them brightness of face and joy, and hath rewarded their constancy with paradise and silken robes, reclining therein on bridal couches. Naught shall they know of sun or piercing cold, its shades shall be close over them, and low shall its fruits hang down, and vessels of silver and goblets like flagons shall be borne round among them, flagons of silver whose measure themselves shall meet. And there shall they be given to drink of the cup tempered with zenjabil, ginger, from the fount therein whose name is Salsabil, the softly flowing. Blooming youths go round among them. When thou lookest at them thou wouldest deem them scattered pearls, and when thou seest this, thou wilt see delights and a vast kingdom. Their clothing green silk robes and rich brocade, with silver bracelets shall they be adorned, and drink of a pure beverage shall their Lord give them. This shall be your recompense. Your efforts shall meet with thanks. We ourselves have sent down to thee the Qur'an as a missive from on high. Await then with patience the judgments of thy Lord, and obey not the wicked among them and the unbelieving, and make mention of the name of thy Lord at morn, at even, and at night. Adore him and praise him the livelong night. But these men love the fleeting present, and leave behind them the heavy day of doom. Ourselves have we created them, and strengthened their joints, and when we please, with others like unto themselves will we replace them. This truly is a warning, and whoso willeth, taketh the way to his Lord, but will it he shall not, unless God will it, for God is knowing, wise. He causeth whom he will to enter into his mercy. But for the evildoers, he hath made ready an afflictive chastisement. Underscore 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 1 When in the womb. 2 With the water of Kafur. Lane. 3 Desire no recompense from you. Surah Xliv. Smoke, Lii. Mecca. -59 verses In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful. Ha. Mim 1 By this clear book. C. On a blessed night too have we sent it down, for we would warn mankind on the night wherein all things are disposed in wisdom. 3 By virtue of our behest. Lo. We have ever sent forth apostles, a mercy from thy Lord. He truly heareth and knoweth all things, Lord of the heavens and of the earth and of all that is between them. If ye be firm in faith, there is no God but he maketh alive and killeth, your Lord and the Lord of your sires of old. Yet with doubts do they disport them. But mark them on the day when the heavens shall give out a palpable smoke, which shall enshroud mankind. This will be an afflictive torment. They will cry, Our Lord, relieve us from this torment. See, we are believers. But how did warning avail them, when an undoubted apostle had come to them, and they turned their backs on him, and said, taught by others, possessed? Were we to relieve you from the plague even a little, ye would certainly relapse. For on the day when we shall fiercely put forth our great fierceness, we will surely take vengeance on them. Of old, before their time, had we proved the people of Pharaoh, when a noble apostle presented himself to them. Send away with me, cried he, the servants of God, for I am an apostle worthy of all credit, and exalt not yourselves against God, for I come to you with undoubted power, and I take refuge with him who is my Lord and your Lord, that ye stone me not, and if ye believe me not, at least separate yourselves from me. And he cried to his Lord, that these are a wicked people. March forth then, said God, with my servants by night, for ye will be pursued. And leave behind you the cleft sea, they are a drowned host. How many a garden and fountain did they quit? And cornfields and noble dwellings? And pleasures in which they rejoiced them? So was it, and we gave them as a heritage to another people. Nor heaven nor earth wept for them, nor was their sentence respited, and we rescued the children of Israel from a degrading affliction, from Pharaoh, for he was haughty, given to excess. And we chose them, in our prescience, above all peoples. 5 And we showed them miracles wherein was their clear trial. Yet these infidels say, There is but our first death, neither shall we be raised again. Bring back our sires, if ye be men of truth. Are they better than the people of Toba? 6 And those who flourished before them whom we destroyed for their evil deeds. We have not created the heavens and the earth and whatever is between them in sport, we have not created them but for a serious end. 7 But the greater part of them understand it not. Verily the day of severing 8 shall be the appointed time of all, a day when the master shall not at all be aided by the servant, neither shall they be helped, save those on whom God shall have mercy, for he is the mighty, the merciful. Verily the tree of Zakum 9 shall be the sinner, S10 Food, like dregs of oil shall it boil up in their bellies, like the boiling of scalding water. Seize ye him, and drag him into the mid-fire, then pour on his head of the tormenting boiling water. Taste this, for thou forsooth art the mighty, the honorable. Lo! This is that of which he doubted. But the pious shall be in a secure place, amid gardens and fountains, clothed in silk and richest robes, facing one another. Thus shall it be, and we will wed them to the virgins with large dark eyes. Therein shall they call, secure, for every kind of fruit. Therein, their first death past, shall they taste death no more, and he shall keep them from the pains of hell. 'Tis the gracious bounty of thy Lord. This is the great felicity. We have made this Qur'an easy for thee in thine own tongue, that they may take the warning. Therefore wait thou, for they are waiting. 11 underscore 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 1 See surah al-Qadr. Page 32. 2 of the 23rd and 24th of Ramadan, in which, according to the Muslim creed, all the events of the year subsequent are arranged. See surah Qadr. N2, page 27. 3 Lit. We settle each wise affair called wise, because proceeding direct from the will of him who is absolute wisdom. Forbade, and others suppose this verse to have been revealed at Medina. This opinion, however, is based upon the supposition that it refers to the famine with which Mecca was visited after the Hijrah. 5 Comp. XXX. 20.8. 16. 6 Toba, i.e. Chalif's successor, is the title of the kings of Yemen, or of Hadramont, Saba, and Hamia. See Pocock, Spec. Hista page 60. 7 Lit. In truth. 8 That is, of the good from the bad. 9 See surah XXVII. 60, page 81. 10 The commentators suppose this sinner to be Abu Jahl, one of the chief of the Quraysh, and the bitter enemy of Muhammad. 11 To see the turn which events may take. Surah al-Kahf 11. Mecca. -45 verses in the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful. Kaf 1. By the glorious Qur'an, they marvel forsooth that one of themselves hath come to them charged with warnings. This, say the infidels, is a marvelous thing. What? When dead and turned to dust shall we? Far off is such a return as this. Now know we what the earth consumeth of them, and with us is a book in which account is kept. But they have treated the truth which hath come to them as falsehood, perplexed therefore is their state. Will they not look up to the heaven above them, and consider how we have reared it and decked it forth, and that there are no flaws therein? And as to the earth, we have spread it out, and have thrown the mountains upon it, and have caused an upgrowth in it of all beauteous kinds of plants, for insight and admonition to every servant who loveth to turn to God. And we send down the rain from heaven with its blessings, by which we cause gardens to spring forth and the grain of harvest, and the tall palm trees with date-bearing branches one above the other for man's nourishment, and life give we thereby to a dead country. So also shall be the resurrection. Ere the days of these Meccans, the people of Noah, and the men of Ras too and Themud, treated their prophets as impostors, and Ad and Pharaoh, and the brethren of Lot and the dwellers in the forest, and the people of Toba, three all gave the lie to their prophets, justly, therefore, were the menaces inflicted. Are we wearied out with the first creation? Yet are they in doubt with regard to a new creation, for we created man, and we know what his soul whispereth to him, and we are closer to him than his neck vein. When the two angels charged with taking account shall take it, one sitting on the right hand, the other on the left, not a word doth he utter, but there is a watcher with him ready to note it down, and the stupor of certain death cometh upon him. This is what thou wouldst have shunned, and there shall be a blast on the trumpet, it is the threatened day. And every soul shall come, an angel with it urging it along, and an angel to witness against it. 5. Saith he, of this day didst thou live in heedlessness, but we have taken off thy veil from thee, and thy sight is becoming sharp this day. And he who is at this side 6 shall say, This is what I am prepared with against thee. And God will say, Cast into hell, ye twain, every infidel, every hardened one, the hinderer of the good, the transgressor, the doubter, who set up other gods with God. Cast ye him into the fierce torment. He who is at his side shall say, O our Lord, I led him not astray, yet was he in an error wide of truth. He shall say, Wrangle not in my presence. I had plied you beforehand with menaces, my doom changeth not, and I am not unjust to man. On that day will we cry to hell, Art thou full? And it shall say, Are there more? 7. And not far from thence shall paradise be brought near unto the pious. This is what ye have been promised, to every one who hath turned in penitence to God and kept his laws, who hath feared the God of mercy in secret, and come to him with a contrite heart, enter it in peace. This is the day of eternity. There shall they have all that they can desire, and ours will it be to augment their bliss. And how many generations have we destroyed ere the days of these Meccans, mightier than they in strength? Search ye then the land. Is there any escape? Lo! Herein is warning for him who hath a heart, or giveth ear, and is himself an eyewitness. 8. We created the heavens and the earth and all that is between them in 6 days, and no weariness touched us. 9. Wherefore put up with what they say, and celebrate the praise of thy Lord before sunrise and before sunset, and praise him in the night, and perform the 2 final prostrations. And list for the day whereon the crier shall cry from a place near to every one alike, the day on which men shall in truth hear that shout will be the day of their coming forth from the grave. Verily, we cause to live, and we cause to die. To us shall all return. On the day when the earth shall swiftly cleave asunder over the dead, will this gathering be easy to us. We know best what the infidels say, and thou art not to compel them. Warn then by the Qur'an those who fear my menace. Underscore 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 1. See surah al-Qadr. Page 32. 2c LXVI XXV. 40 3cx live. 36, page 90. For the resurrection. 5 lit. A driver and a witness. 6. The Satan who is chained to him. Surah al-Qadr XLI. 24, 7 lit. Is there any addition? Which some explain as if hell inquired whether, being already full, any addition could be made to its size. Comp. Prov XXX. 15. And Othieth de Rabbi Akiba, 8, 1, that the prince of hell saith daily, Give me food enough, is clear from what is said, is v. 14. Therefore shalleth enlarged herself, and opened her mouth without measure, etc. 8. That is, of the ruins of the destroyed cities, etc. 9. This verse is said, by Omar B. Muhammad, ITQ. 36. Jalal Edding, AP. Marek. And Bade. To have been revealed in answer to the Jews who told the Prophet that if God rested on the Sabbath, it was because he was weary. But a connection with verse 14 seems more natural. Surah XX. 1 Ta. Ha. LV. Mecca. -135 verses in the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful Ta. Ha. 2. Not to sadden thee have we sent down this Qur'an to thee, but as a warning for him who feareth, it is a missive from him who hath made the earth and the lofty heavens. The God of mercy sitteth on his throne, his whatsoever is in the heavens and whatsoever is in the earth, and whatsoever is between them both, and whatsoever is beneath the humid soil. Thou needest not raise thy voice. 3. For he knoweth the secret whisper, and the yet more hidden. God. There is no God but he. Most excellent his titles. Hath the history of Moses reached thee? When he saw a fire, and said to his family, Tarry ye here, for I perceive a fire, haply I may bring you a brand from it, or find at the fire a guide. 4. And when he came to it, he was called to, O Moses, verily, I am thy Lord. Therefore pull off thy shoes, for thou art in the holy valley of Torah. And I have chosen thee. Hearken then to what shall be revealed. Verily, I am God, there is no God but me, therefore worship me, and observe prayer for a remembrance of me. Verily the hour is coming, I all but manifest it, that every soul may be recompensed for its labors. Nor let him who believeth not therein and followeth his lust turn thee aside from this truth, and thou perish. Now, what is that in thy right hand, O Moses? Said he, It is my staff on which I lean, and with which I beat down leaves for my sheep, and I have other uses for it. He said, Cast it down, O Moses. So he cast it down, and lo, it became a serpent that ran along. He said, Lay hold on it, and fear not, to its former state will we restore it. Now place thy right hand to thy armpit, it shall come forth white, but unhurt, another sign, that we may show thee the greatest of our signs. Go to Pharaoh, for he hath burst all bounds. He said, O my Lord, enlarge my breast for me, and make my work easy for me, and loose the knot of my tongue. 5. That they may understand my speech. And give me a counselor. 6. From among my family, Aaron my brother, by him gird up my loins. 7. And make him a colleague in my work, that we may praise thee oft and oft remember thee, for thou regardest us. He said, O Moses, thou hast obtained thy suit. Already, at another time, have we showed thee favor, when we spake unto thy mother what was spoken, cast him into the ark. 8. Then cast him on the sea of the river, and the sea shall throw him on the shore, and an enemy to me and an enemy to him shall take him up. And I myself have made thee an object of love, that thou mightest be reared in mine eye. When thy sister went and said, Shall I show you one who will nurse him? 9. Then we returned thee to thy mother, that her eye might be cheered, and that she might not grieve. And when thou slewest a person, we delivered thee from trouble, and we tried thee with other trial. 4 years didst thou stay among the people of Midian, then camest thou hither by my decree, O Moses, and I have chosen thee for myself. Go thou and thy brother with my signs, and be not slack to remember me. Go ye to Pharaoh, for he hath burst all bounds, but speak ye to him with gentle speech, haply he will reflect or fear. They said, O our Lord, truly we fear lest he break forth against us, or act with exceeding injustice. He said, Fear ye not, for I am with you both. I will hearken and I will behold. Go ye then to him and say, Verily we are sent ones of thy Lord, send therefore the children of Israel with us and vex them not. Now are we come to thee with signs from thy Lord, and peace shall be on him who followeth the right guidance. For now hath it been revealed to us, that chastisement shall be on him who chargeth with falsehood, and turneth him away. And he said, Who is your Lord, O Moses? He said, Our Lord is he who hath given to everything its form and then guideth it aright. But what, said he, was the state of generations past? 10. He said, The knowledge thereof is with my Lord in the book of his decrees. My Lord erreth not, nor forgetteth. He hath spread the earth as a bed, and hath traced out paths for you therein, and hath sent down rain from heaven, and by it we bring forth the kinds 11 of various herbs. Eat ye, and feed your cattle. Of a truth in this are signs unto men endued with understanding. From it have we created you, and into it will we return you, and out of it will we bring you forth a second time. 12. And we showed him all our signs, but he treated them as falsehoods, and refused to believe. He said, Hast thou come, O Moses, to drive us from our land by thine enchantments? Therefore will we assuredly confront thee with like enchantments, so appoint a meeting between us and you. We will not fail it, and do not thou in a place alike for both. He said, On the feast day 13 be your meeting, and in broad daylight let the people be assembled. And Pharaoh turned away, and collected his craftsmen and came. Said Moses to them, Woe to you! Devise not a lie against God, for then will he destroy you by a punishment. They who have lied have ever perished. And the magicians discussed their plan, and spake apart in secret. They said, These two are surely sorcerers, fain would they drive you from your land by their sorceries, and lead away in their paths your chiefest men, so muster your craft, then come in order. Well, this day shall it be for him, who shall gain the upper hand. They said, O Moses, wilt thou first cast down the rod, or shall we be the first who cast? He said, Yes, cast ye down first. And lo! By their enchantment their cords and rods seemed to him as if they ran. And Moses conceived a secret fear within him. We said, Fear not, for thou shalt be the uppermost. Cast forth then what is in thy right hand, it shall swallow up what they have produced. They have only produced the deceit of an enchanter, and come where he may, ill shall an enchanter fare. And the magicians fell down and worshipped. They said, We believe in the Lord of Aaron and of Moses. Said Pharaoh, Believe ye on him ere I give you leave. He, in sooth, is your master who hath taught you magic. I will therefore cut off your hands and your feet on opposite sides, and I will crucify you on trunks of the palm, and assuredly shall ye learn which of us is severest in punishing, and who is the more abiding. 14 They said, We will not have more regard to thee than to the clear tokens which have come to us, or than to him who hath made us. Doom the doom thou wilt, thou canst only doom as to this present life. Of a truth we have believed on our Lord that he may pardon us our sins and the sorcery to which thou hast forced us, for God is better, and more abiding than thou. 15 As for him who shall come before his Lord laden with crime, for him verily is hell, he shall not die in it and he shall not live. But he who shall come before him, a believer, with righteous works, these. The loftiest grades await them, gardens of Eden, beneath whose trees 16 the rivers flow, therein shall they abide forever. This, the reward of him who hath been pure. Then revealed we to Moses, Go forth by night with my servants and cleave for them a dry path in the sea, fear not thou to be overtaken, neither be thou afraid. And Pharaoh followed them with his hosts, and the whelming billows of the sea overwhelmed them. 17 For Pharaoh misled his people, and did not guide them. O children of Israel! We rescued you from your foes, and we appointed a meeting with you on the right side of the mountain, and we caused the manna and the quail to descend upon you. Eat, said we, of the good things with which we have supplied you, but without excess, lest my wrath fall upon you, for on whom my wrath doth fall, he perisheth outright. Surely however will I forgive him who turneth to God and believeth, and worketh righteousness, and then yieldeth to guidance. But what hath hastened thee on apart from thy people? 18 O Moses! He said, They are hard on my footsteps, but to thee, O Lord, have I hastened, that thou mightest be well pleased with me. He said, Of a truth now have we proved thy people since thou didst leave them, and Samiri 19 had led them astray. And Moses returned to his people, angered, sorrowful. He said, O my people! Did not your Lord promise you a good promise? Was the time of my absence long to you? Or desired ye that wrath from your Lord should light upon you, that ye failed in your promise to me? They said, Not of our own accord have we failed in the promise to thee, but we were made to bring loads of the people's trinkets, and we threw them into the fire, and Samiri likewise cast them in, and brought forth to them a corporeal lowing 20 calf, and they said, This is your God and the God of Moses, whom he hath forgotten. What? Saw they not that it returned them no answer, and could neither hurt nor help them? And Aaron had before said to them, O my people! By this calf are ye only proved, surely your Lord is the God of mercy, follow me therefore and obey my bidding. They said, We will not cease devotion to it, till Moses come back to us. He said, O Aaron! When thou sawest that they had gone astray, what hindered thee from following me? Hast thou then disobeyed my command? He said, O son of my mother! Seize me not by my beard, nor by my head, indeed I feared lest thou shouldst say, Thou hast rent the children of Israel asunder, and hast not observed my orders. He said, And what was thy motive, O Samiri? He said, I saw what they saw not, so I took a handful of dust from the track 21 of the messenger of God, and flung it into the calf, for so my soul prompted me. He said, Begone then, verily thy doom even in this life shall be to say, Touch me not. 22 And there is a threat against thee, which thou shalt not escape hereafter. Now look at thy God to which thou hast continued so devoted, we will surely burn it and reduce it to ashes, which we will cast into the sea. Your God is God, beside whom there is no God, in his knowledge he embraceth all things. Thus do we recite to thee histories of what passed of old, and from ourself have we given thee admonition. Whoso shall turn aside from it shall verily carry a burden on the day of resurrection, under it shall they remain, and grievous in the day of resurrection shall it be to them to bear. On that day there shall be a blast on the trumpet, and we will gather the wicked together on that day with leaden 23 eyes. They shall say in a low voice, one to another, Ye tarried but 10 days on earth. We are most knowing with respect to that which they will say when the most voracious 24 of them will say, Ye have not tarried above a day. And they will ask thee of the mountains, say, Scattering my Lord will scatter them in dust, and he will leave them a level plain, thou shalt see in it no hollows or jutting hills. On that day shall men follow their summoner 25, he marketh straight on, and low shall be their voices before the God of mercy, nor shalt thou hear aught but the light footfall. No intercession shall avail on that day, save his whom the God of mercy shall allow to intercede, and whose words he shall approve. He knoweth their future and their past, but in their own knowledge they comprehend it not, and humble shall be their faces before him that liveth, the self-subsisting, and undone he, who shall bear the burden of iniquity, but he who shall have done the things that are right and is a believer, shall fear neither wrong nor loss. Thus have we sent down to thee an Arabic Qur'an, and have set forth menaces therein diversely, that haply they may fear God, or that it may give birth to reflection in them. Exalted then be God, the King, the Truth. Be not hasty in its recital 26 while the revelation of it to thee is incomplete. Say rather, O my Lord, increase knowledge unto me. And of old we made a covenant with Adam, but he forgat it, and we found no firmness of purpose in him. And when we said to the angels, Fall down and worship Adam, they worshipped all, save Iblis, who refused, and we said, O Adam, this truly is a foe to thee and to thy wife. Let him not therefore drive you out of the garden, and ye become wretched, for to thee is it granted that thou shalt not hunger therein, neither shalt thou be naked. But Satan whispered him, said he, O Adam, shall I show thee the tree of eternity, 27 and the kingdom that faileth not? And they both ate thereof, and their nakedness appeared to them, and they began to sow of the leaves of the garden to cover them, and Adam disobeyed his Lord and went astray. Afterwards his Lord chose him for himself, and was turned towards him, and guided him. And God said, Get ye all down hence, the one of you a foe unto the other. Hereafter shall guidance come unto you from me, and whoso followeth my guidance shall not err, and shall not be wretched, but whoso turneth away from my monition, his truly shall be a life of misery, and we will assemble him with others on the day of resurrection, blind. 28 He will say, O my Lord, why hast thou assembled me with others, blind? Whereas I was endowed with sight. He will answer, Thus is it, because our signs came unto thee and thou didst forget them, and thus shalt thou be forgotten this day. Even thus will we recompense him who hath transgressed and hath not believed in the signs of his Lord, and assuredly the chastisement of the next world will be more severe and more lasting. Are not they, who walk the very places where they dwelt, aware how many generations we have destroyed before them? Verily in this are signs to men of insight. And had not a decree of respite from thy Lord first gone forth, the chastisement had at once ensued. Yet the time is fixed. Put up then with what they say, and celebrate the praise of thy Lord before the sunrise and before its setting, and some time in the night do thou praise him, and in the extremes 29 of the day, that thou haply mayest please him. And strain not thine eye after what we have bestowed on divers of them the braveries of this world, that we may thereby prove them. The portion which thy Lord will give is better and more lasting. Enjoin prayer on thy family, and persevere therein. We ask not of thee to find thine own provision, we will provide for thee, and a happy issue shall there be to piety. But they say, If he come not to us with a sign from his Lord, 30 but have not clear proofs for the Qur'an come to them, in what is in the books of old. And had we destroyed them by a chastisement before its time, they would surely have said, O our Lord, how could we believe if thou didst not send unto us an apostle that we might follow thy signs ere that we were humbled and disgraced? Say, each one of us awaiteth the end. Wait ye then, and ye shall know which of us have been followers of the even way, and who hath been the rightly guided. Underscore 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 1. The first 14 or 16 verses of this surah are said to have induced Omar to embrace Islam. His 226, IBN Sad, I and V, Comp, Vile, page 60. Course I 396 FF, in the 6th year before the Hijrah. 2. Friedag supposes these letters to mean, hush. But see Surah LXVII. 1, page 32. 3 lit. If thou raise thy voice. 4 lit. Guidance. Moses had lost his way, say the commentators, when journeying to Egypt to visit his mother. 5. The Mohammedan commentators tell how Moses when a child burnt his tongue with a live coal. The same story is found in Midrash. Jalkut on XC 166 and in Shalshaleth HaKabbalah, page 5, B. ed. Amsterd. 6. Lit Vizier. 7. Or, strengthen my back. 8. The form of the word in the original is not the pure Hebraic, but the later rabbinic form. 9. See surah LXEX, XXVII. 11, 12. 10. What is their condition after their death as to happiness or misery? Bade. Whom sale follows. But the word state, which March renders men's, refers rather to their creed. How, inquires Pharaoh, do you explain the fact that the generations of men have always practiced a different worship? 11 Lit. Pairs. 12 The Midrash Tanchuma on X7 gives a very similar dialogue between Pharaoh and Moses. 13 Lit. The Day of Ornament. 14 In punishing. Bade. 15 To recompense. Bade. 16 As the garden is said in Surah LXVII. To be lofty in point of situation, this frequently recurring phrase may mean that rivers run at its base. The commentators, however, generally understand it to imply that the rivers flow beneath its shades or pavilions. 17 Lit. And there overwhelmed them of the sea that which overwhelmed them. 18 The 70 elders who were to have accompanied him. 19 That is, the Samaritan. This rendering, which is probably the true explanation of the word Samiri, involves a grievous ignorance of history on the part of Muhammad. Selden, de Dies Syr. Sin. Chapter 4 supposes that Samiri is Aaron himself, the Shomer, or keeper of Israel during the absence of Moses. Many Arabians identify him with the Micah of Judges 17, who is said to have assisted in making the calf, Rezkai, Sanhida. 102, 2 Hottinger Hist Orient. Page 84. Geiger suggests that Samiri may be a corruption of Samael. See next note. But it is probable that the name and its application in the present instance is to be traced to the old national feud between the Jews and Samaritans. See de Saki, Creston. Page 189, who quotes Abu Rian Muhammad as stating that the Samaritans were called Olim Sasat, the people who say, touch me not v. 97, below, and Juanbol Kron. Sam. Lead. 1848, page 113. Sale also mentions a similar circumstance of a tribe of Samaritan Jews dwelling on one of the islands in the Red Sea. 20. The calf came forth, XXXXI. 24. Lowing and the Israelites beheld it. Jehudah Seth, Samuel entered into it and lowed in order to mislead Israel. Perkar Eliezer, section 45. 21 From the track of Gabriel's horse, or of Gabriel himself. 22 Lit. No touch. 23 I have adopted the word leaden as expressive of the idea implied in the original word, viz. Grey or greyish-blue, hence, dulled, dimmed. The Arabians have a great aversion to blue and grey eyes as characteristic of their enemies the Greeks. The word, however, may also mean blind. Comp. v. 124, 5. 24 Lit. The most excellent or just of them in his way, dignitate, march. But cam. In freight. 3. 150 Justissimus eorum, simillimus veracibus. The sense of the last clause is, yes have not tarried even so much as 10 days, such, now that we look back upon it, is the brevity of life. See Surah Al-Exiv 23. 115, 25 The angel Israfil. 26 Compare Surah Al-XXV. 16 to 19, page 56. 27 It should be observed that here and in Surah 7. 19 Muhammad seems unaware of the distinction between the tree of knowledge and the tree of life, as given in general 2. 9 and 3. 5. 28 From the intensity of the light, mention Surah 1xxx, xxxi. 69, 29 In order to reconcile this passage with the prescribed hours, some understand the extremes to mean the midday, when the day is as it were divided. 30 Supply, we will not believe. Surah XXVI. The Poets 1 LVI. Mecca. Minus 228 verses in the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful Ta. Sin. Mim 2 These are the signs of the lucid book. Haply thou weighest thyself away with grief because they will not believe. Were it our will we could send down to them a sign from heaven, before which they would humbly bow. 3 But from each fresh warning that cometh to them from the God of mercy they have only turned aside, and treated it as a lie, but tidings shall reach them which they shall not laugh to scorn. Have they not beheld the earth how we have caused every kind of noble plant to spring up therein? Verily in this is a sign, but most of them believe not. And assuredly, thy Lord, he is the mighty, the merciful. And remember when thy Lord called to Moses, Go to the wicked people, the people of Pharaoh. What? Will they not fear me? He said, My Lord, in sooth I fear lest they treat me as a liar, and my breast is straitened, and I am slow of speech, send therefore to Aaron to be my helpmate. For they have a charge 5 against me, and I fear lest they put me to death. He said, Surely not. Go ye therefore with our signs, we will be with you and will hearken. And go to Pharaoh and say, Verily we are the messengers of the Lord of the worlds, send forth with us the children of Israel. He said, Did we not rear thee among us when a child? And hast thou not passed years of thy life among us? And yet what a deed is that which thou hast done, 6 Thou art one of the ungrateful. He said, I did it indeed, and I was one of those who erred, and I fled from you because I feared you, but my Lord hath given me wisdom and hath made me one of his apostles. And is this the favor thou hast conferred on me, that thou hast enslaved the children of Israel? Said Pharaoh, Who then is the Lord of the worlds? He said, The Lord of the heavens and of the earth and of all that is between them, if only ye believe it. Said Pharaoh to those around him, Hear ye this. Your Lord, said Moses, and the Lord of your sires of old. In sooth, your apostle whom he hath sent to you, said Pharaoh, is certainly possessed. He said, Lord is he of the east and of the west, and of all that is between them, if ye can understand. He said, If ye take any god beside me, I will surely put thee in ward. Said Moses, What? If I show thee that which shall be a proof of my mission? He said, Forth with it then, if thou speakest truth. Then threw he down his staff, and lo, an undoubted serpent, and he drew out his hand, and lo, it was white 7 to the beholders. He said to his nobles around him, This truly is a right cunning sorcerer, fain would he drive you out of your land by his sorcery. But what do ye suggest? They said, Put him and his brother off a while, and send summoners to all the cities, who shall bring to thee every cunning magician. So the magicians were mustered at a set time, on a solemn day, and it was said to the people, Are ye all assembled? Yes. And we will follow the magicians if they gain the day. And when the magicians were arrived they said to Pharaoh, Shall we have a reward if we gain the day? He said, Yes. And verily in that case ye shall be of those who are near my person. Moses said to them, Throw down what ye have to throw. So they cast down their ropes and rods, and said, By Pharaoh's might we shall surely win. Then Moses threw down his rod, and lo, it swallowed up their cheating wonders. Then the magicians threw themselves down in worship. They said, We believe on the Lord of the worlds, the Lord of Moses and of Aaron. Said Pharaoh, Have ye then believed on him ere I gave you leave? He truly is your master who hath taught you magic. 8 But by and by ye shall surely know my power. I will cut off your hands and feet on opposite sides, and I will have you all crucified. They said, It cannot harm us, for to our Lord shall we return. Assuredly we trust that our Lord will forgive us our sins, since we are of the first who believe. Then revealed we this order to Moses, Go forth by night with my servants, for ye will be pursued. And Pharaoh sent summoners through the cities. These Israelites, said they, are a scanty band, yet are they enraged against us, but we truly are numerous, wary. Thus we caused them to quit gardens and fountains and treasures and splendid dwellings, so was it, and we gave them to the children of Israel for an heritage. 9 Then at sunrise the Egyptians followed them, and when the hosts came in view of one another, the comrades of Moses said, We are surely overtaken. He said, By no means, for my Lord is with me, he will guide me. And we revealed this order to Moses, Strike the sea with thy rod. And it clave asunder, and each part became like a huge mountain. Then made we the others to draw on, and we saved Moses and those who were with him, all, but we drowned the others. Truly in this was a sign, but most of them did not believe. But verily thy Lord, he is the mighty, the merciful. And recite to them the story of Abraham when he said to his father and to his people, What worship ye? They said, We worship idols, and constant is our devotion to them. He said, Can they hear you when ye cry to them? Or help you or do you harm? They said, But we found our fathers do the like. He said, How think ye? They whom ye worship, ye and your fathers of early days, are my foes, but not so tend the Lord of the worlds, who hath created me, and guideth me, who giveth me food and drink, and when I am sick, he healeth me, and who will cause me to die and again quicken me, and who, I hope, will forgive me my sins in the day of reckoning. My Lord, bestow on me wisdom and join me to the just, and give me a good name 11 among posterity, and make me one of the heirs of the garden of delight, and forgive my father, for he was one of the erring, and put me not to shame on the day when mankind shall be raised up, the day when neither wealth nor children shall avail, save to him who shall come to God with a sound heart, when paradise shall be brought near the pious, and hell shall lay open for those who have gone astray. And it shall be said to them, Where are they whom ye worship beside God? Can they harm you or help themselves? And they shall be cast into it, the seducers and the seduced, and all the host of Eblis. They shall say, as they wrangle therein together, By God, we were in a plain error, when we equalled you with the Lord of the worlds, and none misled us but the wicked, and we have none to plead for us, nor friend who careth for us. Could we but return, we would be of the believers. Verily, in this was a sign, but most of them believed not. And truly thy Lord, he is the mighty, the merciful. The people of Noah gainsaid the apostles, when their brother Noah said to them, Will ye not fear God? Of a truth am I your faithful apostle, fear God then and obey me. I ask of you no reward for this, for my reward is of the Lord of the worlds alone, fear God then and obey me. They said, Shall we believe on thee when the meanest only are thy followers? He said, But I have no knowledge of that they did. 12 To my Lord only must their account be given, would that ye understood this. And I will not thrust away those who believe, for I am only one charged with plain warnings. They said, Now unless thou desist, O Noah, one of the stones shalt thou surely be. He said, Lord, my people treat me as a liar, decide thou therefore a decision between me and them, and rescue me and the faithful who are with me. So we saved him and those who were with him in the fully laden ark, and afterwards we drowned the rest. Herein truly was a sign, but most of them believed not. But thy Lord, he is the mighty, the merciful. The Adits 13 treated their apostles as liars, when their brother Hout said to them, Will ye not fear God? I am your apostle, worthy of all credit, fear God then and obey me. I asked for no reward for this, for my reward is of the Lord of the worlds alone. What? Build ye landmarks on all heights in mere pastime, and raise ye structures to be your lasting abodes. 14 And when ye put forth your power, do ye put it forth with harshness? Fear ye God then and obey me, and fear ye him who hath plenteously bestowed on ye well know what, plenteously bestowed on you flocks and children, and gardens and fountains. Indeed I fear for you the punishment of a tremendous day. They said, It is the same to us whether thou warn or warn us not. This is but a tale of the ancients, and we are not they who shall be punished. And they charged him with imposture, and we destroyed them. In this was a sign, but most of them believed not. But thy Lord, he is the mighty, the merciful. The Themadites also treated their apostles as liars, when their brother Saleh said to them, Will ye not fear God? I am your apostle worthy of all credit, fear God, then, and obey me. I ask of you no reward for this, my reward is of the Lord of the worlds alone. Shall ye be left secure amid these things here? Amid gardens and fountains, and cornfields and palm trees, with flower-sheathing branches? And, insolent that ye are, will ye hew out your dwellings in the mountains? But fear God and obey not the bidding of those who commit excess, who act disorderly on the earth and reform it not. They said, Certainly thou art a person bewitched, thou art only a man like us, produce now a sign if thou art a man of truth. He said, This she-camel, then drink shall there be for her, and drink shall there be for you, on a several day for each. But harm her not, lest the punishment of a tremendous day overtake you. But they hamstrung her, and repented of it on the morrow, for the punishment overtook them. In this truly was a sign, but most of them believed not. But thy Lord, he is the powerful, the merciful. The people of Lot treated their apostles as liars, when their brother Lot said to them, Will ye not fear God? I am your apostle worthy of all credit, fear God, then, and obey me. For this I asked you no reward, my reward is of the Lord of the worlds alone. What? With men, of all creatures, will ye have commerce? And leave ye your wives whom your Lord hath created for you? Ah! Ye are an erring people. They said, O Lot, if thou desist not, one of the banished shalt thou surely be. He said, I utterly abhor your doings, my Lord. Deliver me and my family from what they do. So we delivered him and his whole family, save an aged one among those who tarried, then we destroyed the rest, and we rained a rain upon them, and fatal was the rain to those whom we had warned. In this truly was a sign, but most of them did not believe. But thy Lord, He is the powerful, the merciful. The dwellers in the forest of Madian 15 treated the apostles as liars. When Shuaib their brother said to them, Will ye not fear God? I truly am your trustworthy apostle. Fear God, then, and obey me. No reward ask I of you for this, my reward is of the Lord of the worlds alone. Fill the measure, and be not of those who minish, weigh with exact balance, and defraud not men in their substance, and do no wrong on the earth by deeds of license, and fear him who made you and the races of old. They said, Certainly thou art a person bewitched. Thou art but a man like us, and we deem thee liar. Make now part of the heaven to fall down upon us, if thou art a man of truth. He said, My Lord best knoweth your doings. And when they treated him as a liar, the chastisement of the day of cloud overtook them. This truly was the chastisement of a dreadful day. In this was a sign, but most of them believed not. But thy Lord, He is the mighty, the merciful. Verily from the Lord of the worlds hath this book come down, the faithful Spirit 16 hath come down with it upon thy heart, that thou mightest become a warner, in the clear Arabic tongue, and truly it is foretold in the scriptures of them of yore. 17 Was it not a sign to them 18 that the learned among the children of Israel recognized it? If we had sent it down unto any foreigner, and he had recited it to them, they had not believed. In such sort have we influenced 19 the heart of the wicked ones, that they will not believe it till they see the grievous chastisement. And it shall come upon them on a sudden when they look not for it, and they will say, Can we be respited? What? Will they seek to hasten on our chastisement? How thinkest thou? If after we have given them their fill for years, that with which they are menaced come upon them at last, of what avail will their enjoyments be to them? We never destroyed a city which had not first its warners with admonition, nor did we deal unjustly. The Satans were not sent down with this Qur'an, it beseemed them not, and they had not the power, for they are far removed from hearing it. 20 Call not thou on any other God but God, lest thou be of those consigned to torment, but warn thy relatives of nearer kin. 21 And kindly lower thy wing over the faithful who follow thee. And if they disobey thee, then say, I will not be answerable for your doings, and put thy trust in him that is the mighty, the merciful, who seeth thee when thou standest in prayer, and thy demeanor amongst those who worship, for he heareth, knoweth all. Shall I tell you on whom Satan descend? They descend on every lying, wicked person, they impart what they have heard. 22 But most of them are liars. It is the poets 23 whom the erring follow. Seest thou not how they rove distraught in every valley? And that they say that which they do not. Save those who believe and do good works, and oft remember God, and who defend themselves when unjustly treated. But they who treat them unjustly shall find out what a lot awaiteth them. Underscore 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 1 This surah belongs to about the 7th year of Muhammad's prophetic life. 2 See Surah 118. Page 32. 3 Lit. To which their necks would humble themselves. 4 Lit. My tongue is not free. This verse appears to be a studied simplification of X4. 10-13. 5 The murder of the Egyptian. See Geiger, 159. 6 Lit. And thou hast done thy deed which thou hast done. See XXVIII. 15. 7 Thus Perka, Elisa section 48. He placed his hand in his bosom, and drew it forth, white as snow with leprosy. 8 The Pharaoh who lived in the days of Moses was a great magician. Mid Jalkut, c. 182. Comp. Surah XXVIII. 38 Where, in accordance with the rabbinic traditions, Pharaoh claims to be a god. 9 C2. 58 And Midra. Jalkut on X12. c. 208. 10 Lit. Except. 11 Lit. A ton of truth, i.e. high repute. Or, grant that my words may be believed among posterity. See LVI 19. 47 12 of their motives in embracing Islam. 13 The adats are mentioned in 7. And 11. 14 This is to be understood of the small forts erected by the nomads of the Hijaz along the route of the caravans to guarantee their safety. Comp. General 11. 1-10, and Surah al-XXX. 6, page 54. 15. The Madian and the al-Ikah of other surahs are unquestionably one and the same place, as they have the same prophet Shoaib or Shoaib, the Jethro of scripture, a name perhaps altered from Hobab, Num, X, 29, and because the same sin is laid to the charge of both. See Winer's Realu Rutubak on Jethro. The Midra. Rabbah on X2. I6, par. I makes Jethro renounce idolatry and his office of priest and undergo banishment from the Midianites. 16. Gabriel. See Surah al-XXI. 19, page 46. 17. See Surah 13. 36. This verse is said to have been revealed at Medina by ITQ. 34. 18. The unbelieving Meccans. Lit. That the knowing doctors, ulamas, knew it. 19. Lit. Have introduced it, i.e. infidelity, or the Qur'an. Bade. The latter interpretation seems most accordant with the context. 20. Comp. Surah XXVII. 7, 8, page 79. 21. It is probable that within 3 or 4 years from his entry upon the prophetic office, Muhammad had made about 40 converts. Some biographers refer to this passage and not to Surah al-XXV as the first call to preach. But this surah is itself late and bears evidence of the opposition to which the Prophet had become exposed and of adherents to his cause, now become numerous. The diffuseness and feebleness of the style clearly point to a late origin. 22. They impart to their votaries on earth what they have learned by stealth and partially in heaven. 23. Muhammad found it necessary to employ the pens of certain poets to defend himself and his religion from the ridicule and satire of other poets, whose productions were recited at the great annual fair held at Okats, the Olympus of the Hijaz. The poems which were judged the best were written up in letters of gold, or suspended, hence called Molakat, in the Kaaba. These poetical contests were subsequently suppressed by Muhammad, as offering openings for discussions which might prove inconvenient and dangerous to his rising claims. Surah 15. Hijr 1, Lvii. Mecca. -99 verses in the name of God, the Compassionate, the Merciful. Aleph. Lam. Āyah 2. These are the signs of the book, and of a lucid recital, Qur'an. Many a time will the infidels wish that they had been Muslims. Let them feast and enjoy themselves, and let hope beguile them, but they shall know the truth at last. We never destroyed a city whose term was not prefixed. 3. No people can forestall or retard its destiny. They say, O thou to whom the warning hath been sent down, thou art surely possessed by a jinn, wouldst thou not have come to us with the angels, if thou wert of those who assert the truth? We will not send down the angels without due cause. For the infidels would not in that case have been respited. Verily, we have sent down the warning, and verily, we will be its guardian, and already have we sent apostles before thee among the sects of the ancients, but never came apostles to them whom they did not deride. In like manner will we put it into the hearts of the sinners of Mecca to do the same. They will not believe on him, though the example of those of old hath gone before. Even were we to open above them a gate in heaven, yet all the while they were mounting up to it, they would surely say, It is only that our eyes are drunken, nay, we are a people enchanted. We have set the signs of the zodiac 5 in the heavens, and adorned and decked them forth for the beholders, and we guard them from every stone. 6. Satan, save such as steal a hearing. 7. And him doth a visible flame pursue. And the earth have we spread forth, and thrown thereon the mountains, and caused everything to spring forth in it in balanced measure, and we have provided therein sustenance for you, and for the creatures which not ye sustain, and no one thing is there, but with us are its storehouses, and we send it not down but in settled measure, and we send forth the fertilizing winds, and cause the rain to come down from the heaven, and give you to drink of it, and it is not ye who are its stores, and we cause to live and we cause to die. 8. And we are the heir of all things, we know those of you who flourish first, and we know those who come later, and truly thy Lord will gather them together again, for he is wise, knowing. We created man of dried clay, of dark loam molded, and the jinn had we before created of subtle fire. Remember when thy Lord said to the angels, I create man of dried clay, of dark loam molded, and when I shall have fashioned him and breathed of my spirit into him, then fall ye down and worship him. And the angels bowed down in worship, all of them, all together, save Iblis. He refused to be with those who bowed in worship. O Iblis, 9. Said God, wherefore art thou not with those who bow down in worship? He said, It beseemeth not me to bow in worship to man whom thou hast created of clay, of moulded loam. He said, Begone then hence, thou art a stoned one. 10 And the curse shall be on thee till the day of reckoning. He said, O my Lord, respite me till the day when man shall be raised from the dead. He said, 1 Then of the respited shalt thou be till the day of the predestined time. He said, O my Lord, because thou hast beguiled me, I will surely make all fair seeming to them. 11 On the earth, I will surely beguile them all, except such of them as shall be thy sincere servants. He said, This is the right way with me, for over none of my servants shalt thou have power, save those beguiled ones who shall follow thee. And verily, hell is the promise for them one and all. It hath 7 portals, 12 at each portal is a separate band of them, but mid gardens and fountains shall the pious dwell. Enter ye therein in peace, secure. And all rancor will we remove from their bosoms. They shall sit as brethren, face to face, on couches. Therein no weariness shall reach them, nor forth from it shall they be cast forever. Announce to my servants that I am the gracious, the merciful, and that my chastisement is the grievous chastisement. And tell them of Abraham's guests, when they entered in unto him, and said, Peace. Verily, said he, we fear you. They said, Fear not, for of a sage son we bring thee tidings. He said, Bring ye me such tidings now that old age hath come upon me. What, therefore, are your tidings really? They said, We announce them to thee in very truth. Be not then one of the despairing. And who, said he, despaireth of the mercy of his Lord, but they who err? He said, What is your business then, O ye sent ones? They said, We are sent unto a people who are sinners, except the family of Lot, whom verily we will rescue all, except his wife. We have decreed that she shall be of those who linger. And when the sent ones came to the family of Lot, he said, Yes, are persons unknown to me. They said, Yes, but we have come to thee for a purpose about which thy people doubt. We have come to thee with very truth, and we are truthful envoys. Lead forth therefore thy family in the dead of the night, follow thou on their rear, and let no one of you turn round, but pass ye on whither ye are bidden. And this command we gave him because to the last man should these people be cut off at morning. Then came the people of the city rejoicing at the news. 13 He said, These are my guests, therefore disgrace me not. And fear God and put me not to shame. They said, Have we not forbidden thee to entertain any one whatever? 14 He said, Here are my daughters, if ye will thus act. As thou livest, O Muhammad, they were bewildered in the drunkenness of their lust. So a tempest overtook them at their sunrise, and we turned the city upside down, and we rained stones of baked clay upon them. Verily, in this are signs for those who scan heedfully, and these cities lay on the high road. 15 Verily, in this are signs for the faithful. The inhabitants also of Laylat 16 were sinners, so we took vengeance on them, and they both became a plain example. And the people of Hedjr treated God's messengers as liars. And we brought forth our signs to them, but they drew back from them, and they hewed them out abodes in the mountains to secure them, but a tempest surprised them at early morn, and their labors availed them nothing. We have not created the heavens and the earth and all that between them is, but for a worthy end. 17 And verily, the hour shall surely come. Wherefore do thou, Muhammad, forgive with kindly forgiveness, for thy Lord. He is the Creator, the wise. We have already given thee the 7 verses of repetition 18 and the glorious Qur'an. Strain not thine eyes after the good things we have bestowed on some of the unbelievers, afflict not thyself on their account, and lower thy wing to the faithful. 19 And say, I am the only plain-spoken warner. We will punish those who foster divisions, 20 who break up the Qur'an into parts, by thy Lord. We will surely take account from them one and all, concerning that which they have done. Profess publicly then what thou hast been bidden. 21 And withdraw from those who join gods to God. Verily, we will maintain thy cause against those who deride thee, who set up gods with God, and at last shall they know their folly. Now know we that thy heart is distressed 22 at what they say, but do thou celebrate the praise of thy Lord, and be of those who bow down and worship, and serve thy Lord till the certainty 23 overtake thee. Underscore 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 1 Hedjr, a valley and a route between Medina and Syria, originally the country of the Themadites. 2 See Surah al-Qadr. Page 32. 3 Lit. Which had not a known writing. For that is not merely to gratify the curiosity of the doubting, but to execute prompt punishment. It might also be rendered, save with just as 5 Aborj, gr Greek text, towers, i.e. signs of the zodiac. 6. See Surah 15. 34, and note page 114. 7. Comp. Surah XXVII. 6, page 79. In Chajiga 16, 1, the demons, Skedon, are said to learn the secrets of the future by listening behind the veil, Pargod. 8. Compare precisely a similar association of subjects, the rain, food, God, as Lord of life and death in Tr. Tanit, Fol 1a and 9 Comp. Surah XCI 2. 32. There is much in this dialogue between Iblis and Allah which reminds of the dialogue between Jehovah and Satan in the opening of the Book of Job. 10. That is, accursed. According to the Mohammedan tradition, Abraham drove Satan away with stones when he would have hindered him from sacrificing Ismail. Hence the custom during the pilgrimage of throwing a certain number of stones, the Shafis, 49, the Hanafis, 70, as if at Satan, in the valley of Mina, near Mecca. The spot where the apparition of Satan to Abraham took place is marked by 3 small pillars, at which the stones are now thrown. Comp. General 15. 2:11 lit. I will embellish, prepare. 12. Thus, in Soda 10, David is said to have rescued Absalom from the 7 dwellings of hell in Midra. On PS 11. There are 7 houses of abode for the wicked in hell, and in Soha 2. 150, hell hath 7 gates. 13. At the arrival of strangers. 14. Comp. Midra. Rabbah on General Par. 50. 15. From Arabia to Syria. The pronoun in the fem. Sing. May refer to the Pentapolis as to a single city, or to Sodom alone. 16. See Surah LVI XXVI. 176. 17. See Surah LXXEI 16. 3. 18. That is, the 7 verses of Surah 1, page 28. Others understand the 7 long surahs, or the 15 surahs which make a 7th of the whole, or this surah, Hijjah, as originally the 7th. Mathani is an allusion, according to some, to the frequency with which the fada is to be repeated, or to the frequent repetitions of great truths, etc., in order to impress them on the memory of the hearer and reader, or to the manner in which wade and wade, promises and threatenings, alternate and balance each other in the same or subsequent verses and surahs in pairs. This verse and Surah X 10 show that a part at least of the Quran was known under that name and existed as a whole in the time of Muhammad. Geiger's interpretations at pp 59, 60, and in the note, seem very forced. 19 Comp. Surah LVI XXVI. 2:15, i.e. demean thyself gently. 20 lit. As we sent down upon the dividers, i.e. the Jews and Christians, who receive part of the scriptures and reject part. Others render obstructors and explain the passage of 12 idolaters, who in order to intimidate the Meccans, seized upon the public revenues of Mecca during the pilgrimage. 21 In this, the 4th year of his mission, Muhammad is said to have hazarded the step of mounting the Safa, a slight eminence in one of the streets of Mecca, and publicly preached to the Quraysh. The authorities are given in Sprenger, Life of M, page 177, 8. 22 lit. Contracted. 23 Death. Surah 19. 1 Mary LVI. Mecca. -98 verses in the name of God, the Compassionate, the Merciful Kaf. Ha. Ya. Ain. Sad. 2 A recital of thy Lord's mercy to his servant Zechariah, when he called upon his Lord with secret calling, and said, O Lord, verily my bones are weakened, and the horehairs glisten on my head, and never, Lord, have I prayed to thee with ill success. But now I have fears for my kindred after me. 3 And my wife is barren, give me, then, a successor as thy special gift, who shall be my heir and an heir of the family of Jacob, and make him, Lord, well-pleasing to thee. O Zechariah. Verily we announce to thee a son, his name John, that name we have given to none before him. For he said, O my Lord, how when my wife is barren shall I have a son, and when I have now reached old age, failing in my powers? He said, So shall it be. Thy Lord hath said, Easy is this to me, for I created thee aforetime when thou wast nothing. He said, Vouchsafe me, O my Lord, a sign. He said, Thy sign shall be that for 3 nights, though sound in health, thou speakest not to man. And he came forth from the sanctuary to his people, and made signs to them to sing praises morn and even. We said, O John, receive the book with purpose of heart. 5 And we bestowed on him wisdom while yet a child, and mercifulness from ourself, and purity, and pious was he, and duteous to his parents, and not proud, rebellious. And peace was on him on the day he was born, and the day of his death, and shall be on the day when he shall be raised to life. And make mention in the book of Mary, when she went apart from her family, eastward, 6, and took a veil to shroud herself from them, 7, and we sent our Spirit 8 to her, and he took before her the form of a perfect man. 9. She said, I fly for refuge from thee to the God of mercy. If thou fearest him, begone from me. He said, I am only a messenger of thy Lord, that I may bestow on thee a holy son. She said, How shall I have a son, when man hath never touched me? And I am not unchaste. He said, So shall it be. Thy Lord hath said, Easy is this with me, and we will make him a sign to mankind, and a mercy from us. For it is a thing decreed. And she conceived him, 10, and retired with him to a far-off place. And the throes came upon her 11 by the trunk of a palm. She said, Oh, would that I had died ere this, and been a thing forgotten quite. And one cried to her from below her, 12. Grieve not thou, thy Lord hath provided a streamlet at thy feet, and shake the trunk of the palm tree toward thee, 13. It will drop fresh ripe dates upon thee. Eat then and drink, and be of cheerful eye, 14. And shouldst thou see a man, say, Verily, I have vowed abstinence to the God of mercy. To no one will I speak this day. Then came she with the babe to a people, bearing him. They said, O Mary, now hast thou done a strange thing. O sister of Aaron, 15. Thy father was not a man of wickedness, nor unchaste thy mother. And she made a sign to them, pointing towards the babe. They said, How shall we speak with him who is in the cradle, an infant? It said, 16. Verily, I am the servant of God, he hath given me the book, and he hath made me a prophet, and he hath made me blessed wherever I may be, and hath enjoined me prayer and almsgiving so long as I shall live, and to be duteous to her that bare me, and he hath not made me proud, depraved. And the peace of God was on me the day I was born, and will be the day I shall die, and the day I shall be raised to life. This is Jesus, the Son of Mary. This is a statement of the truth concerning which they doubt. It beseemeth not God to beget a son. Glory be to him. When he decreeth a thing, he only saith to it, Be, and it is. 17. And verily, God is my Lord and your Lord, adore him then. This is the right way. But the sects have fallen to variance among themselves about Jesus, but woe, because of the assembly of a great day, to those who believe not. Make them hear, make them behold the day when they shall come before us. But the offenders this day are in a manifest error. Warn them of the day of sign when the decree shall be accomplished, while they are sunk in heedlessness and while they believe not. Verily, we will inherit the earth and all who are upon it. To us shall they be brought back. Make mention also in the book of Abraham, for he was a man of truth, a prophet. 18. When he said to his father, O my father, why dost thou worship that which neither seeth nor heareth, nor profiteth thee aught? O my father, verily now hath knowledge come to me which hath not come to thee. Follow me therefore, I will guide thee into an even path. O my father, worship not Satan, for Satan is a rebel against the God of mercy. O my father, indeed I fear lest a chastisement from the God of mercy light upon thee, and thou become Satan's vassal. He said, Castest thou off my gods, O Abraham? If thou forbear not, I will surely stone thee. Begone from me for a length of time. He said, Peace be on thee. I will pray my Lord for thy forgiveness, for he is gracious to me, but I will separate myself from you and the gods ye call on beside God, and on my Lord will I call. Haply, my prayers to my Lord will not be with ill success. And when he had separated himself from them and that which they worshipped beside God, we bestowed on him Isaac and Jacob, and each of them we made a prophet, and we bestowed gifts on them in our mercy, and gave them the lofty tongue of truth. 19. And commemorate Moses in the book, for he was a man of purity, moreover he was an apostle, a prophet. From the right side of the mountain we called to him, and caused him to draw nigh to us for secret converse, and we bestowed on him in our mercy his brother Aaron, a prophet. And commemorate Ismael in the book, for he was true to his promise, and was an apostle, a prophet, and he enjoined prayer and almsgiving on his people, and was well-pleasing to his Lord. And commemorate Edris 20 in the book, for he was a man of truth, a prophet, and we uplifted him to a place on high. 21. These are they among the prophets of the posterity of Adam, and among those whom we bear with Noah, and among the posterity of Abraham and Israel, and among those whom we have guided and chosen, to whom God hath showed favor. When the signs of the God of mercy were rehearsed to them, they bowed them down worshipping and weeping. But others have come in their place after them, they have made an end of prayer, and have gone after their own lusts, and in the end they shall meet with evil save those who turn and believe and do that which is right. These shall enter the garden, and in naught shall they be wronged, the garden of Eden, which the God of mercy hath promised to his servants, though yet unseen. 22 For his promise shall come to pass, no vain discourse shall they hear therein, but only peace, and their food shall be given them at morn and even. This is the paradise which we will make the heritage of those our servants who fear us. We 23 Come not down from heaven but by thy Lord's command. His whatever is before us and whatever is behind us and whatever is between the two. And thy Lord is not forgetful, Lord of the heavens and of the earth, and of all that is between them. Worship him, then, and abide thou steadfast in his worship. Knowest thou any other of the same name? 24 Man saith, What? After I am dead, shall I in the end be brought forth alive? Doth not man bear in mind that we made him at first, when he was naught? And I swear by thy Lord, we will surely gather together them and the Satans, then will we set them on their knees round hell, then will we take forth from each band those of them who have been stoutest in rebellion against the God of mercy, then shall we know right well to whom its burning is most due. No one is there of you who shall not go down unto it. 25 This is a settled decree with thy Lord, then will we deliver those who had the fear of God, and the wicked will we leave in it on their knees. And when our clear signs are rehearsed to them, the infidels say to those who believe, which of the two parties 26 is in the best plight? And which is the most goodly company? But how many generations have we brought to ruin before them, who surpassed them in riches and in splendor? Say, as to those who are in error, the God of mercy will lengthen out to them a length of days until they see that with which they are threatened, whether it be some present chastisement, or whether it be the hour, and they shall then know which is in the worse state, and which the more weak in forces, but God will increase the guidance of the already guided. And good works which abide, are in thy Lord's sight better, in respect of guerdon, and better in the issue than all worldly good. Hast thou marked him who believeth not in our signs, and saith, I shall surely have riches and children bestowed upon me? Hath he mounted up into the secrets of God? Hath he made a compact with the God of mercy? No. We will certainly write down what he saith, and will lengthen the length of his chastisement, and we will inherit what he spake of, and he shall come before us all alone. They have taken other gods beside God to be their help. 27 But it shall not be. Those gods will disavow their worship and will become their enemies. Seest thou not that we send the Satans against the infidels to urge them into sin? Wherefore be not thou in haste with them. 28 For a small number of days do we number to them. One day we will gather the God-fearing before the God of mercy with honors due. 29 But the sinners will we drive unto hell, like flocks driven to the watering. None shall have power to intercede, save he who hath received permission at the hands of the God of mercy. They say, the God of mercy hath gotten offspring. Now have ye done a monstrous thing. Almost might the very heavens be rent thereat, and the earth cleave asunder, and the mountains fall down in fragments, that they ascribe a son to the God of mercy, when it beseemeth not the God of mercy to beget a son. Verily there is none in the heavens and in the earth but shall approach the God of mercy as a servant. He hath taken note of them, and numbered them with exact numbering, and each of them shall come to him, on the day of resurrection, singly, but love will the God of mercy vouchsafe to those who believe and do the things that be right. Verily we have made this Qur'an easy and in thine own tongue, that thou mayest announce glad tidings by it to the God-fearing, and that thou mayest warn the contentious by it. How many generations have we destroyed before them? Canst thou search out one of them? Or canst thou hear a whisper from them? Underscore 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 1 comp. The first 37 verses of this surah with surah 3. 35 to 57 with reference to the different style adopted by Muhammad in the later surahs, probably for the purpose of avoiding the imputation of his being merely a poet, a sorcerer, or person possessed. Surah Li 29, 30, XXI. 5, LXVII. 2, 51. This surah is one of the fullest and earliest Quranic gospel histories and was recited to the Nagash or king of Ethiopia in the presence of the ambassadors of the Quraysh. His 220, Kosan, I. 392, Sprenger, Life of M, page 193. 2 see Surah LXVII. I. page 32. Goal is conjectured that these letters represent co-ayahs, thus he counseled, and that they were added by some Jewish scribe. Sprenger, Journ. of as. Society of Bengal, XX. 280 arranges them as Ain, Sad, Kaf, Ha, Ya, and supposes them to be taken from the Arabic words for Isa, Jesus of the Nazarenes, King of the Jews. But we can hardly imagine that Muhammad would ascribe such a title to our Lord, and the word which Dr. Sprenger uses for Jews is not the form peculiar to the Quran. 3. Lest they should desert the worship of the God of Israel. 4. Yahya. It may be true that the name in this form had never been given. Otherwise, we have in this passage a misunderstanding of Luke āyah 61, as well as ignorance of the Jewish scriptures. Comp. 2 Kings XXV. 23, 1 Chron. 3. 16, Ezra 8. 12, Jerem. XL. 8. Some commentators try to avoid the difficulty by rendering Sami Yang deserving of the name. 5. Or, with firm resolve. See Surah XCVIA 3. 36. The speaker is God. 6. To an eastern chamber in the temple to pray. Or it may mean, to some place eastward from Jerusalem, or from the house of her parents. 7. Thus the Protev. Jack. C. 12 says that Mary, although at a later period, Greek text, but while she laid aside her veil. 8. Gabriel. 9. See Surah LXXX 6. 9. 10. It is quite clear from this passage, and from verse 36, that Muhammad believed Jesus to have been conceived by an act of the divine will. Comp. Surah XCVIA 3. 52. See also note at Surah XCI 2. 81, 11 or, the throes urged her to the trunk of, etc. 12. This was either the infant which spoke as soon as born, or Gabriel. Comp. Thelo Cod. APOC 136 to 139 on this passage. Baidawi explains, from behind the palm tree. 13. See Thelo Cod. APOCN T, page 138, and the Hist National March C. 20, which connects similar incidents with the flight into Egypt. Thus also Latona, Greek text, call. H in Apol. And a Greek text, H in Dilam. 14. Or, settle, calm thine eye, refresh thine eye. The birth of a son is still called Corridol Ain. 15. The anachronism is probably only apparent. See Surah 3. 1. And Muhammad may have supposed that this Aaron, or Harun, was the son of Imran and Anna. Or, if Aaron the brother of Moses be meant, Mary may be called his sister, either because she was of the Levitical race, or by way of comparison. 16. See Surah CXCV v. 109. 17. From the change in the rhyme, and from the more polemical tone of the following 5 verses, it may be inferred that they were added at a somewhat later period. 18. The title Nabi, prophet, is used of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, as depositories of the worship of the one true God, but with a mission restricted to their own families, whereas Hud, Saleh, Shoaib, etc. are designated as Risol, apostles and envoys, charged with a more extended mission to the tribes of Arabia. In Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad, etc., are united the office and gift both of prophet, Nabi, and apostle, Risol. 19. Made them to be highly praised. Baid. 20. Enoch. Baidawi derives the name Edris from the Adaisa, to search out, with reference to his knowledge of divine mysteries. The Heb Enoch, in like manner, means initiated. 21. Comp. General v. 24, and the tract Derek Errors in Mindra. Jalkut, c. 42, where Enoch is reckoned among the 9 according to other Talmudists. 13. Schroeder's Tam. Und Rab. Judentham, individuals who were exempted from death and taken straight to paradise. It should be observed that both here and Surah XXI. 85, Edris is named after Ismail. 22. Marachi and Baidawi in absented. Sale, as an object of faith. Baidawi ad F in reward for their secret faith. Ullman für die Verborgene Zukunft. 23. This verse is to be understood as an answer on the part of Gabriel to Muhammad's complaints of the long intervals between the revelations. 24. The idolaters called their deities gods, but as polytheists were unused to the singular Allah, God. 25. Even the pious on their way to paradise are to pass the confines of hell. 26. The Quraysh, or the Muslims. 27. Or, glory, strength. 28. To call down judgments upon them. 29. As ambassadors come into the presence of a prince. Sale. This is implied in the original. Surah XXVII. Sad, LIX. Mecca. -88 verses in the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful sad. One by the Quran full of warning. In sooth the infidels are absorbed in pride, in contention with thee. How many generations have we destroyed before them? And they cried for mercy, but no time was it of escape. And they marvel that a warner from among themselves hath come to them, and the infidels say, This is a sorcerer, a liar, maketh he the gods to be but one God. A strange thing forsooth is this. And their chiefs took themselves off. Go, said they, and cleave steadfastly to your gods. Ye see the thing aimed at. We heard not of this in the previous creed. 3 It is but an imposture, to him alone of us all hath a book of warning been sent down. Yes. They are in doubt as to my warnings, for they have not yet tasted my vengeance. Are the treasures of the mercy of thy Lord, the mighty, the bounteous, in their hands? Is the kingdom of the heavens and of the earth and of all that is between them theirs? Then let them mount up by cords. Any army of the Confederates four shall here be routed. Before them the people of Noah and Ad and Pharaoh the Impaler 5 treated their prophets as impostors, and Themaud, and the people of Lot, and the dwellers in the forest, these were the Confederates. Nor did they all but charge the apostles with falsehood, just, therefore, the retribution. And these Meccans await but one single trumpet blast, there shall be no delaying it, yet they dare to say, O our Lord, hasten our lot to us, before the day of reckoning. Put thou up with what they say, and remember our servant David, a man strong of hand. 6 One who turned him to us in penitence, we constrained the mountains 7 to join with him in lords at even and at sunrise, and the birds which flocked to him, and would all return to him oft, and we stablished his kingdom, and wisdom, and skill to pronounce clear decisions, did we bestow on him. Hath the story of the 2 pleaders 8 reached thee, O Muhammad, when they mounted the walls of his closet? When they entered in upon David, and he was frightened at them, they said, Be not afraid, we are 2 opposing parties, one of us hath wronged the other. Judge therefore with truth between us, and be not unjust, but guide us to the right way. Now this my brother had 99 ewes, and I had but a single ewe, and he said, Make me her keeper. And he overpersuaded me in the dispute. He said, Certainly he hath wronged thee in asking for thine ewe to add her to his own ewes, and truly many associates do one another wrong except those who believe and do the things that are right, and few indeed are they. And David perceived that we had tried him, so he asked pardon of his Lord, and fell down and bowed himself and repented. So we forgave him that his sin, and truly he shall have a high rank with us and an excellent retreat in paradise. O David! Verily we have made thee our vicegerent upon earth. Judge therefore between men with truth, and follow not thy passions, lest they cause thee to err from the way of God. For they who err from the way of God shall meet with a grievous chastisement, for that they have forgotten the day of reckoning. We have not created the heaven and the earth and what is between them for naught. That is the thought of infidels, but woe to the infidels because of the fire. Shall we treat those who believe and do the things that are right like those who propagate evil on earth? Shall we treat the God-fearing like the impious? A blessed book 9 have we sent down to thee, that men may meditate its verses, and that those endued with understanding may bear it in mind. And Solomon gave we unto David an excellent servant, for he loved to turn him Godward. Remember when at eventide the prancing 10 chargers were displayed before him, and he said, Truly I have loved the love of earthly goods above the remembrance of my Lord, till the sun hath been hidden by the veil of darkness. 11 Bring them back to me. And he began to sever the legs and necks. We also made trial of Solomon, and placed a phantom 12 on his throne, whereupon he returned to us in penitence. He said, O my Lord, pardon me, and give me a dominion that may not be to any one beside me, for thou art the liberal giver. So we subjected the wind to him, it ran softly at his bidding, whithersoever he directed it, and the Satans every builder and diver, and others bound in chains. 13 This, said we, is our gift, be bounteous then, or withhold thy favours, no account shalt thou render. And his rank also is high with us, and an excellent retreat. And remember our servant Job when he cried to his Lord, Verily, Satan hath laid on me disease and pain. Stamp, said we, with thy foot. This 14 is to wash with, cool, and to drink. And we gave him back his family, and as many more with them in our mercy, and for a monition to men of judgment. And we said, Take in thine hand a rod, and strike 15 with it, nor break thine oath. Verily, we found him patient. How excellent a servant, one who turned to us was he. And remember our servants Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, men of might and vision. 16 With this cleansing did we cleanse them the remembrance of the abode of paradise. And verily, they were, in our sight, of the elect and of the good. And remember Ishmael and Elisha and Dalcaphil, for all these were of the just. This is a monition, and verily, the pious shall have a goodly retreat, gardens of Eden, whose portals shall stand open to them, therein reclining, they shall there call for many a fruit and drink, and with them shall be virgins of their own age, with modest retiring glances. This is what you were promised at the day of reckoning. Yes. This is our provision, it shall never fail. Even so. But for the evildoers is a wretched home, hell wherein they shall be burned, how wretched a bed. Even so. Let them then taste it boiling water and gore, and other things of kindred sort. To their leaders it shall be said, this company shall be thrown in headlong with you. No greeting shall await them, for they shall be burned in the fire. They shall say, but ye, too. There shall be no welcome for you. It was ye who prepared this for us, and wretched is the abode. They will say, O our Lord. Increase twofold in the fire the punishment of him who hath brought this upon us. And they will say, why see we not the men whom we numbered among the wicked, whom we used to treat with scorn? Have they escaped our eyes? 17 Verily this is truth, the wrangling together of the people of the fire. Say, I am but a warner, and there is no God but God the One, the Almighty. Lord of the heavens and of the earth, and of all that is between them. 18 The potent, the forgiving. Say, this is a weighty message. 19 From which ye turn aside. Yet had I no knowledge of what passed among the celestial chiefs when they disputed. 20 Verily, it hath been revealed to me only because I am a public preacher, when thy Lord said to the angels, I am about to make man of clay. 21 And when I have formed him and breathed my spirit into him, then worshipping fall down before him. And the angels prostrated themselves, all of them with one accord, save Iblis. He swelled with pride, and became an unbeliever. O Iblis, said God, what hindereth thee from prostrating thyself before him whom my hands have made? Is it that thou art puffed up with pride? Or art thou a being of lofty merit? He said, I am more excellent than he. Me hast thou created of fire. 22 Of clay hast thou created him. He said, Begone then hence, thou art accursed. 23 And lo, my ban shall be on thee till the day of the reckoning. He said, O my Lord, respite me till the day of resurrection. He said, One then of the respited shalt thou be, till the day of the time appointed. He said, I swear by thy might then that all of them will I seduce, save thy sincere servants among them. He said, It is truth, and the truth I speak. From thee will I surely fill hell, and with such of them as shall follow thee, one and all. Say, I ask no wage of you for this, nor am I one who intermeddleth. Of a truth the Qur'an is no other than a warning to all creatures. And after a time shall ye surely know its message. Underscore 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 1 The letter S. See surah al-Qadr. Page 32. 2 These verses are said to have been revealed when, upon the conversion of Omar, the Quraysh went in a body to Abu Talib and requested him to withdraw his protection from Muhammad, but being put to silence by the latter, departed in great confusion. Wa. Bade. 3 That is, in the Christian religion, which teaches, Muhammad ironically implies, a plurality of gods. For this may allude to the so-called confederacy of the Quraysh against Muhammad. 5 This term is also applied to Pharaoh, surah al-Qadr. 9 Page 54. He is said to have fastened the Israelites to stakes and then subjected them to various torments. Addenda, this is the usual interpretation. Lit. Lord of, or possessor of stakes, compli 39 in our, i.e., forces. Dr. Sprenger ingeniously suggests that Muhammad's Jewish informant may have described Pharaoh as rich in nesab, i.e., fortresses, whereas in our nasab means an erection, pillar, etc., for which Muhammad substituted the word for tent stakes. Volume 1, 470. 6 Predidi, Manibus, Virtute. March 7 Comp. P.S. CXLVI. 9, 10. 2 angels who pretended to appeal to David in order to convince him of his sin in the matter of Uriah's wife. Comp. Isam 12. 9 The Psalms, if we suppose with Noldik, page 99, that David is still addressed, the Quran, if with Sale we refer the passage to Muhammad. 10. The commentators say that the word used in the original implies that the mares stood on 3 feet and touched the ground with the edge of the 4th foot. 11. Solomon, in his admiration of these horses, the result, we are told, of David's or his own conquests, forgot the hour of evening prayer, and when aware of his fault commenced their slaughter. The Tr. Sanhedrin. Fol 21 mentions Solomon's love for horses and that he determined to have a large stud, yet not to send the people to Egypt, Deut 17. 16, but to have them brought to him out of Egypt, 1 Kings X 28. 12. 1 of the Jinn. The absurd fiction may be seen in extenso in sale. Compare Tr. Sanhedrin. Fol 20, B and Midra. Jalkut on 1 Kings 6. Section 182. 13. Thus the second Targum on Esther 2 mentions the 4 different kinds of demons which were given into the hand of Solomon, a legend derived from a misunderstanding of Eccl. 2. 8. 14. The fountain which had sprung up. To this history the Talmudists have no allusion. 15. The wife, on whom he had sworn that he would inflict 100 blows because she had absented herself from him when in need of her assistance or for her words, Job 2. 9. The oath was kept, we are told, by his giving her 1 blow with a rod of 100 stalks. This passage is often quoted by the Muslims as authorizing any similar manner of release from an oath inconsiderately taken. 16. Lit. Men of hand and of sight. 17. Lit. Or do our eyes wander from them? 18. See verses 9, 26 above. It seems to have been one of the peculiarities of Muhammad, as a person very deficient in imagination, to dwell upon and repeat the same ideas with an intensity which is at once an evidence of deep personal conviction and consciousness of the simple Arabian especially. 19. The connection between the concluding episode and the preceding part of the surah does not seem very clear. It probably originated at a different but uncertain period. 20. About the creation of man. 21. Comp. Surah XCI 2. 28. FF 22 Comp. PS. Civilian 4. 23. Lit. Stoned. See Surah 15. 34, page 114. Surah XXVI. YA. Sin LX. Mecca. -83 verses in the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful YA. Sin. 1 by the wise Qur'an. Surely of the sent ones, thou, upon a right path. A revelation of the mighty, the merciful, that thou shouldest warn a people whose fathers were not warned and therefore lived in heedlessness. Just, now, is our sentence too against most of them, therefore they shall not believe. On their necks have we placed chains which reach the chin, and forced up are their heads, before them have we set a barrier, and behind them a barrier, and we have shrouded them in a veil, so that they shall not see. Alike is it to them if thou warn them or warn them not, they will not believe. Him only shalt thou really warn, who followeth the monition and feareth the God of mercy in secret, him cheer with tidings of pardon and of a noble recompense. Verily, it is we who will quicken the dead, and write down the works which they have sent on before them, and the traces which they shall have left behind them, and everything have we set down in the clear book of our decrees. 3. Set forth to them the instance of the people of the city 4 when the sent ones came to it. When we sent 2 unto them and they charged them both with imposture, therefore with a 3rd we strengthened them, and they said, Verily we are the sent unto you of God. They said, Ye are only men like us, nor doth the God of mercy sent down. Ye do nothing but lie. They said, Our Lord knoweth that we are surely sent unto you, to proclaim a clear message is our only duty. They said, Of a truth we augur ill from you. 5. If ye desist not we will surely stone you, and a grievous punishment will surely befall you from us. They said, Your augury of ill is with yourselves. Will ye be warned? 6. Nay, ye are an erring people. Then from the end of the city a man came running. 7. He said, O my people, follow the sent ones, follow those who ask not of you a recompense, and who are rightly guided. And why should I not worship him who made me, and to whom ye shall be brought back? Shall I take gods beside him? If the God of mercy be pleased to afflict me, their intercession will not avert from me aught, nor will they deliver, truly then should I be in a manifest error. Verily, in your Lord have I believed, therefore hear me. 8. It was said to him, Enter thou into paradise, and he said, O that my people knew how gracious God hath been to me, and that he hath made me one of his honoured ones. But no army sent we down out of heaven after his death, nor were we then sending down our angels, there was but one shout from Gabriel, and lo, they were extinct. Oh, the misery that rests upon my servants. No apostle cometh to them, but they laugh him to scorn. See they not how many generations we have destroyed before them? Not to false gods is it that they shall be brought nigh back, but all, gathered together, shall be set before us. Moreover, the dead earth is a sign to them, we quicken it and bring forth the grain from it, and they eat thereof, and we make in it gardens of the date and vine, and we cause springs to gush forth in it, that they may eat of its fruits and of the labor of their hands. Will they not therefore be thankful? Glory be to him, who hath created all the sexual pairs of such things as earth produceth, 10 and of mankind themselves, and of things beyond their ken. A sign to them also is the night. We withdraw the day from it, and lo, they are plunged in darkness, and the sun hasteneth to her place of rest. This, the ordinance of the mighty, the knowing. And as for the moon, we have decreed stations for it, till it change like an old and crooked palm branch. To the sun it is not given to overtake the moon, nor doth the night outstrip the day, but each in its own sphere doth journey on. It is also a sign to them that we bear their posterity in the full laden ark, and that we have made for them vessels like it on which they embark, and if we please, we drown them, and there is none to help them, and they are not rescued, unless through our mercy, and that they may enjoy themselves for yet a while. And when it is said to them, fear what is before you and what is behind you, 11 that ye may obtain mercy. Not one sign from among the signs of their Lord dost thou bring them, but they turn away from it. And when it is said to them, give alms of what God hath bestowed on you, 12 they who believe not say to the believers, shall we feed him whom God can feed if he will? Truly ye are in no other than a plain error. And they say, when will this promise be fulfilled, if what ye say be true? They await but a single blast, as they are wrangling shall it assail them, and not a bequest shall they be able to make, nor to their families shall they return. And the trumpet shall be blown, and, lo, they shall speed out of their sepulchres to their Lord, they shall say, Oh, woe to us! Who hath roused us from our sleeping place? 'Tis what the God of mercy promised, and the apostles spake the truth. But one blast shall there be, 13, and, lo, they shall be assembled before us, all together. And on that day shall no soul be wronged in the least, neither shall ye be rewarded but as ye shall have wrought. But joyous on that day shall be the inmates of paradise, in their employ, in shades, on bridal couches reclining, they and their spouses, therein shall they have fruits, and shall have whatever they require, peace shall be the word on the part of a merciful Lord. But be ye separated this day, O ye sinners. Did I not enjoin on you, O sons of Adam, worship not Satan, for that he is your declared foe, but worship me, this is a right path. But now hath he led a vast host of you astray. Did ye not then comprehend? This is hell with which ye were threatened, endure its heat this day, for that ye believed not. On that day will we set a seal upon their mouths, yet shall their hands speak unto us, and their feet 14 shall bear witness of that which they shall have done. And, if we pleased, we would surely put out their eyes, yet even then would they speed on with rivalry in their path, but how should they see? And, if we pleased, we would surely transform them as they stand, 15, and they would not be able to move onward, or to return. Him cause we to stoop through age whose days we lengthen. Will they not understand? We have not taught him, Muhammad, poetry, 16, nor would it beseem him. This book is no other than a warning and a clear Qur'an, to warn whoever liveth, and, that against the infidels sentence may be justly given. See they not that we have created for them among the things which our hands have wrought, the animals of which they are masters? And that we have subjected them unto them. And on some they ride, and of others they eat, and they find in them profitable uses and beverages, yet have they taken other gods beside God that they might be helpful to them. No power have they to succor them, yet are their votaries an army at their service. Let not their speech grieve thee, we know what they hide and what they bring to light. Doth not man perceive that we have created him of the moist germs of life? Yet lo, is he an open caviller? And he meeteth us with arguments, 17, and forgetteth his creation, who, saith he, shall give life to bones when they are rotten. Say, he shall give life to them who gave them being at first, for in all creation is he skilled, who even out of the green tree hath given you fire, 18, and lo, ye kindle flame from it. What? Must not he who hath created the heavens and the earth be mighty enough to create your likes? Yes. And he is the skillful creator. His command when he willeth aught, is but to say to it, Be ye, and it is. So glory be to him in whose hand is sway over all things. And to him shall ye be brought back. underscore 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 1. This surah is said to have been termed by Muhammad the heart of the Quran. It is recited in all Mohammedan countries to the dying, at the tombs of saints, etc. On YA. Sin, see Surah LXVII. Page 32. 2 Surah XXVII. 85, page 129. 3 Lit. In the clear prototype, that is, in the preserved table on which all the actions of mankind are written down. 4 Antioch, to which Jesus is said to have sent 2 disciples to preach the unity of God, and subsequently Simon Peter. This vague story, and that of the 7 sleepers in Surah 18, are the only traces to be found in the Quran of any knowledge, on the part of Muhammad, of the history of the Church subsequent to the day of Pentecost, or of the spread of the Christian religion. 5 Comp. Surah XXVII. 48, 7. 128, where, as in this passage, the word augur refers to the mode of divination practiced previous to Islam, by the flight of birds. 6 Lit. If ye have been warned, will ye still disbelieve? 7 Habib, the carpenter, who, as implied at verse 25, was martyred, and whose tomb at Antioch is still an object of veneration to the Mohammedans. 8 Ulm. Following wall renders als sie die Stadland darauf ehn shandlich behandelten. The verb in the original is thus used in the 4th conjunction. Noldig supposes that words to this effect have been lost from the text. But of this there is no trace in the commentators. 9 Or, the apostles shall not return to them again. Ulm. 10 For instance, date trees, the female blossoms of which were carefully impregnated, when requisite, by branches of the male plant. See Freight. Einl. Page 271. 11 The chastisements of this world and of the next. 12 On account of this precept, ITQ. 35 And Omar b. Muhammad supposed the verse to have originated at Medina. 13 The Mohammedans affirm that a space of 40 years will intervene between 2 blasts of the trumpet. Marachi suggests that the idea of the 2 blasts is derived from 1 Thess 4. 16 The voice of the archangel and the trump of God. 14 Thus Chajiga, 16, Tanit, 11. The very members of a man bear witness against him, for thus is it written is. Exli 12 Ye yourselves are my witnesses, saith the Lord. See also Surah LXXI. XLI 19, 20. 15 Lit. In their place. 16 See Surah XXVI. 225, page 3. 17 Lit. He setteth forth to us comparisons. 18 The form of the Arabic word is Rabbinic Hebrew. Surah Exli. Ornaments of gold LXI. Mecca. -89 verses. In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful Ha. Mim 1 By the luminous book. We have made it an Arabic Quran that ye may understand, and it is a transcript of the archetypal book, 2 kept by us. It is lofty, filled with wisdom. Shall we then turn aside this warning from you because ye are a people who transgress? Yet how many prophets sent we among those of old? But no prophet came to them whom they made not the object of their scorn, wherefore we destroyed nations mightier than these Meccans in strength, and the example of those of old hath gone before. And if thou ask them who created the heavens and the earth, they will say, the mighty, the sage, created them both, who hath made the earth as a couch for you, and hath traced out roots therein for your guidance, and who sendeth down out of heaven the rain in due degree, by which we quicken a dead land, thus shall ye be brought forth from the grave, and who hath created the sexual couples, all of them, and hath made for you the ships and beasts whereon ye ride, that ye may sit balanced on their backs, and remember the goodness of your Lord as ye sit so evenly thereon, and say, Glory to him who hath subjected these to us. We could not have attained to it of ourselves, and truly unto our Lord shall we return. Yet do they assign to him some of his own servants for offspring. Verily man is an open ingrate. Hath God adopted daughters from among those whom he hath created, and chosen sons for you? But when that 3 is announced to any one of them, which he affirmeth to be the case with the God of mercy, for his face settleth into darkness and he is silent sad. What? Make their being to be the offspring of God who is brought up among trinkets, and is ever contentious without reason. And they make the angels who are the servants of God of mercy, females. What? Did they witness their creation? their witness shall be taken down, and they shall hereafter be inquired at. And they say, had the God of mercy so willed it, we should never have worshipped them. No knowledge have they in this, they only lie. Have we ere this given them a book, 5, and do they possess it still? But say they, verily we found our fathers of that persuasion, and verily, by their footsteps do we guide ourselves. And thus never before thy time did we send a warner to any city, but its wealthy ones said, verily we found our fathers with a religion, and in their tracks we tread. Say, such was our command to that apostle. What? Even if I bring you a religion more right than that ye found your fathers following. And they said, verily we believe not in your message. Wherefore we took vengeance on them, and behold what hath been the end of those who treated our messengers as liars. And bear in mind when Abraham said to his father and to his people, verily I am clear of what ye worship, save him who hath created me, for he will vouchsafe me guidance. And this he established as a doctrine that should abide among his posterity, that to God might they be turned. In sooth to these idolatrous Arabians and to their fathers did I allow their full enjoyments, till the truth should come to them, and an undoubted apostle, but now that the truth hath come to them, they say, 'tis sorcery, and we believe it not. And they say, had but this Qur'an been sent down to some great one of the 2 cities. 6. Are they then the distributors of thy Lord's mercy? 7. It is we who distribute their subsistence among them in this world's life, and we raise some of them by grades above others, that the one may take the other to serve him, but better is the mercy of thy Lord than all their hordes. But for fear that all mankind would have become a single people of unbelievers, verily we would certainly have given to those who believe not in the God of mercy roofs of silver to their houses, and silver stairs to ascend by, and doors of silver to their houses, and couches of silver to recline on, and ornaments of gold, for all these are merely the good things of the present life, but the next life doth thy Lord reserve for those who fear him. And whoso shall withdraw from the warning of the God of mercy, we will chain a Satan to him, and he shall be his fast companion, for the Satans will turn men aside from the way, who yet shall deem themselves rightly guided, until when man shall come before us, he shall say, O Satan, would that between me and thee were the distance of the east and west. 8. And a wretched companion is a Satan. But it shall not avail you on that day, because ye were unjust, partners shall ye be in the torment. What? Canst thou then make the deaf to hear, or guide the blind and him who is in palpable error? Whether therefore we take thee off by death, surely will we avenge ourselves on them, or whether we make thee a witness of the accomplishment of that with which we threatened them, we will surely gain the mastery over them. 9. Hold thou fast therefore what hath been revealed to thee, for thou art on a right path, for truly to thee and to thy people it is an admonition, and ye shall have an account to render for it at last. 10. And ask our sent ones whom we have sent before thee, appointed we gods beside the God of mercy whom they should worship. 11. Of old sent we Moses with our signs to Pharaoh and his nobles, and he said, I truly am the apostle of the Lord of the worlds. And when he presented himself before them with our signs, lo, they laughed at them, though we showed them no sign that was not greater than its fellow. 12. And therefore did we lay hold on them with chastisement, to the intent that they might be turned to God. Then they said, O magician, call on thy Lord on our behalf to do as he hath engaged with thee, for truly we would fain be guided. But when we relieved them from the chastisement, lo, they broke their pledge. And Pharaoh made proclamation among his people. Said he, O my people, is not the kingdom of Egypt mine, and these rivers which flow at my feet? 13. Do ye not behold? Am I not mightier than this despicable fellow, and who scarce can speak distinctly? Have bracelets of gold 14 then been put upon him, or come there with him a train of angels? And he inspired his people with levity, and they obeyed him, for they were a perverse people, and when they had angered us, we took vengeance on them, and we drowned them all. And we made them a precedent and instance of divine judgments to those who came after them. And when the son of Mary was set forth as an instance of divine power, lo, thy people cried out for joy thereat, and they said, Are our gods or is he the better? 15. They put this forth to thee only in the spirit of dispute. Yea, they are a contentious people. Jesus is no more than a servant whom we favored, and proposed as an instance of divine power to the children of Israel. And if we pleased, we could from yourselves bring forth angels to succeed you on earth. 16. And he shall be a sign of the last hour. 17. Doubt not then of it, and follow ye me, this is the right way, and let not Satan turn you aside from it, for he is your manifest foe. And when Jesus came with manifest proofs, he said, Now am I come to you with wisdom, and a part of those things about which ye are at variance I will clear up to you. Fear ye God therefore, and obey me. Verily, God is my Lord and your Lord, wherefore worship ye him, this is a right way. But the different parties 18 fell into disputes among themselves, but woe to those who thus transgressed, because of the punishment of an afflictive day. For what wait they but for the hour to come suddenly on them, while they expect it not? Friends on that day shall become foes to one another, except the God-fearing, O my servants. On this day shall no fear come upon you, neither shall ye be put to grief, who have believed in our signs and become Muslims. Enter ye and your wives into paradise, delighted. Dishes and bowls of gold shall go round unto them, there shall they enjoy whatever their souls desire, and whatever their eyes delight in, and therein shall ye abide for ever. This is paradise, which ye have received as your heritage in recompense for your works, therein shall ye have fruits in abundance, of which ye shall eat. But in the torment of hell shall the wicked remain for ever, it shall not be mitigated to them, and they shall be mute for despair therein, for it is not we who have treated them unjustly, but it was they who were unjust to themselves. And they shall cry, O Malik, 19 Would that thy Lord would make an end of us. He saith, Here must you remain. We have come to you with the truth, O Meccans, but most of you abhor the truth. Have they drawn tight their toils for thee? 20 We too will tighten ours. Think they that we hear not their secrets and their private talk? Yes, and our angels who are at their sides write them down. Say, if the God of mercy had a son, the first would I be to worship him, but far be the Lord of the heavens and of the earth, the Lord of the throne, from that which they impute to him. Wherefore let them alone, to plunge on and sport, until they meet the day with which they are menaced. He who is God in the heavens is God in earth also, and he is the wise, the knowing. And blessed be he whose is the kingdom of the heavens and of the earth and of all that is between them, for with him is the knowledge of the hour, and to him shall ye be brought back. The gods whom they call upon beside him shall not be able to intercede for others, they only shall be able who bore witness to the truth, and 21 Knew it. If thou ask them who hath created them, they will be sure to say, God. How then hold they false opinions? And 122 saith, O Lord. Verily these are people who believe not. Turn thou then from them, and say, Peace, in the end they shall know their folly. Underscore 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 1 See Surah al-Qadr. Page 32. 2 Lit. It is in the mother of the book, i.e. the original of the Qur'an, preserved before God. 3 That is, of the birth of a female. 4 Lit. Which he imputeth to the God of mercy, as his likeness. 5 To authorize angel worship. 6 Supply, Mecca and Taif, we would have received it. 7 Lit. Mercy, i.e. the gift and office of prophecy. 8 Lit. The 2 Easts, by which some understand the distance between the 2 solstices. 9 Comp, Surahs XL. 77, 23. 97, X, 47, XX āyah. 53, XXVII. 179, 13. 42. These passages clearly show that Muhammad had at this period towards the close of his Meccan period full faith in his ultimate success and in the fulfillment of his menaces against the unbelievers. 10 Lit. Ye shall be examined in the end. 11 This verse is said, see Nold. Page 100 and to have been revealed in the temple at Jerusalem on the occasion of the night journey thither. See also Wiles Muhammad the Prophet, page 374. 12 Lit. Sister. 13 See Surah LXCX, XXVII. 39 and 14 Comp, General XLI. 42, 15 This was a captious objection made to Muhammad by the idolaters of Mecca when he condemned their gods, Surah XXI. 98, as if they had said, Jesus is worshipped as a god by the Christians, does he come under your anathema equally with our idols? We shall be content for our gods to be with him. 16 That is, as we caused Jesus to be born without a human father. 17 At his return to this earth. Some refer this to the Quran as revealing the last hour. Lit. He or it is for knowledge of the hour. 18 Jewish and Christian sects. 19 Malik is one of the keepers of hell, who specially presides over the torments of the damned. 20 Lit. If they have twisted tight or set firmly the affair, i.e. their plots against thee and the truth. 21 Or, and they, the infidels. The commentators say that Jesus, Ezra, and the angels will be allowed to intercede. 22 Muhammad. Surah LXXI. Jinn LXII. Mecca. -28 verses. In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, say, it hath been revealed to me that a company of jinn one listened and said, Verily, we have heard a marvelous discourse, Qur'an, it guideth to the truth, wherefore we believed in it, and we will not henceforth join any being with our Lord, and he, may the majesty of our Lord be exalted, hath taken no spouse, neither hath he any offspring. But the foolish among us hath spoken of God that which is unjust, and we verily thought that no one amongst men or jinn would have uttered a lie against God. There are indeed people among men, who have sought for refuge unto people among jinn, but they only increased their folly, and they thought, as ye think, that God would not raise any from the dead. And the heavens did we essay, but found them filled with a mighty garrison, and with flaming darts, and we sat on some of the seats to listen, but whoever listeneth findeth an ambush ready for him of flaming darts. And truly we know not whether evil be meant for them that are on earth, or whether their Lord meaneth guidance for them. And there are among us good, and others among us of another kind, we are of various sorts, and verily we thought that no one could weaken God on earth, neither could we escape from him by flight, wherefore as soon as we had heard the guidance we believed in it, and whoever believeth in his Lord need not fear either loss or wrong. There are some among us who have resigned themselves to God, the Muslims, and there are others of us who have gone astray. And whoso resigneth himself to God pursueth the way of truth, but they who go astray from it shall be fuel for hell. Moreover, if they, the Meccans, keep straight on in that way, we will surely give them to drink of abundant waters, that we may prove them thereby, but whoso withdraweth from the remembrance of his Lord, him will he send into a severe torment. It is unto God that the temples are set apart, call not then on any other therein with God. When the servant of God stood up to call upon him, the jinn almost jostled him by their crowds. Say, I call only upon my Lord, and I join no other being with him. Say, no control have I over what may hurt or benefit you. Say, verily none can protect me against God, neither shall I find any refuge beside him. My sole work is preaching from God and his message, and for such as shall rebel against God and his apostle is the fire of hell. They shall remain therein alway, forever. Until they see their threatened vengeance they will be perverse. But then shall they know which side was the weakest in a protector and the fewest in number. Say, I know not whether that with which ye are threatened be nigh, or whether my Lord hath assigned it to a distant day. He knoweth the secret, nor doth he divulge his secret to any, except to that apostle who pleaseth him, and before him and behind him he maketh a guard to march, that he may know if his apostles have verily delivered the messages of their Lord, and he embraceth in his knowledge all their ways, and taketh count of all that concerneth them. Underscore 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 1. This interview with the jinn took place at Nakhla, probably the Wadi Moram of Burkhardt, midway between Mecca and Ta'if, when Muhammad was driven from Mecca. AD 620. Surah al-Qadr. The Kingdom al-Qadr. Mecca. 30 verses. In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, blessed be he is whose hand is the kingdom. And over all things is he potent, who hath created death and life to prove which of you will be most righteous indeed, and he is the mighty, the forgiving. Who hath created 7 heavens one above another, no defect canst thou see in the creation of the God of mercy. Repeat the gaze, seest thou a single flaw? Then twice more repeat the gaze, thy gaze shall return to thee dulled and weary. Moreover we have decked the lowest heaven with lights, and have placed them there to be hurled at the Satans, for whom we have prepared the torment of the flaming fire. And for those who believe not in their Lord is the torment of hell, and horrid the journey thither. When they shall be thrown into it, they shall hear it braying, and it shall boil, almost shall it burst for fury. So oft as a crowd shall be thrown into it, its keepers shall ask them, came not the warner to you? They shall say, yes. There came to us one charged with warnings, but we treated him as a liar, and said, nothing hath God sent down, ye are in nothing but a vast delusion. And they shall say, had we but hearkened or understood, we had not been among the dwellers in the flames, and their sin shall they acknowledge, but, avaunt, ye dwellers in the flame. But pardon and a great reward for those who fear their Lord in secret. Be your converse hidden or open, he truly knoweth the inmost recess of your breasts. What? Shall he not know who hath created? For he is the subtil, to the cognizant. It is he who hath made the earth level for you, traverse then its broad sides, and eat of what he hath provided. Unto him shall be the resurrection. What? Are ye sure that he who is in heaven will not cleave the earth beneath you? And lo, it shall quake. Or are ye sure that he who is in heaven will not send against you a stone-charged whirlwind? Then shall ye know what my warning meant. And verily, those who flourished before you treated their prophets as liars, and how grievous my wrath. Behold they not the birds over their heads, outstretching and drawing in their wings? None, save the God of mercy, upholdeth them, for he regardeth all things. Who is he that can be as an army to you, to succor you, except the God of mercy? Truly, the infidels are in the merest delusion. Or who is he that will furnish you supplies, if he withhold his supplies? Yet do they persist in pride and in fleeing from him. Is he who goeth along grovelling on his face, better guided than he who goeth upright on a straight path? Say, it is he who hath brought you forth, and gifted you with hearing and sight and heart, yet how few are grateful. Say, it is he who hath sown you in the earth, and to him shall ye be gathered. And they say, when shall this threat be put in force, if ye speak the truth? Say, nay truly, this knowledge is with God alone, and I am only an open warner. But when they shall see it nigh, sad shall wax the countenances of the infidels, and it shall be said, this is what ye have been calling for. Say, what think ye? Whether God destroy me or not, and those who follow me, or whether he have mercy on us, yet who will protect the infidels from a woeful torment? Say, he is the God of mercy, in him do we believe, and in him put we our trust, and ye shall know hereafter who is in a manifest error. Say, what think ye? If at early morn your waters shall have sunk away, who then will give you clear running water? Underscore 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 one. Thus Shakespeare uses the word braying of clamours of hell, and Milton speaks of braying horrible discord. Comp. Surah XXV. 12-21, 2 der als Durchstrint. Ulm. Perspicax. March, sagacious. Sail. The primary meaning of the Arabic root is to draw near, hence the above signification, in the sense of God's presence as interpenetrating all things, hence also the other sense of benign, as in Surah al-Qadr. 18, Surah 23. The believers at el-Exiv. Mecca. 1-118 verses. In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful. Happy now the believers, who humble them in their prayer, and who keep aloof from vain words, 2 and who are doers of alms deeds, and who restrain their appetites, save with their wives, or the slaves whom their right hands possess, for in that case they shall be free from blame, but they whose desires reach further than this are transgressors. And who tend well their trusts and their covenants, and who keep them strictly to their prayers, these shall be the heritors, who shall inherit the paradise, to abide therein forever. Now of fine clay have we created man, then we placed him, a moist germ, 3 in a safe abode, then made with a moist germ a clot of blood, then made the clotted blood into a piece of flesh, then made the piece of flesh into bones, and we clothed the bones with flesh, then brought forth man of yet another make 4, blessed therefore be God, the most excellent of makers 5, then after this ye shall surely die, then shall ye be waked up on the day of resurrection. And we have created over you 7 heavens, 6, and we are not careless of the creation. And we send down water from the heaven in its due degree, and we cause it to settle on the earth, and we have power for its withdrawal, and by it we cause gardens of palm trees and vineyards to spring forth for you, in which ye have plenteous fruits, and whereof ye eat, and the tree that groweth up on Mount Sinai, which yieldeth oil and a juice for those who eat. And there is a lesson for you in the cattle, we give you to drink of what is in their bellies, and many advantages do ye derive from them, and for food they serve you, and on them and on ships are ye borne. We sent Noah heretofore unto his people, and he said, O my people, serve God, ye have no other God than he, will ye not therefore fear him? But the chiefs of the people who believed not said, This is but a man like yourselves, he fain would raise himself above you, but had it pleased God to send, he would have sent angels. We heard not of this with our sires of old, verily he is but a man possessed, leave him alone therefore for a time. He said, O my Lord, help me against their charge of imposture. So we revealed unto him, Make the ark under our eye, and as we have taught, and when our doom shall come on, and the earth's surface shall boil up, 7 carry into it of every kind a pair, and thy family, save him on whom sentence hath already passed, and plead not with me for the wicked, for they shall be drowned. And when thou, and they who shall be with thee, shall go up into the ark, say, Praise be unto God, who hath rescued us from the wicked folk. And say, O my Lord, disembark me with a blessed disembarking, for thou art the best to disembark. Verily in this were signs, and verily we made proof of man. We then raised up other generations after them, and we sent among them an apostle from out themselves, with, Worship ye God. Ye have no other God than He, will ye not therefore fear Him? And the chiefs of his people who believed not, and who deemed a meeting with us in the life to come to be a lie, and whom we had richly supplied in this present life, said, This is but a man like yourselves, he eateth of what ye eat, and he drinketh of what ye drink. And if ye obey a man like yourselves, then ye will surely be undone. What? Doth he foretell you, that after ye shall be dead and become dust and bones, ye shall be brought forth? Away, away with his predictions. There is no life beyond our present life, we die, and we live, and we shall not be quickened again. This is merely a man who forgeth a lie about God, and we will not believe him. He said, O my Lord, help me against this charge of imposture. He said, Yet a little, and they will soon repent them. Then did the shout of the destroying angel in justice surprise them, we made them like leaves swept down by a torrent. Away then with the wicked people. Then raised we up other generations after them, neither too soon, nor too late, shall a people reach its appointed time, then sent we our apostles one after another. After their apostle presented himself to a nation, they treated him as a liar, and we caused one nation to follow another, and we made them the burden of a tale. Away then with the people who believe not. Then sent we Moses and his brother Aaron, with our signs and manifest power, to Pharaoh and his princes, but they behaved them proudly, for they were a haughty people. And they said, Shall we believe on 2 men like ourselves, whose people are our slaves? And they treated them both as impostors, wherefore they became of the destroyed. And we gave Moses the book for Israel's guidance. And we appointed the son of Mary and his mother for a sign, and we prepared an abode for both in a lofty spot, ate quiet, and watered with springs. O ye apostles! Eat of things that are good, and do that which is right, of your doings I am cognizant. And truly this your religion is the one religion, 9 and I am your Lord, therefore fear me. But men have rent their great concern, one among another, into sects, every party rejoicing in that which is their own, wherefore leave them till a certain time, in the depths of error. What? Think they that what we largely bestow on them of wealth and children, we hasten to them for their good? Nay, they have no knowledge. But they who are awed with the dread of their Lord, and who believe in the signs of their Lord, and who join no other gods with their Lord, and who give that which they give with hearts thrilled with dread because they must return unto their Lord, these hasten after good, and are the first to win it. We will not burden a soul beyond its power, and with us is a book, which speaketh the truth, and they shall not be wronged, but as to this book, their hearts are plunged in error, and their works are far other than those of Muslims, and they will work those works, until when we lay hold on their affluent ones with punishment, lo! They cry for help, cry not for help this day, for by us ye shall not be succoured. Long since were my signs rehearsed to you, but ye turned back on your heels, puffed up with pride, discoursing foolishly by night. Do they not then heed the things spoken whether that hath come to them which came not to their fathers of old? Or do they not recognize their apostle and therefore disavow him? Or say they, a jinn is in him? Nay. He hath come to them with the truth, but the truth do most of them abhor. But if the truth had followed in the train of their desires, the heavens and the earth, and all that therein is, had surely come to ruin. But we have brought them their warning, and from their warning they withdraw. Dost thou ask them for remuneration? But remuneration from thy Lord is best, and he is the best provider. And thou indeed biddest them to the right path, but verily they who believe not in the life to come, from that path do surely wander. And if we had taken compassion on them, and relieved them from their trouble, they would have plunged on in their wickedness, wildly wandering. 10 We formerly laid hold on them with chastisement, yet they did not humble them to their Lord, nor did they abase them, until, when we have opened upon them the door of a severe punishment, lo! They are in despair at it. It is he who hath implanted in you hearing, and sight, and heart, how few of you give thanks. It is he who hath caused you to be born on the earth, and unto him shall ye be gathered. And it is he who maketh alive and killeth, and of him is the change of the night and of the day, will ye not understand? But they say, as said those of old, they say, What? When we shall be dead, and have become dust and bones, shall we, indeed, be waked to life? This have we been promised, we and our fathers aforetime, but it is only fables of the ancients. Say, whose is the earth, and all that is therein, if ye know? They will answer, God's. Say, will ye not, then reflect? Say, who is the Lord of the 7 heavens, and the Lord of the glorious throne? They will say, they are God's. Say, will ye not, then, fear him? Say, in whose hand is the empire of all things, who protecteth but is not protected? If ye know, they will answer, in God's. Say, how, then, can ye be so spellbound? Yeah, we have brought them the truth, but they are surely liars. God hath not begotten offspring, neither is there any other God with him, else had each God assuredly taken away that which he had created. 11 And some had assuredly uplifted themselves above others. Far from the glory of God be what they affirm of him. He knoweth alike the unseen and the seen, far be he uplifted above the gods whom they associate with him. Say, O my Lord, if thou wilt let me witness the infliction of that with which they have been threatened. O my Lord, place me not among the ungodly people. Verily, we are well able to make thee see the punishment with which we have threatened them. Turn aside evil with that which is better, we best know what they utter against thee. And say, O my Lord, I betake me to thee against the promptings of the Satans, and I betake me to thee, O my Lord, that they gain no hurtful access to me. When death overtaketh one of the wicked, he saith, Lord, send me back again, that I may do the good which I have left undone. 12 By no means. These are the very words which he shall speak, but behind them shall be a barrier, until the day when they shall be raised again. And when the trumpet shall be sounded, the ties of kindred between them shall cease on that day, neither shall they ask each other's help. They whose balances shall be heavy, shall be the blessed. But they whose balances shall be light, these are they who shall lose their souls, abiding in hell forever. The fire shall scorch their faces, and their lips shall quiver therein. What? Were not my signs rehearsed unto you? And did ye not treat them as lies? They shall say, O our Lord, our ill fortune prevailed against us, and we became an erring people. O our Lord, bring us forth hence. If we go back again to our sins, we shall indeed be evildoers. He will say, Be ye driven down into it, and address me not. A part truly of my servants was there, who said, O our Lord, we believe, forgive us, then, and be merciful to us, for of the merciful art thou the best. But you received them with such scoffs that they suffered you to forget my warning, and ye laughed them to scorn. Verily this day will I reward them, for their patient endurance, the blissful ones shall they be. He will say, What number of years tarried ye on earth? They will say, We tarried a day, or part of a day. 13 But ask the recording angels. 14 God will say, Short indeed was the time ye tarried, if that ye knew it. What? Did ye then think that we had created you for pastime, and that ye should not be brought back again to us? Wherefore let God be exalted, the King, the truth. There is no God but he, Lord of the stately throne. And whoso, together with God, shall call on another God, for whom he hath no proof, shall surely have to give account to his Lord. Aye, it shall fare ill with the infidels. And say, O my Lord, pardon, and have mercy, for of those who show mercy, art thou the best. Underscore 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 1 This surah is said by Wahidi Intra and by Asyudi 55 to be the last Meccan revelation. But there seems to be no reason for this opinion. 2 In prayer. ECCL v. I. Matt 6. 7 But it may be understood of idle talk generally. 3 See Surah XXII. 5 And for that is a perfect man at last, composed of soul and body. The verb halaka, to create, is used throughout, for which I have necessarily substituted to make, in order to retain the same word throughout the verse. 5 These words are said by most commentators on Surah 6. 93 to have been uttered by Muhammad's scribe, Abdallah, on hearing the previous part of this verse, and to have been adopted by the Prophet at the same moment, as identical with his own inspirations. 6 Lit. 7 Paths a Talmudic expression. 7 See Surah LXXV 11. 42 and 8 Comp. Surah 19. 22 FF, page 119. Wall understands this passage of paradise. 9 Comp. Surah XXI. 92, page 157. 10 There is no reliable tradition as to the nature of the visitation here alluded to. 11 That is, each would have formed a separate and independent kingdom. 12 Or, in the world which I have left. 13 That is, our past life seems brevity itself in comparison with eternal torment. 14 Lit. Those who number, or keep account, i.e. our torments distract us too much to allow us to compute. Surah XXI. The Prophets LXV. Mecca. -112 verses. In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, this people's reckoning hath drawn nigh, yet, sunk in carelessness, they turn aside. Every fresh warning that cometh to them from their Lord they only hear to mock it, their hearts set on lusts, and they who have done this wrong say in secret discourse, Is he more than a man like yourselves? What? Will ye, with your eyes open, one accede to sorcery? Say, My Lord knoweth what is spoken in the heaven and on the earth, he is the hearer, the knower. Nay, say they, it is the medley of dreams, nay, he hath forged it, nay, he is a poet, let him come to us with a sign as the prophets of old were sent. Before their time, none of the cities which we have destroyed believed. Will these men, then, believe? And we sent none, previous to thee, but men to whom we had revealed ourselves. Ask ye the people who are warned by scriptures, too, if ye know it not. We gave them not bodies which could dispense with food, and they were not to live forever. Then made we good our promise to them, and we delivered them in whom we pleased, and we destroyed the transgressors. And now have we sent down to you the book, in which is your warning. What, will ye not then understand? And how many a guilty city have we broken down, and raised up after it other peoples, and when they felt our vengeance, lo! They fled from it. Flee not, said the angels in mockery, but come back to that wherein ye revelled, and to your abodes. Questions will haply be put to you. They said, Oh, woe to us! Verily we have been evildoers. And this ceased not to be their cry, until we made them like reaped corn, extinct. We created not the heaven and the earth, and what is between them, for sport. Had it been our wish to find a pastime, we had surely found it in ourselves, if to do so had been our will. Nay, we will hold the truth at falsehood, and it shall smite it, and lo! It shall vanish. But woe be to you for what ye utter of God. All beings in the heaven and on the earth are his, and they who are in his presence disdain not his service, neither are they wearied, they praise him night and day, they rest not. 3 Have they taken gods from the earth who can quicken the dead? Had there been in either heaven or earth gods besides God, both surely had gone to ruin. But glory be to God, the Lord of the throne, beyond what they utter. He shall not be asked of his doings, but they shall be asked. Have they taken other gods beside him? Say, bring forth your proofs that they are gods. This is the warning of those who are with me, and the warning of those who were before me, but most of them know not the truth, and turn aside. No apostle have we sent before thee to whom we did not reveal that verily there is no God beside me, therefore worship me. Yet they say, the God of mercy hath begotten issue from the angels. Glory be to him. Nay, they are but his honoured servants, they speak not till he hath spoken, and they do his bidding. He knoweth what is before them and what is behind them, and no plea shall they offer save for whom he pleaseth, and they tremble for fear of him. And that angel among them who saith, I am a God beside him, will we recompense with hell, in such sort will we recompense the offenders. Do not the infidels see that the heavens and the earth were both a solid mass, and that we clave them asunder, and that by means of water we give life to everything? Will they not then believe? And we set mountains on the earth lest it should move with them, and we made on it broad passages between them as roots for their guidance, and we made the heaven a roof strongly upholden, yet turned they away from its signs. And he it is who hath created the night and the day, and the sun and the moon, each moving swiftly in its sphere. At no time 5 have we granted to man a life that shall last forever, if thou then die, shall they live forever. Every soul shall taste of death. 6 And for trial will we prove you with evil and with good, and unto us shall ye be brought back. And when the infidels see thee they receive thee only with scoffs. What? Is this he who maketh such mention of your gods? Yet when mention is made to them of the God of mercy, they believe not. Man, say they, is made up of haste. 7 But I will show you my signs. 8 Desire them not then to be hastened. They say, when will this threat be made good? Tell us, if ye be men of truth. Did the infidels but know the time when they shall not be able to keep the fire of hell from their faces or from their backs, neither shall they be helped. But it shall come on them suddenly and shall confound them, and they shall not be able to put it back, neither shall they be respited. Other apostles have been scoffed at before thee, but that doom at which they mocked encompassed the scoffers. Say, who shall protect you by night and by day from the God of mercy? Yet turn they away from the warning of their Lord. Have they gods beside us who can defend them? For their own succor have they no power, neither shall the gods they join with God screen them from us. Yes. We have given these men and their fathers enjoyments so long as their life lasted. What? See they not that we come to a land and straiten its borders? 9 Is it they who are the conquerors? Say, I only warn you of what hath been revealed to me, but the deaf will not hear the call whenever they are warned, yet if a breath of thy Lord's chastisement touch them, they will assuredly say, Oh, woe to us! We have indeed been offenders. Just balances will we set up for the day of the resurrection, neither shall any soul be wronged in aught, though were a work but the weight of a grain of mustard seed, we would bring it forth to be weighed, and our reckoning will suffice. We gave of old to Moses and Aaron the illumination, 10 and a light and a warning for the God-fearing, who dread their Lord in secret, and who tremble for the hour. And this Qur'an which we have sent down is a blessed warning, will ye then disown it? Of old we gave unto Abraham his direction, 11 For we knew him worthy. When he said to his father and to his people, What are these images to which ye are devoted? They said, We found our fathers worshipping them. He said, Truly ye and your fathers have been in a plain mistake. They said, Hast thou come unto us in earnest? Or art thou of those who jest? He said, Nay, your Lord is Lord of the heavens and of the earth, who hath created them both, and to this am I one of those who witness, and, by God, I will certainly lay a plot against your idols, after ye shall have retired and turned your backs. So he broke them all in pieces, except the chief of them, that to it they might return, inquiring. They said, Who hath done this to our gods? Verily he is one of the unjust. They said, We heard a youth make mention of them, they call him Abraham. They said, Then bring him before the people's eyes, that they may witness against him. They said, Hast thou done this to our gods, O Abraham? He said, Nay, that their chief hath done it, but ask ye them, if they can speak. So they turned their thoughts upon themselves, and said, Ye truly are the impious persons, then became headstrong in their former error 12 and exclaimed, Thou knowest that these speak not. He said, What? Do ye then worship, instead of God, that which doth not profit you at all, nor injure you? Fie on you and on that ye worship instead of God. What? Do ye not then understand? They said, 13 Burn him, and come to the succor of your gods, if ye will do anything at all. We said, O fire, be thou cold, and to Abraham a safety. 14 And they sought to lay a plot against him, but we made them the sufferers. And we brought him and Lot in safety to the land which we have blessed for all human beings, and we gave him Isaac and Jacob as a father gift, and we made all of them righteous. We also made them models who should guide others by our command, and we inspired them with good deeds and constancy in prayer and almsgiving, and they worshipped us. And unto Lot we gave wisdom and knowledge, and we rescued him from the city which wrought filthiness, for they were a people, evil, perverse, and we caused him to enter into our mercy, for he was of the righteous. And remember Noah when aforetime he cried to us, and we heard him, and delivered him and his family from the great calamity, and we helped him against the people who treated our signs as impostures. An evil people verily were they, and we drowned them all. And David and Solomon, when they gave judgment concerning a field when some people's sheep had caused a waste therein, and we were witnesses of their judgment. And we gave Solomon insight into the affair, and on both of them we bestowed wisdom and knowledge. And we constrained the mountains and the birds to join with David in our praise, our doing was it. And we taught David the art of making male 15 for you, to defend you from each other's violence, will ye therefore be thankful? And to Solomon we subjected the strongly blowing wind, it sped at his bidding to the land we had blessed, for we know all things, and sundry Satan 16 who should die for him and perform other work beside, and we kept watch over them. And remember Job, when he cried to his Lord, Truly evil hath touched me, but thou art the most merciful of those who show mercy. So we heard him, and lightened the burden of his woe, and we gave him back his family, and as many more with them, a mercy from us, and a memorial for those who serve us, and Ismael, and Edris 17 and Dalcaphil 18, all steadfast in patience. And we caused them to enter into our mercy, for they were of the righteous, and Dulnun 19 when he went on his way in anger, and thought that we had no power over him. But in the darkness he cried, There is no God but thou, glory be unto thee. Verily, I have been one of the evildoers, so we heard him and rescued him from misery, for thus rescue we the faithful. And Zacharias, when he called upon his Lord saying, O my Lord, leave me not childless, but there is no better heir than thyself. 20 So we heard him, and gave him John, and we made his wife fit for child bearing. Verily, these vied in goodness, and called upon us with love and fear, and humbled themselves before us, and her who kept her maidenhood, and into whom 21 we breathed of our spirit, and made her and her son a sign to all creatures. Of a truth, this, your religion, is the 122 religion, and I your Lord, therefore serve me, but they have rent asunder this their great concern among themselves into sects. All of them shall return to us. And whoso shall do the things that are right, and be a believer, his efforts shall not be disowned, and surely will we write them down for him. There is a ban on every city which we shall have destroyed, that they shall not rise again, until a way is opened for Gog and Magog. 23 And they shall hasten from every high land, and this sure promise shall draw on. And lo! The eyes of the infidels shall stare amazedly, and they shall say, O our misery! Of this were we careless. Yea, we were impious persons. Verily, ye, and what ye worship beside God, 24 shall be fuel for hell, ye shall go down into it. Were these gods, they would not go down into it, but they shall all abide in it forever. Therein shall they groan, but not therein shall they hear to comfort them. But they for whom we have before ordained good things, shall be far away from it, its slightest sound they shall not hear, in what their souls longed for, they shall abide forever, the great terror shall not trouble them, and the angel shall meet them with, This is your day which ye were promised. On that day we will roll up the heaven as one rolleth up 25 written scrolls. As we made the first creation, so will we bring it forth again. This promise bindeth us, verily, we will perform it. And now, since the law was given, have we written in the Psalms that my servants, the righteous, shall inherit the earth. 26 Verily, in this Qur'an is teaching for those who serve God. We have not sent thee otherwise than as mercy unto all creatures. Say, Verily it hath been revealed to me that your God is one God, are ye then resigned to him? Muslims. But if they turn their backs, then say, I have warned you all alike, but I know not whether that with which ye are threatened be nigh or distant. God truly knoweth what is spoken aloud, and he also knoweth that which ye hide. And I know not whether haply this delay be not for your trial, and that ye may enjoy yourselves for a time. My Lord saith, Judge ye with truth, for our Lord is the God of mercy whose help is to be sought against what ye utter. Underscore 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 1 lit. While ye see it to be such. 2 lit. The people or family of the admonition. ITQ. 34 considers this verse to have been revealed at Medina. 3 or, they invent not, concerning him. Comp. Reverend 4. 8. 4 lit. They precede him not in speech. 5 lit. Before thee, which might seem to imply that the grant of immortality had been made to Muhammad. I have therefore rendered, as in the text, to avoid the ambiguity. Comp. Surahs XCVII 3. 182, LXXI XXIA. 57, and Wild's Life of Muhammad, page 350. 6 Comp. Mat. 16. 28, Heb 2. 9, Hist Josephi Fabra. Line. C. 22 at the end. 7 See the index under the word man. The rabbins teach that man was created with innate evil propensities. CSCHR Ders Tam. Rab. Judentham, page 378. 8 That is, my teaching as to the future lot of the infidels, etc. 9 Muhammad appeals to the rapid progress of Islam as a proof of his divine mission. 10 A Furqan derived by Muhammad from the Jews, constantly used in the Talmud, and meaning as in syr and eth, deliverance, liberation. Thus, Surah 8. 29, 42, and hence, illumination, revelation, generally. The usual interpretation here and in other passages is the distinction, i.e. between good and evil, lawful and unlawful. The title is applied to the Quran and Pentateuch alike. 11 This story is taken in part verbatim from Midra. Rabbah on general par. 17 See also Shalshaleth HaKabbalah, 2 Maimon the Idol. Chapter 1 and Yad HaChazaka, 7. 6 Who makes Abraham in his 40th year announce star worship, break images, escape the wrath of the king by a miracle, and preach that there is one God of the whole universe. 12 lit. Sie Nathan sich nach ihren Kopfen. They were turned down upon their heads. Ulm. And Sale in notes. But Ulm. In the text, verfielen sie wieder in ihren Aberglauben. 13 The rabbins make Nimrod to have been the persecutor of Abraham. Comp. Tag. John, on General 15. 7 Tr. Bava Bathra, Fol 91a and Maimon. More Nevichim, 3. 29 Vile, Legenden, page 74. 14 Or, Let peace be upon Abraham. Comp. Tag. John, on General 11. 28, from the mistranslation of which this legend took its rise, the word Ur in Heb meaning fire. See also Tag. John, on General 15. 7. The legend was adopted by some of the Eastern Christians and commemorated in the Syrian calendar on January 29. Hide de relative to v. PERS 74. Comp. The Abyssinian calendar on January 25. Ludolf. Hist. page 409. 15. It has been observed that the blacksmith has ever been looked upon with or by barbarians on the same principle that made Vulcan a deity. In Abyssinia all artisans are Buddha, sorcerers, especially the blacksmith, and he is a social outcast, as among the Somali. Throughout the rest of Islam, the blacksmith is respected as treading in the path of David, the father of the craft. Burton. First Footsteps in Africa, page 33. The numerous wars in which David was engaged may have given rise to the myth of his being the inventor of mail. 16. See Surah XXVII. 37, page 127. 17. See Surah 19. 55, 6, page 121. 18. The man of the lot or portion. Or of care, support. According to some Elias, as others say, Isaiah. It is more probable, however, that he is Obadiah of 1 Kings 18. 4. Who supported 100 prophets in the cave, or Ezekiel, who is called Kephil by the Arabs. See Nebo, Travels, 2. 265, 19. The man of the fish Jonah. 20. See Surahs XCVII 3. 33, 19. Page 117, for the story of Zacharias in full. The concluding sentence of this clause is obscure. It probably means that even if no heir were vouchsafed to Zacharias, yet since God will be the heir of all things, he would take Zacharias to himself and thus abundantly recompense him. See Surah LXEX, XXVII. 58, 21. See Surah CIX, LXVI. 12. It is quite clear from these two passages that Muhammad believed in the immaculate and miraculous conception of Jesus. 22. That is, identical with that of the previous prophets, etc. 23. See Surah LXIX 18. 93. Thus, the ancient Jewish and Christian legend connects Gog and Magog with the end of the world. Reverend XX. 8. Pseudo John on Lev XXVI. 44. Comp. Num. 11. 27. Gog, however, is probably the mountain Gef or Go. See Reinegs Beschreib. De Caucasus 2. 79. And the syllable Ma in Magog, the Sanskrit Ma, Maha great. 24. Whenever a people is punished for idolatry, the beings honored by them as gods shall also be punished, for so it is written, on all the gods also of Egypt will I inflict judgments. Saka 29. 25. A sigil, which is supposed by some to be the name of the angel who writes down the actions of every man's life upon a scroll, which is rolled up at his death, Compasai. XXXIV 4 by others to be the name of one of Muhammad's secretaries. 26. PS, XXVII. 29. This is the only text quoted in the Quran. Surah XXV. Al-Furqan LXVI. Mecca. -77 verses in the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful. Blessed be he who hath sent down Al-Furqan 1, the illumination, on his servant, that to all creatures he may be a warner. His the kingdom of the heavens and of the earth. No son hath he begotten. No partner hath he in his empire. All things hath he created, and decreeing hath decreed their destinies. Yet have they adopted gods beside him which have created nothing, but were themselves created, and no power have they over themselves for evil or for good, nor have they power of death, or of life, or of raising the dead. And the infidels say, this Quran is a mere fraud of his own devising, and others have helped him with it, 2 who had come hither by outrage and lie, 3 and they say, tales of the ancients that he hath put in writing. And they were dictated to him morn and even. Say, he hath sent it down who knoweth the secrets of the heavens and of the earth. He truly is the gracious, the merciful. And they say, what sort of apostle is this? He eateth food and he walketh the streets. Unless an angel be sent down and take part in his warnings, or a treasure be thrown down to him, or he have a garden that supplieth him with food. 4 And those unjust persons say, ye follow but a man enchanted. See what likenesses they strike out for thee. But they err, and cannot find their way. Blessed be he who if he please can give thee better than that of which they speak. Gardens, neath which the rivers flow, and pavilions will he assign thee. They have treated the coming of the hour as a lie. But a flaming fire have we got ready for those who treat the coming of the hour as a lie. When it shall see them from afar, they shall hear its raging and roaring, and when they shall be flung into a narrow space thereof bound together, they shall invoke destruction on the spot. Call not this day for one destruction, but call for destructions many. Say, is this, or the paradise of eternity which was promised to the God-fearing, best? Their recompense shall it be in their retreat, abiding therein forever, they shall have in it all that they desire. It is a promise to be claimed of thy Lord. And on the day when he shall gather them together, and those whom they worship beside God, he will say, Was it ye who led these my servants astray, or of themselves strayed they from the path? They will say, Glory be to thee. It beseemed not us to take other lords than thee. But thou gavest them and their fathers their fill of good things, till they forgat the remembrance of thee, and became a lust people. Then will God say to the idolaters, Now have they made you liars in what ye say. 5 And they have no power to avert your doom, or to succor you. And whosoever of you thus offendeth, we will make him taste a great punishment. Never have we sent apostles before thee who ate not common food, and walked not the streets. And we test you by means of each other. Will ye be steadfast? Thy Lord is looking on. They who look not forward to meet us say, If the angels be not sent down to us, or unless we behold our Lord. They are proud of heart, and exceed with great excess. On the day when they shall see the angels, no good news shall there be for the guilty ones, and they shall cry out, a barrier that cannot be passed. 6 Then will we proceed to the works which they have wrought, and make them as scattered dust. Happier, on that day, the inmates of the garden as to abode, and better off as to place of noontide slumber. On that day shall the heaven with its clouds be cleft, and the angels shall be sent down, descending. On that day shall all empire be in very deed with the God of mercy, and a hard day shall it be for the infidels. And on that day shall the wicked one 7 bite his hands, and say, Oh, would that I had taken the same path with the apostle. Oh, woe is me! Would that I had not taken such an one 8 for my friend. It was he who led me astray from the warning which had reached me. And Satan is man's betrayer. 9 Then said the apostle, O my Lord, truly my people have esteemed this Qur'an to be vain babbling. Thus have we given to every prophet an enemy from among the wicked ones, but thy Lord is a sufficient guide and helper. And the infidels say, Unless the Qur'an be sent down to him all at once. But in this way would we stablish thy heart by it, in parcels have we parcelled it out to thee. 10 Nor shall they come to thee with puzzling questions. 11 But we will come to thee with the truth, and their best solution. They who shall be gathered upon their faces into hell, shall have the worst place, and be farthest from the path of happiness. Heretofore we gave the law to Moses, and appointed his brother Aaron to be his counselor. 12 And we said, Go ye to the people who treat our signs as lies. And them destroyed we with utter destruction. And as to the people of Noah, when they treated their apostles as impostors, we drowned them, and we made them a sign to mankind. A grievous chastisement have we prepared for the wicked. And Ad and Themad, and the men of Ras, 13 And divers generations between them, unto each of them did we set forth parables for warnings, and each of them did we utterly exterminate. After this have the unbelieving Meccans passed by the city on which was rained a fatal rain. What? Have they not seen it? Yet have they no hope of a resurrection. And when they see thee, they do but take thee as the subject of their railleries. What? Is this he whom God has sent as an apostle? Indeed he had well nigh led us astray from our gods, had we not persevered steadfastly in their service. But in the end they shall know, when they shall see the punishment, who hath most strayed from the path. What thinkest thou? He who hath taken his passions as a god, wilt thou be a guardian over him? Thinkest thou that the greater part of them hear or understand? They are just like the brutes. Yes. They stray even further from the right way. Hast thou not seen how thy Lord lengtheneth out the shadow? 14 Had he pleased he had made it motionless. 15 But we made the sun to be its guide, then draw it in unto us with easy indrawing. He it is who ordaineth the night as a garment, and sleep for rest, and ordaineth the day for waking up to life. He it is who sendeth the winds as the forerunner of his mercy. Rain and pure water send we down from heaven, that we may revive by it a dead land, and we give it for drink to our creation, beasts and men in numbers, and we distribute it among them on all sides, that they may reflect, but most men refuse to be aught but thankless. Had we pleased, we had raised up a warner in every city. Give not way therefore to the infidels, but by means of this Qur'an strive against them with a mighty strife. And he it is who hath let loose the two seas, 16 the one sweet, fresh, and the other salt, bitter, and hath put an interspace between them, and a barrier that cannot be passed. And it is he who hath created man of water, 17, and established between them the ties of kindred and affinity, and potent is thy Lord. Yet beside God do they worship what can neither help nor hurt them, and the infidel is Satan's helper against his Lord. Still we have sent thee only as a herald and a warner. Say, I ask of you no recompense for it, 18 except from him who is willing to take the way to his Lord. And put thou thy trust in him that liveth and dieth not, and celebrate his praise. He fully knoweth the faults of his servants, who in 6 days created the heavens and the earth, and whatever is between them, then mounted his throne, the God of mercy. Ask now of the wise concerning him. But when it is said to them, Bow down before the God of mercy, they say, Who is the God of mercy? Shall we bow down to what thou biddest? And they fly from thee the more. Blessed be he who hath placed in the heaven the sign of the zodiac, 19 who hath placed in it the lamp of the sun, and the light-giving moon. And it is he who hath ordained the night and the day to succeed one another for those who desire to think on God or desire to be thankful. And the servants of the God of mercy are they who walk upon the earth softly, and when the ignorant 20 address them, they reply, Peace. They that pass the night in the worship of their Lord prostrate and standing, and that say, O our Lord, turn away from us the torment of hell, for its torment is endless, it is indeed an ill abode and resting place. Those who when they spend are neither lavish nor niggard, but keep the mean, those who call on no other gods with God, nor slay whom God hath forbidden to be slain, except for a just cause, and who commit not fornication, for he who doth this shall meet the reward of his wickedness, double to him shall be the torment on the day of resurrection, and in it shall he remain, disgraced, forever. Save those who shall repent and believe and do righteous works, for them God will change their evil things into good things, for God is gracious, merciful, and who turneth to God and doeth what is right, he verily will convert with a true conversion. And they who bear not witness to that which is false, and when they pass by frivolous sport, pass on with dignity, and they who, when admonished by the signs of their Lord, fall not down the rat, as if deaf and blind, and who say, O our Lord, give us in our wives and offspring the joy of our eyes, and make us examples to those who fear thee. These shall be rewarded with the high places of paradise for their steadfast endurance, and they shall meet therein with welcome and salutation, for ever shall they remain therein, a fair abode and resting place. Say, not on your account doth my Lord care if ye call not on him. Ye have treated his apostle as an impostor, but by and by a punishment shall cleave to them. Underscore 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 1 See surah LXV XXI 49 2 Comp surah LXXEI 16 105 The frequency with which Muhammad feels it necessary to rebut this charge by mere denial is strongly indicative of its truth. 3. The meaning may possibly be that the teachers of Muhammad were persons who had taken refuge in Arabia for offences and heresies. Sprenger, Life of M, page 96, n. Or, but they utter an injustice and a falsehood. Nolde combats Dr. Sprenger's supposition that Tales of the Ancients, verse 6, is a book. Hist of Koran, page 13. For supply, we will not believe. 5. In your ascriptions of divinity to them. Bade. 6 Or, far, far be they removed. The same words occur at the end of verse 55. The commentators doubt whether they are spoken by the wicked of the impossibility of their attaining paradise, or by the angels to the wicked. 7 Said by Bade to be the polytheist Okbah, the son of Abu Mu'ayt, who by Muhammad's persuasion professed Islam, but afterwards retracted to please Ubay bin Khalaf. See Gagnier's Vida Maham. A 362. Ada Fulani, whence the Spanish fulano, identical with the Heb page 155, used of a person only in Ruth 4. 1, but by the rabbinic writers, constantly. 9 Or, abandoner. 10 This verse shows that the Quran was of gradual growth in the time of Muhammad himself. 11 Lit. Parables. 12 Lit. Vizier. 13 It is uncertain whether Ras is the name of a city in Yamama, or merely, as some interpret it, of a well near Midian, or, according to others, in the territory of Hadramont. 14 Geiger is mistaken in supposing that this passage alludes to 2 Kings XX. 9:12 and his translation is inaccurate. 15 Lit. Quiescent, i.e. always the same. 16. According to some commentators, Muhammad here speaks of the waters of the Tigris, which do not mingle with the salt water of the sea till they have reached a considerable distance from the river mouth. See Zek 14. 8. 17. See Surah SCV XXIV 44 and 18. Thou art taught that whoever would make a prophet by the law depriveth himself of life. Perkaboth I 4. This precept is of frequent occurrence in the Talmud. 19. Comp. Surah XC 13. 29 and the following Surah 17. 109 and 20. The idolaters. Surah 17. The night journey LXVII. Mecca. 1 to 111 verses. In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, glory be to him who carried his servant by night 2 from the sacred temple of Mecca to the temple 3 that is more remote, whose precinct we have blessed, that we might show him of our signs. 4 He is the hearer, the seer. And 4 We gave the book to Moses and ordained it for guidance to the children of Israel that ye take no other guardian than me. O posterity of those whom we bear with Noah. He truly was a grateful servant. And we solemnly declared to the children of Israel in the book, twice surely will ye enact crimes in the earth, and with great loftiness of pride will ye surely be uplifted. So when the menace for the first crime 5 came to be inflicted, we sent against you our servants endued with terrible prowess, and they searched the inmost part of your abodes, and the menace was accomplished. Then we gave you the mastery over them 6 in turn, and increased you in wealth and children, and made you a most numerous host. We said, if ye do well, to your own behoof will ye do well, and if ye do evil, against yourselves will ye do it. And when the menace for your latter crime 7 came to be inflicted, then we sent an enemy to sadden your faces, and to enter the temple as they entered it at first, and to destroy with utter destruction that which they had conquered. Haply your Lord will have mercy on you. But if ye return, we will return. 8 And we have appointed hell the prison of the infidels. Verily, this Qur'an guideth to what is most upright, and it announceth to believers who do the things that are right, that for them is a great reward, and that for those who believe not in the life to come, we have got ready a painful punishment. Man prayeth for evil as he prayeth for good, for man is hasty. We have made the night and the day for 2 signs, the sign of the night do we obscure, but the sign of the day cause we to shine forth, that ye may seek plenty from your Lord, and that ye may know the number of the years and the reckoning of time, and we have made everything distinct by distinctiveness. And every man's fate 9 have we fastened about his neck, and on the day of resurrection will we bring forth to him a book which shall be proffered to him wide open. Read thy book. 10 There needeth none but thyself to make out an account against thee this day. For his own good only shall the guided yield to guidance, and to his own loss only shall the erring err, and the heavy laden shall not be laden with another's load. We never punished until we had first sent an apostle, and when we willed to destroy a city, to its affluent ones did we address our bidding, but when they acted criminally therein, just was its doom, and we destroyed it with an utter destruction. And since Noah, how many nations have we exterminated? And of the sins of his servants thy Lord is sufficiently informed, observant. Whoso chooseth this quickly passing life, quickly will we bestow therein that which we please, even on him we choose. Afterward we will appoint hell for him, in which he shall burn disgraced, outcast. But whoso chooseth the next life, and striveth after it as it should be striven for, being also a believer, these their striving shall be grateful to God. To all, both to these and those will we prolong the gifts of thy Lord, for not to any shall the gifts of thy Lord be denied. See how we have caused some of them to excel others. But the next life shall be greater in its grades, and greater in excellence. Set not up another God with God, lest thou sit thee down disgraced, helpless. 11 Thy Lord hath ordained that ye worship none but him, and kindness to your parents, whether one or both of them attain to old age with thee, and say not to them, fie, neither reproach them, but speak to them both with respectful speech, and defer humbly to them 12 out of tenderness, and say, Lord, have compassion on them both, even as they reared me when I was little. Your Lord well knoweth what is in your souls, he knoweth whether ye be righteous, and gracious is he to those who return to him. And to him who is of kin render his due, and also to the poor and to the wayfarer, yet waste not wastefully, for the wasteful are brethren of the Satans, and Satan was ungrateful to his Lord. But if thou turn away from them, while thou thyself seekest boons from thy Lord for which thou hopest, at least speak to them with kindly speech, and let not thy hand be tied up to thy neck, nor yet open it with all openness, lest thou sit thee down in rebuke, in beggary. Verily, thy Lord will provide with open hand for whom he pleaseth, and will be sparing. His servants doth he scan, inspect. Kill not your children for fear of want. 13 For them and for you will we provide. Verily, the killing them is a great wickedness. Have naught to do with adultery, for it is a foul thing and an evil way. Neither slay any one whom God hath forbidden you to slay, unless for a just cause, and whosoever shall be slain wrongfully, to his heir 14 have we given powers, but let him not outstep bounds in putting the manslayer to death, for he too, in his turn, will be assisted and avenged. And touch not the substance of the orphan, unless in an upright way, till he attain his age of strength, and perform your covenant. Verily the covenant shall be inquired of, and give full measure when you measure, and weigh with just balance. This will be better, and fairest for settlement, and follow not that of which thou hast no knowledge. 15 Because the hearing and the sight and the heart, each of these shall be inquired of, and walk not proudly on the earth, for thou canst not cleave the earth, neither shalt thou reach to the mountains in height. All this is evil, odious to thy Lord. This is a part of the wisdom which thy Lord hath revealed to thee. Set not up any other god with God, lest thou be cast into hell, rebuked, cast away. What? Hath your Lord prepared sons for you, and taken for himself daughters from among the angels? Indeed, ye say a dreadful saying. Moreover, for man's warning have we varied 16 this Qur'an, yet it only increaseth their flight from it. Say, if, as ye affirm, there were other gods with him, they would in that case seek occasion against the occupant of the throne. Glory to him. Immensely high is he exalted above their blasphemies. The 7 heavens 17 praise him, and the earth, and all who are therein. Neither is there aught which doth not celebrate his praise, but their utterances of praise ye understand not. He is kind, indulgent. When thou recitest the Qur'an, we place between thee and those who believe not in the life to come a dark veil, and we put coverings over their hearts lest they should understand it, and in there is a heaviness. And when in the Qur'an thou namest thy one Lord, they turn their backs in flight. We well know why they hearken, when they hearken unto thee, and when they whisper apart, when the wicked say, Ye follow no other than a man enchanted. See what likenesses they strike out for thee. But they are in error, neither can they find the path. They also say, After we shall have become bones and dust, shall we in sooth be raised a new creation? Say, Yes, though ye were stones, or iron, or any other creature, to your seeming, yet harder to be raised. But they will say, Who shall bring us back? Say, He who created you at first. And they will wag their heads at thee, and say, When shall this be? Say, Haply it is nigh. On that day shall God call you forth, and ye shall answer by praising him, and ye shall seem to have tarried but a little while. Enjoin my servants to speak in kindly sort. Verily Satan would stir up strifes among them, for Satan is man's avowed foe. Your Lord well knoweth you. If he please he will have mercy on you, or if he please he will chastise you, and we have not sent thee to be a guardian over them. Thy Lord hath full knowledge of all in the heavens and the earth. Higher gifts have we given to some of the prophets than to others, and the Psalter we gave to David. Say, Call ye upon those whom ye fancy to be gods beside him, yet they will have no power to relieve you from trouble, or to shift it elsewhere. Those whom ye call on, themselves desire union with their Lord. 18 Striving which of them shall be nearest to him, they also hope for his mercy and fear his chastisement. Verily the chastisement of thy Lord is to be dreaded. There is no city which we will not destroy before the day of resurrection, or chastise it with a grievous chastisement. This is written in the book. Nothing hindered us from sending thee with the power of working miracles, except that the peoples of old treated them as lies. We gave to Themad 19 the she-camel before their very eyes, yet they maltreated her. We send not a prophet with miracles but to strike terror. And remember when we said to thee, Verily, thy Lord is round about mankind, we ordained the vision 20 which we showed thee, and likewise the cursed tree of the Qur'an, only for men to dispute of. We will strike them with terror, but it shall only increase in them enormous wickedness. And when we said to the angels, Prostrate yourselves before Adam, and they all prostrated them, save Iblis. What, said he, shall I bow me before him whom thou hast created of clay? Suest thou this man whom thou hast honored above me? Verily, if thou respite me till the day of resurrection, I will destroy his offspring, except a few. He said, Begone, but whosoever of them shall follow thee, verily, hell shall be your recompense, an ample recompense. And entice such of them as thou canst by thy voice, assault them with thy horsemen and thy footmen. 21 Be their partner in their riches and in their children, and make them promises, but Satan shall make them only deceitful promises. As to my servants, no power over them shalt thou have, and thy Lord will be their sufficient guardian. It is your Lord who speedeth onward the ships for you in the sea, that ye may seek of his abundance, for he is merciful towards you. When a misfortune befalleth you out at sea, they whom ye invoke are not to be found, God alone is there, yet when he bringeth you safe to dry land, ye place yourselves at a distance from him. Ungrateful is man. What? Are ye sure, then, that he will not cleave the sides of the earth for you? Or that he will not send against you a whirlwind charged with sands? Then shall ye find no protector. Or are ye sure that he will not cause you to put back to sea a second time, and send against you a storm blast, and drown you, for that ye have been thankless? Then shall ye find no helper against us therein. And now have we honored the children of Adam, by land and by sea have we carried them, food have we provided for them of good things, and with endowments beyond many of our creatures have we endowed them. One day we will summon all men with their leaders, they whose book shall be given into their right hand, shall read their book, and not be wronged a thread, and he who has been blind here, shall be blind hereafter, and wander yet more from the way. And, verily, they had well nigh beguiled thee from what we revealed to thee, and caused thee to invent some other thing in our name, but in that case they would surely have taken thee as a friend. 22 And had we not settled thee, thou hadst well nigh leaned to them a little, in that case we would surely have made thee taste of woe 23 in life and of woe in death, then thou shouldest not have found a helper against us. And truly they had almost caused thee to quit the land, in order wholly to drive thee forth from it. 24 But then, themselves should have tarried but a little after thee. This was our way with the apostles we have already sent before thee, and in this our way thou shalt find no change. Observe prayer at sunset, till the first darkening of the night, and the daybreak reading for the daybreak reading of its witnesses, and watch unto it in the night. This shall be an excess in service. 25 It may be that thy Lord will raise thee to a glorious station, and say, O my Lord, cause me to enter 26 with a perfect entry, and to come forth with a perfect forthcoming, and give me from thy presence a helping power, and say, Truth is come and falsehood is vanished. Verily, falsehood is a thing that vanisheth. And we send down of the Qur'an that which is a healing and a mercy to the faithful, but it shall only add to the ruin of the wicked. When we bestow favours on man, he withdraweth and goeth aside, but when evil toucheth him, he is despairing. Say, every one acteth after his own manner, but your Lord well knoweth who is best guided in his path. And they will ask thee of the Spirit. 27 Say, the Spirit proceedeth at my Lord's command, but of knowledge only a little to you is given. If we pleased, we could take away what we have revealed to thee, none couldst thou then find thee to undertake thy cause with us, save as a mercy from thy Lord. Great, verily, is his favour towards thee. Say, verily, were men and jinn assembled to produce the like of this Qur'an, they could not produce its like, though the one should help the other. And of a truth we have set out to men every kind of similitude in this Qur'an, but most men have refused everything except unbelief. And they say, by no means will we believe on thee till thou cause a fountain to gush forth for us from the earth, or, till thou have a garden of palm trees and grapes, and thou cause forth, gushing rivers to gush forth in its midst, or thou make the heaven to fall on us, as thou hast given out, in pieces, or thou bring God and the angels to vouch for thee, or thou have a house of gold, or thou mount up into heaven, nor will we believe in thy mounting up, till thou send down to us a book which we may read. Say, Praise be to my Lord. Am I more than a man, an apostle? And what hindereth men from believing, when the guidance hath come to them, but that they say, Hath God sent a man as an apostle? Say, did angels walk the earth as its familiars, we had surely sent them an angel apostle out of heaven. Say, God is witness enough between you and me. His servants he scanneth, āyah. And he whom God shall guide will be guided indeed, and whom he shall mislead thou shalt find none to assist but him, and we will gather them together on the day of the resurrection, on their faces, blind and dumb and deaf, hell shall be their abode, so oft as its fires die down, we will rekindle the flame. This shall be their reward for that they believed not our signs and said, When we shall have become bones and dust, shall we surely be raised a new creation. Do they not perceive that God, who created the heavens and the earth, is able to create their like? And he hath ordained them a term, there is no doubt of it, but the wicked refuse everything except unbelief. Say, if ye held the treasures of my Lord's mercy ye would certainly refrain from them through fear of spending them, for man is covetous. We therefore gave to Moses 9 clear signs. Ask thou, therefore, the children of Israel how it was when he came unto them, and Pharaoh said to him, Verily, I deem thee, O Moses, a man enchanted. Said Moses, Thou knowest that none hath sent down these clear signs but the Lord of the heavens and of the earth, and I surely deem thee, O Pharaoh, a person lost. So Pharaoh sought to drive them out of the land, but we drowned him and all his followers. And after his death, we said to the children of Israel, Dwell ye in the land, and when the promise of the next life shall come to pass, we will bring you both up together to judgment. In truth have we sent down the Qur'an, and in truth hath it descended, and we have only sent thee to announce and to warn. And we have parcelled out the Qur'an into sections, that thou mightest recite it unto men by slow degrees, and we have sent it down piecemeal. Say, believe ye therein, or believe ye not? They verily to whom knowledge had been given previously, fall on their faces worshipping when it is recited to them, and say, Glory be to God. The promise of our Lord is made good. They fall down on their faces weeping, and it increaseth their humility. Say, call upon God, Allah, 28, or call upon the God of mercy, Araman, by whichsoever ye will invoke him, he hath most excellent names. And be not loud in the prayer, neither pronounce it too low, 29, but between these follow a middle way, and say, Praise be to God who hath not begotten a son, who hath no partner in the kingdom, nor any protector on account of weakness. And magnify him by proclaiming his greatness. 30 underscore 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 1 verses 12, 23 to 41, 75 to 82, 87, are supposed by many commentators to have originated at Medina. 2 Waqideh says the night journey took place on the 17th of Rabi 1, a 12-month before the Hijrah. 3 of Jerusalem, and thence through the 7 heavens to the throne of God on the back of Borak, accompanied by Gabriel, according to some traditions, while others, and those 2 of early date, regard it as no more than a vision. It was, however, in all probability a dream. Muir 2. 219, Nold. Page 102, who give the Mohammedan sources of information. For it is probable that as this verse has no real or apparent connection with the preceding, a verse may have been lost, and that verse 1 has been placed at the head of the surah merely because the night journey is elsewhere alluded to in it. 5 According to the commentators, the slaughter of Isaiah and the imprisonment of Jeremiah, punished by the invasion of the Assyrians. 6 Over Sennacherib. 7 The slaying Zacharias, John Baptist, and Jesus, punished by the destruction of Jerusalem by the Romans. Comp. Tr. Giddon, Fol 57, where we read of the sufferings drawn down upon the Jews in consequence of the former of these crimes. 8 That is, if ye return to sin, we will return to punish. 9 Lit. Bird. 10 Comp. Misna Aboth, 3, 20. 11 Comp. In Hebasai. Lee, 3. 12 Lit. Lower a wing of humility. 13 Comp. Surah LXXX, 6. 151, LXXI. 8, page 45. Zayd, the skeptical seeker after truth, is reported to have discouraged the killing of daughters, saying, I will support them. Kitab al-Waqidi, page 255. See note at Surah XCVII 3. 18, 14 or, next of kin. 15 or, run not after vain things which will avail naught. Or, accuse not any of a crime if thou art not sure of his guilt. 16 Used a variety of arguments and illustrations. 17 Thus Tr. Chajiga, Fol 9b There are 7 heavens, Rakian the veil, the firmament, the clouds, the habitation, the abode, the fixed seat, the Araboth. See Wetst. On 2 Cor 12. 2:18 In obvious allusion to the saint worship of the Christians. 19 See Surah LXVII 7. 71, 20 See note on v1. The tree is Zakum, Surah XLV, LVI. The rabbins teach that food of the bitterest herbs is one of the punishments of hell. See Schroeder's Rab. Und. Tam. Judentham, page 403. 21 That is, with all thy might. 22 Zamakhshari relates that this passage was revealed when the Thaqafites, in framing the document of agreement between themselves and Muhammad, required that the words requiring the prostrations in worship should not be added. The writer looked at the Prophet, who stood by in silence, when Omar stood up and drew his sword with menacing words. They replied, We speak not thee but to Muhammad. Then this verse was revealed. Thus Dr. Sprenger. Life, page 186. He renders the last clause, but at the right moment a friend reprehended thee. 23 Lit. Weakness, languors. 24 The Jews, envious of Muhammad's good reception and stay there, told him, by way of counsel, that Syria was the land of the prophets and that if he was really a prophet, he ought to go there. Sale from Jalal Edding AP. March. Geiger, page 12, quotes a Talmudical saying to the same effect, but without any reference. 25 a work of supererogation and therefore doubly meritorious. Thus tr Barakoth, fol 4. The word station, Mekam, is still used of the nearness to God, attained in spiritual ecstasies, etc. 26 that is, to enter the grave or Mecca. Lit. With an entry of truth. 27 the word spirit is probably to be understood of the angel Gabriel. Comp. 1 Kings XXII. 21 others understand it of the immaterial soul of man. See note on surah XCI 2. 81 28 the infidels hearing Muhammad say, Why Allah? Why Rahman? In his prayers, imagined that he was addressing two deities, hence this passage. Comp. LXXI 16. 52 LXVI XXV. 61 as this title of God, Rahman, disappears from the later surahs, it has been inferred that Muhammad's original intention was to have combined it with Allah, but that through fear lest Allah and Ahriman should be supposed to be two gods, he dropped the latter. This title was applied to their deities by the Himyarites, and it occurs in PS, LXVII. 38 and XXXXIV. 6 the root is not found in Ethiopic. 29 the Tam. Tr. Barakoth, 31, 2, forbids loudness in prayer by the example of Hannah. 30 lit. Magnify him by magnifying. Surah XXVII. The Ant, LXVII. Mecca. -95 verses in the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful Ta. Sad. 1 These are the signs, verses, of the Quran and of the lucid book, guidance and glad tidings to the believers who observe prayer and pay the stated alms, and believe firmly do they in the life to come. As to those who believe not in the life to come, we have made their own doings fair seeming to them, and they are bewildered therein. These are they whom the woe of chastisement awaiteth, and in the next life they shall suffer, yes shall they greatest loss, but thou hast certainly received the Quran from the wise, the knowing. Bear in mind when Moses said to his family, I have perceived a fire, I will bring you tidings from it, or will bring you a blazing brand, that you may warm you. And when he came to it, he was called to, Blessed, he who is in the fire, and he who is about it, and glory be to God, the Lord of the worlds. O Moses! Verily, I am God, the mighty, the wise. Throw down now thy staff. And when he saw that it moved itself as though it were a serpent, he retreated backward and returned not. O Moses, fear not, for the sent ones fear not in my presence, save he who having done amiss shall afterwards exchange the evil for good, for I am forgiving, merciful. Put now thy hand into thy bosom, it shall come forth white, yet free from hurt. 2 One of 9 signs to Pharaoh and his people, for a perverse people are they. And when our signs were wrought in their very sight, 3 They said, This is plain magic. And though in their souls they knew them to be true, yet in their wickedness and pride they denied them. But see what was the end of the corrupt doers. And of old we gave knowledge to David and Solomon, and they said, Praise be to God, who hath made us to excel many of his believing servants. And in knowledge Solomon was David's heir. And he said, O men, we have been taught the speech of birds, 4 and are endued with everything. This is indeed a clear boon from God. And to Solomon were gathered his hosts of jinn 5 and men and birds, and they were marched on in bands, till they reached the valley of ants. Said Ant, O ye ants, enter your dwellings, lest Solomon and his army crush you and know it not. Then smiled Solomon, laughing at her words, and he said, Stir me up, O Lord, to be thankful for thy favour which thou hast showed upon me and upon my parents, and to do righteousness that shall be well pleasing to thee, and bring me in, by thy mercy, among thy servants the righteous. And he reviewed the birds, and said, How is it that I see not the lapwing? Is it one of the absent? Surely, with a severe chastisement will I chastise it, or I will certainly slaughter it, unless it bring me a clear excuse. Nor tarried it long ere it came and said, I have gained the knowledge that thou knowest not, and with sure tidings have I come to thee from Saba. I found a woman reigning over them, gifted with everything, and she hath a splendid throne, and I found her and her people worshipping the sun instead of God, and Satan hath made their works fair seeming to them, so that he hath turned them from the way, wherefore they are not guided, to the worship of God, who bringeth to light the secret things of heaven and earth, and knoweth what men conceal and what they manifest, God. There is no God but he, the Lord of the glorious throne. He said, We shall see whether thou hast spoken truth, or whether thou art of them that lie. Go with this my letter, and throw it down to them, then turn away from them and await their answer. She said, O my nobles! An honorable letter hath been thrown down to me, it is from Solomon, and it is this, in the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful. Set not up yourselves against me, but come to me submitting, Muslims. She said, O my nobles, advise me in mine affair, I decide it not without your concurrence. 6 They said, We are endued with strength and are endued with mighty valor. But to command is thine, see therefore what thou wilt command us. She said, Kings when they enter a city spoil it, and abase the mightiest of its people, and in like manner will these also do. But I will send to them with a gift, and await what my envoys bring back. And when the messenger came to Solomon, he said, Aid ye me with riches. But what God hath given to me is better than what he hath given you, yet ye glory in your gifts, return to them, for we will surely come to them with forces which they cannot withstand, and we will drive them from their land humbled and contemptible. Said he, O nobles, which of you will bring me her throne before they come to me, submitting? Muslims. And Ifrit 7 of the jinn said, I will bring it thee ere thou risest from thy place, I have power for this and am trusty. And one who had the knowledge of Scripture said, I will bring it to thee in the twinkling of an eye. 8 And when he saw it set before him, he said, This is of the favor of my Lord, to try me whether I will be thankful or unthankful. And he who is thankful to his own behoof, and as for him who is unthankful truly my Lord is self-sufficient, bounteous. Said he, Make her throne so that she know it not, we shall see whether she hath or not guidance. And when she came he said, Is thy throne like this? She said, As though it were the same. And we, said he, have had knowledge given us before her, and have been Muslims. But the gods she had worshipped instead of God had led her astray, for she was of a people who believe not. It was said to her, Enter the palace, and when she saw it, she thought it a lake of water, and bared her legs. He said, It is a palace paved with glass. She said, O my Lord, I have sinned against my own soul, and I resign myself, with Solomon, to God the Lord of the worlds. And of old we sent to Themad their brother Saleh, with Serve ye God, but lo, they became 2 sets of disputants wrangling with each other. He said, O my people, why, if ye ask not pardon of God that ye may find mercy, hasten ye on evil rather than good? They said, We augur 9 ill concerning thee and those who are with thee. He said, The ills of which ye augur 10 depend on God. But ye are a people on your trial. And there were in the city 9 persons who committed excesses in the land and did not that which is right. They said, Swear ye to one another by God that we will surely fall on him and on his family by night, then will we say to the avenger of blood, We witness not the destruction of his family, and verily we speak the truth. And they devised a device, and we devised a device, and they were not aware of it, and see what was the end of their device. We destroyed them and their whole people, and for their sin these their houses are empty ruins, verily in this is a sign to those who understand, and we delivered those who believed and feared. And Lot, when he said to his people, What? Proceed ye to such filthiness with your eyes open? What? Come ye with lust unto men rather than to women? Surely ye are an ignorant people. And the answer of his people was but to say, Cast out the family of Lot from your city, they, forsooth, are men of purity. So we rescued him and his family, but as for his wife, we decreed her to be of them that lingered, and we rained a rain upon them, and fatal was the rain to those who had had their warning. Say, Praise be to God and peace be on his servants whom he hath chosen. Is God the more worthy or the gods they join with him? Is not he who hath made the heavens and the earth, and hath sent down rain to you from heaven, by which we cause the luxuriant groves to spring up? It is not in your power to cause its trees to spring up. What? A God with God? Yet they find equals for him. Is not he, who hath set the earth so firm, and hath made rivers in its midst, and hath placed mountains upon it, and put a barrier between the 2 seas, 11 What? A God with God? Yet the greater part of them have no knowledge. Is not he the more worthy who answereth the oppressed when they cry to him, and taketh off their ills, and maketh you to succeed your sires on the earth? What? A God with God? How few bear these things in mind? Is not he, who guideth you in the darkness of the land and of the sea, and who sendeth forth the winds as the forerunners of his mercy? What? A God with God? Far from God be what ye join with him. Is not he, who created a being, then reneweth it, and who supplieth you out of the heaven and the earth? What? A God with God? Say, Bring forth your proofs if you speak the truth. Say, None either in the heavens or in the earth knoweth the unseen but God. And they know not when they shall be raised. Yet they have attained to a knowledge of the life to come. 12 Yet are they in doubt about it, yet are they blind about it. And the unbelievers say, when we and our fathers have been dead shall we be taken forth? Of old have we been promised this, we and our sires of old, it is but fables of the ancients. Say, go ye through the land, and see what hath been the end of the wicked. And grieve not thou for them, nor be in distress at their devisings. And they say, when will this promise be made good, if ye speak true? Say, haply a part of what ye desire to be hastened may be close behind you. And truly thy Lord is full of goodness towards men, but most of them are not thankful. And thy Lord knoweth well what their breasts enshroud, and what they bring to light, and there is no secret thing in the heaven or on the earth, but it is in the clear book. Truly this Qur'an declareth to the children of Israel most things wherein they disagree, and it is certainly guidance and a mercy to the faithful. Verily, by his wisdom will thy Lord decide between them, for he is the mighty, the knowing. Put thou then thy trust in God, for thou hast clear truth on thy side. 13 Thou shalt not make the dead to hear, neither shalt thou make the deaf to hear the call, when they turn away backward, neither art thou the guide of the blind out of their errors, none truly shalt thou make to hear but those who believe our signs, and they are Muslims. When the doom shall be ready to light upon them, we will cause a monster 14 to come forth to them out of the earth, and cry to them, verily men have not firmly believed our signs. And on that day shall be gathered out of every nation a company of those who have gainsaid our signs, in separate bands, till they come before God, who will say, treated ye my signs as impostures, although ye embraced them not in your knowledge? Or what is it that you were doing? And doom shall light upon them for their evil deeds, and naught shall they have to plead. See they not that we have ordained the night that they may rest in it, and the day with its gift of light? Of a truth herein are signs to people who believe. On that day there shall be a blast on the trumpet, and all that are in the heavens, and all that be on the earth shall be terror-stricken, save him whom God pleaseth to deliver, and all shall come to him in humble guise. And thou shalt see the mountains, which thou thinkest so firm, pass away with the passing of a cloud. 'Tis the work of God, who ordereth all things. Of all that ye do is he well aware. To him who shall present himself with good works, shall be a reward beyond their desert. 15 And they shall be secure from the terror on that day, and they who shall present themselves with evil shall be flung downward on their faces into the fire. Shall ye be rewarded but as ye have wrought? Say, specially am I commanded to worship the Lord of this land, which he hath sanctified. All things are his, and I am commanded to be one of those who surrender them to God, a Muslim, and to recite the Qur'an, and whoever is rightly guided, assuredly will be rightly guided to his own behoof. And as to him who erreth, say, I truly am a warner only. And say, praise be to God. He will show you his signs, and ye shall acknowledge them, and of what ye do, thy Lord is not regardless. Underscore 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 1 See surah al-Qadr. Page 32, and 2 Not really leprous. 3 Lit. When our visible signs came to them. For this tradition may be derived from 1 Kings 4. 33, Comp. Geiger, page 185. The legend of Solomon's power over the genii originates in a mistranslation of ECCL. 2:8. Comp. Also for other points in this story Prov 6. 6. 1 Kings X 1-10. 5. Demons obeyed him, Solomon. And evil spirits were subjected to him. Tag. 2 on Esther 1:2. From the same source Muhammad has adopted, with slight variations, the whole story of Solomon's intercourse with the Queen of Saba. Comp. Also Tr. Giddon, Fol 68, and Midra. Jalkut on 1 Kings 6. Chapter 182. 6 Lit. Unless ye bear me witness. 7 That is, malignant. The Afrits are generally believed to differ from the other jinn in being very powerful and always malicious, but to be in other respects of a similar nature. Lane's Modern Egyptians, I. 285. The ghosts of dead persons are also called by this name, IB 289. 8 Or, before thy glance can be withdrawn from an object. 9 Lit. We have consulted the flight of birds, hence presage. 10 Lit. Your bird, augury. 11 Comp. Surah al-Qadr XXV. 55, 12 Lit. Their knowledge attaineth to the next life. 13 Lit. Art on clear truth. 14 Al-Jasika, the spy. 15 Or, shall derive advantage from them. Surah 18. The cave al-Qadr. Mecca. -110 verses. In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful. Praise be to God, who hath sent down the book to his servant, and hath not made it tortuous one but direct, that it may warn of a grievous woe from him, and announce to the faithful who do the things that are right, that a goodly reward, wherein they shall abide forever, awaiteth them, and that it may warn those who say, God hath begotten a son. No knowledge of this have either they or their fathers. A grievous saying to come out of their mouths. They speak no other than a lie. And haply, if they believe not in this new revelation, thou wilt slay thyself, on their very footsteps, out of vexation. Verily, we have made all that is on earth as its adornment, that we might make trial who among mankind would excel in works, but we are surely about to reduce all that is thereon to dust. Hast thou reflected that the inmates of the cave and of al-Rakim too were on our wondrous signs? When the youths betook them to the cave they said, O our Lord, grant us mercy from before thee, and order for us our affair aright. Then struck we upon their ears with deafness in the cave for many a year, then we awaked them that we might know which of the two parties could best reckon the space of their abiding. We will relate to thee their tale with truth. They were youths who had believed in their Lord, and in guidance had we increased them, and we had made them stout of heart, when they stood up and said, Our Lord is Lord of the heavens and of the earth, we will call on no other God than him, for in that case we had said a thing outrageous. These our people have taken other gods beside him, though they bring no clear proof for them, but, who more iniquitous than he who forgeth a lie of God? So when ye shall have separated you from them and from that which they worship beside God, then betake you to the cave, your Lord will unfold his mercy to you, and will order your affairs for you for the best. And thou mightest have seen the sun when it arose, pass on the right of their cave, and when it set, leave them on the left, while they were in its spacious chamber. This is one of the signs of God. Guided indeed is he whom God guideth, but for him whom he misleadeth, thou shalt by no means find a patron, director. And thou wouldst have deemed them awake, 3 though they were sleeping, and we turned them to the right and to the left. And in the entry lay their dog with paws outstretched. For hadst thou come suddenly upon them, thou wouldst surely have turned thy back on them in flight, and have been filled with fear at them. So we awaked them that they might question one another. Said one of them, How long have ye tarried here? They said, We have tarried a day or part of day. They said, Your Lord knoweth best how long ye have tarried, send now one of you with this your coin into the city, and let him mark who therein hath purest food, and from him let him bring you a supply, and let him be courteous, and not discover you to any one. For they, if they find you out, will stone you or turn you back to their faith, and in that case it will fare ill with you forever. And thus made we their adventure known to their fellow citizens, that they might learn that the promise of God is true, and that as to the hour there is no doubt of its coming. When they disputed among themselves concerning what had befallen them, some said, Build a building over them, their Lord knoweth best about them. Those who prevailed in the matter said, A place of worship will we surely raise over them. Some say, They were 3, their dog the 4th, others say, 5, their dog the 6th, guessing at the secret, others say, 7, and their dog the 8th. Say, My Lord best knoweth the number, none, save a few, shall know them. Therefore be clear in their discussions about them, 5 and ask not any Christian concerning them. Say not thou of a thing, I will surely do it tomorrow, without, if God will, 6 and when thou hast forgotten, call thy Lord to mind, and say, Haply my Lord will guide me, that I may come near to the truth of this story with correctness. And they tarried in their cave 300 years and 9 years over. 7 say, God best knoweth how long they tarried, with him are the secrets of the heavens and of the earth, look thou and hearken unto him alone. 8 man hath no guardian but him, and none may bear part in his judgments and publish what hath been revealed to thee of the book of thy Lord, none may change his words, and thou shalt find no refuge beside him. Be patient with those who call upon their Lord at morn and even, seeking his face, and let not thine eyes be turned away from them in quest of the pomp of this life. 9 Neither obey him 10 whose heart we have made careless of the remembrance of us, and who followeth his own lusts, and whose ways are unbridled. And say, The truth is from your Lord, let him then who will, believe, and let him who will, be an infidel. But for the offenders we have got ready the fire whose smoke shall enwrap them, and if they implore help, helped shall they be with water like molten brass which shall scald their wretched the drink. And an unhappy couch. But as to those who have believed and done the things that are right, verily we will not suffer the reward of him whose works were good, to perish. For them, the gardens of Eden, under whose shades shall rivers flow, decked shall they be therein with bracelets of gold, and green robes of silk and rich brocade shall they wear, reclining them therein on thrones. Blissful the reward. And a pleasant couch, 11 And set forth to them as a parable 2 men, on one of whom we bestowed 2 gardens of grapevines, and surrounded both with palm trees, and placed cornfields between them. Each of the gardens did yield its fruit, and failed not thereof at all, and we caused a river to flow in their midst. And this man received his fruit, and said, disputing with him, to his companion, More have I than thou of wealth, and my family is mightier. And he went into his garden to his own soul unjust. He said, I do not think that this will ever perish, and I do not think that the hour will come, and even if I be taken back to my Lord, I shall surely find a better than it in exchange. His fellow said to him, disputing with him, What? Hast thou no belief in him who created thee of the dust, then of the germs of life? 12 Then fashioned thee a perfect man. But God is my Lord, and no other being will I associate with my Lord. And why didst thou not say when thou enteredst thy garden, What God willeth? There is no power but in God. Though thou sayest that I have less than thou of wealth and children, yet haply my Lord may bestow on me better than thy garden, and may send his bolts upon it out of heaven, so that the next dawn shall find it barren dust, or its water become deep sunk, so that thou art unable to find it. And his fruits were encompassed by destruction. Then began he to turn down the palms of his hands at what he had spent on it, for its vines were falling down on their trellises, and he said, Oh that I had not joined any other god to my Lord. And he had no host to help him instead of God, neither was he able to help himself. Protection in such a case is of God the truth, he is the best rewarder, and he bringeth to the best issue. And set before them a similitude of the present life. It is as water which we send down from heaven, and the herb of the earth is mingled with it, and on the morrow it becometh dry stubble which the winds scatter, for God hath power over all things. Wealth and children are the adornment of this present life, but good works, which are lasting, are better in the sight of thy Lord as to recompense, and better as to hope. And call to mind the day when we will cause the mountains to pass away. 13 And thou shalt see the earth a level plain, and we will gather mankind together, and not leave of them any one. And they shall be set before thy Lord in ranks. Now are ye come unto us as we created you at first, but ye thought that we should not make good to you the promise. And each shall have his book put into his hand, and thou shalt see the wicked in alarm at that which is therein, and they shall say, O woe to us! What meaneth this book? It leaveth neither small nor great unnoted down. And they shall find all that they have wrought present to them, and thy Lord will not deal unjustly with any one. When we said to the angels, Prostrate yourselves before Adam, they all prostrated them save Iblis, who was of the jinn. 14 And revolted from his Lord's behest. Behest? What? Will ye then take him and his offspring as patrons rather than me? And they your enemies? Sad exchange for the ungodly. I made them not witnesses of the creation of the heavens and of the earth, nor of their own creation, neither did I take seducers as my helpers. On a certain day, God shall say, Call ye on the companions ye joined with me, deeming them to be gods, and they shall call on them, but they shall not answer them. Then will we place a valley of perdition between them, and the wicked shall see the fire, and shall have a foreboding that they shall be flung into it, and they shall find no escape from it. And now in this Qur'an we have presented to man similitudes of every kind, but, at most things is man a caviller. And what, now that guidance is come to them, letteth men from believing and from asking forgiveness of their Lord unless they wait till that the doom of the ancients overtake them, or the chastisement come upon them in the sight of the universe? We send not our sent ones but to announce and to warn, but the infidels cavil with vain words in order to refute the truth, and they treat my signs and their own warnings with scorn. But who is worse than he who when told of the signs of his Lord turneth him away and forgetteth what in time past his hands have wrought? Truly we have thrown veils over their hearts lest they should understand this Qur'an, and into their ears a heaviness, and if thou bid them to the guidance, yet will they not even then be guided ever. The Gracious One, full of compassion, is thy Lord. If he would have chastised them for their demerits he would have hastened their chastisement. But they have a time fixed for the accomplishment of our menaces, and beside God they shall find no refuge. And those cities did we destroy when they became impious, and of their coming destruction we gave them warning. Remember when Moses said to his servant, I will not stop till I reach the confluence of the 2 seas, 15 Or for years will I journey on. But when they reached their confluence, they forgot their fish, and it took its way in the sea at will. And when they had passed on, said Moses to his servant, Bring us our morning meal, for now have we incurred weariness from this journey. He said, What thinkest thou? When we repaired to the rock for rest I forgot the fish, and none but Satan made me forget it, so as not to mention it, and it hath taken its way in the sea in a wondrous sort. He said, It is this we were in quest of. 16 And they both went back retracing their footsteps. Then found they one of our servants to whom we had vouchsafed our mercy, and whom we had instructed with our knowledge. And Moses said to him, Shall I follow thee that thou teach me, for guidance, of that which thou too hast been taught? He said, Verily, thou canst not have patience with me. How canst thou be patient in matters whose meaning thou comprehendest not? He said, Thou shalt find me patient if God please, nor will I disobey thy bidding. He said, Then, if thou follow me, ask me not of aught until I have given thee an account thereof. So they both went on, till they embarked in a ship, and he the unknown staved it in. What, said Moses, hast thou staved it in that thou mayest drown its crew? A strange thing now hast thou done. He said, Did I not tell thee that thou couldst not have patience with me? He said, Chide me not that I forgat, nor lay on me a hard command. Then went they on till they met a youth, and he slew him. Said Moses, Hast thou slain him who is free from guilt of blood? Now hast thou wrought a grievous thing. He said, Did I not tell thee that thou couldst not have patience with me? Moses said, If after this I ask thee aught, then let me be thy comrade no longer, but now hast thou my excuse. They went on till they came to the people of a city. Of this people they asked food, but they refused them for guests. And they found in it a wall that was about to fall, and he set it upright. Said Moses, If thou hadst wished, for this thou mightest have obtained pay. He said, This is the parting point between me and thee. But I will first tell thee the meaning of that which thou couldst not await with patience. As to the vessel, it belonged to poor men who toiled upon the sea, and I was minded to damage it, for in their rear was a king who seized every ship by force. As to the youth, his parents were believers, and we feared lest he should trouble them by error and infidelity. And we desired that their Lord might give them in his place a child, better than he in virtue, and nearer to filial piety. And as to the wall, it belonged to 2 orphan youths in the city, and beneath it was their treasure, and their father was a righteous man, and thy Lord desired that they should reach the age of strength, and take forth their treasure through the mercy of thy Lord. And not of mine own will have I done this. This is the interpretation of that which thou couldst not bear with patience. They will ask thee of Dhul-Qarnayn, the 2-horned 17. Say, I will recite to you an account of him. We established his power upon the earth, and made for him a way to everything. And a route he followed, until when he reached the setting of the sun, he found it to set in a miry fount, and hard by he found a people. We said, O Dhul-Qarnayn, either chastise or treat them generously. The impious, said he, will we surely chastise, then shall he be taken back to his Lord, and he will chastise him with a grievous chastisement. But as to him who believeth and doeth that which is right, he shall have a generous recompense, and we will lay on them our easy behests. Then followed he a route, until when he reached the rising of the sun he found it to rise on a people to whom we had given no shelter from it. Thus it was. And we had full knowledge of the forces that were with him. Then followed he a route until he came between the 2 mountains, beneath which he found a people who scarce understood a language. They said, O Dhul-Qarnayn, verily, Gog and Magog 18 waste this land, shall we then pay thee tribute, so thou build a rampart 19 between us and them? He said, Better than your tribute is the might wherewith my Lord hath strengthened me, but help me strenuously, and I will set a barrier between you and them. Bring me blocks of iron, until when it filled the space between the mountain sides ply, said he, your bellows, until when he had made it red with heat, fire, he said, bring me molten brass that I may pour upon it. And Gog and Magog were not able to scale it, neither were they able to dig through it. This, said he, is a mercy from my Lord, but when the promise of my Lord shall come to pass, he will turn it to dust, and the promise of my Lord is true. On that day we will let them dash like billows one over another, and there shall be a blast on the trumpet, and we will gather them together in a body. And we will set hell on that day close before the infidels, whose eyes were veiled from my warning, and who had no power to hear. What? Do the infidels think that they can take my servants as their patrons, beside me? Verily, we have got hell ready as the abode of the infidels. Say, shall we tell you who they are that have lost their labor most? Whose aim in the present life hath been mistaken, and who deem that what they do is right? They are those who believe not in the signs of the Lord, or that they shall ever meet him. Vain, therefore, are their works, and no weight will we allow them on the day of resurrection. This shall be their reward hell. 20 Because they were unbelievers, and treated my signs and my apostles with scorn. But as for those who believe and do the things that are right, they shall have the gardens of paradise 21 for their abode, they shall remain therein forever, they shall wish for no change from it. Say, should the sea become ink, to write the words of my Lord, the sea would surely fail ere the words of my Lord would fail, though we brought its like in aid. Say, in sooth I am only a man like you. It hath been revealed to me that your God is one only God, let him then who hopeth to meet his Lord work a righteous work, nor let him give any other creature a share in the worship of his Lord. Underscore 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 one let. Hath not put crookedness into it. To the valley, or mountain, in which the cave of the 7 sleepers was situated. Comp. Fundgraben des Orients, 3. 347 to 381, Gibbon's Decline and Fall, Chapter XXXII. Especially the concluding sentences. 3. Because they slept with their eyes open. Bade. For the Mohammedans believe that this dog will be admitted into paradise. One of its traditional names is Katmir, a word whose letters, it should be observed, are with one exception identical with Rakim. 5. Let. Dispute not about them unless with clear disputation. 6. Muhammad had omitted to use the qualifying phrase when, in reply to the Jews who asked for the history of the 7 sleepers, he simply promised to give it on the morrow, hence, this verse. Comp. James 4. 13 to 15. 7. They entered the cavern under Decius and awoke in the time of Theodosius, according to the tradition, which cannot be reconciled with the number of years given in the text. 8. Thus on. But the words may be taken with bade and sail, as ironical. Make thou him to see and hear. 9. Said to have been promulgated at Medina. Nold. Page 106. 10. Umayyah ibn Chaf, who advised Muhammad to cast off all his poorer followers out of respect to the Quraysh. 11. It is probable that this and the numerous similar descriptions of the enjoyments in paradise are based upon Muhammad's knowledge, or possibly personal observation, of the luxurious habits of the Persians, to whom many Arabian tribes owed allegiance and with whom they had mercantile transactions by means of caravans. The word paradise, the names of cups and brocade in Surah Lvi. pp 66, 67, and the word sundus in this passage, are all Persian. 12. Let X sperm 8. 13. Comp. Isai. XL 4, etc. 14. Muhammad appears, according to this text, to have considered Iblis not only as the father of the jinn, but as one of their number. The truth appears to be that Muhammad derived his doctrines of the genii from the Persian and Indian mythology and attempted to identify them with the Satan and demons of the Semitic races. Both the Satans and jinn represent in the Quran the principle of evil. See Surah Xci 2. 32, and 15. The Sea of Greece and the Sea of Persia. But as no literal interpretation of the passage seems satisfactory, the commentators have devised a spiritual or metaphorical one and explain it of the 2 oceans of natural and supernatural knowledge. There is no trace of this legend in the rabbinic writings. 16. The loss of our fish is a sign to us of our finding him whom we seek, namely, al-Qadr, or al-Qadir, the reputed vizier of Dulqarnain, and said to have drunk of the fountain of life, by virtue of which he still lives and will live till the day of judgment. He is also said to appear, clad in green robes, to Muslims in distress, whence his name. Perhaps the name Qadr is formed from Jethro. 17. Probably Alexander the Great, so called from his expeditions to the east and west. He seems to be regarded in this passage as invested with a divine commission for the extirpation of impiety and idolatry. Comp. Dan 8. And Tr. Tanith, Fol 32. Hodding Bible Orient. 109, 18. Yajuj and Majuj, the barbarous people of Asia. See Ibn Battuda's Travels, 4. Page 274, par. Ed. 19. This rampart has been identified with fortifications which extended from the shore of the Caspian Sea to the Pontus Euxinus, made, as it is said, by Alexander, and repaired by Yezdegerd II. Cosson de Percival, Volume 1, page 66. See Surah LXV, XXI. 9620. The form of this word in the Arabic, with the H in the second syllable and the final M, shows that the word was borrowed from the Hebrew, and not from the Greek or Syriac. 21. Observe in this expression the same admixture of the Semitic and Indo-Persian elements as was noticed above in the identification of Satans and Jinn, verse 48. Surah XXXI. Adoration, LXX. Mecca. -30 verses in the name of God, the Compassionate, the Merciful. Aleph. Lam. Mim. 1 This book is without a doubt a revelation sent down from the Lord of the worlds. Will they say, He hath forged it? Nay, it is the truth from thy Lord that thou mayest warn a people to whom no warner hath come before thee, that haply they may be guided. God it is who hath created the heavens and the earth and all that is between them in 6 days, then ascended his throne. Save him ye have no patron, and none to plead for you. Will ye not then reflect? From the heaven to the earth he governeth all things, hereafter shall they come up to him on a day whose length shall be 1,000 of such years as ye reckon. To this is he who knoweth the unseen and the seen, the mighty, the merciful, who hath made everything which he hath created most good, and began the creation of man with clay, then ordained his progeny from germs of life, 3 from sorry water, then shaped him, and breathed of his spirit into him, and gave you hearing and seeing and hearts. What little thanks do ye return? And they say, What? When we shall have lain hidden in the earth, shall we become a new creation? Yea, they deny that they shall meet their Lord. Say, the angel of death who is charged with you shall cause you to die, then shall ye be returned to your Lord. Couldst thou but see when the guilty shall droop their heads before their Lord, and cry, O our Lord! We have seen and we have heard, return us then to life, we will do that which is right. Verily we believe firmly. Had we pleased we had certainly given to every soul its guidance. But true shall be the word which hath gone forth from me. I will surely fill hell with jinn and men together. Taste then the recompense of your having forgotten the meeting with this your day. We, too, we have forgotten you, taste then an eternal punishment for that which ye have wrought. They only believe in our signs, who, when mention is made of them, fall down in adoration, and celebrate the praise of their Lord, and are not puffed up with disdain, who, as they raise them fall from their couches, call on their Lord with fear and desire, and give alms of that with which we have supplied them. No soul knoweth what joy of the eyes is reserved for the good in recompense of their works. Shall he then who is a believer be as he who sinneth grossly? They shall not be held alike. As to those who believe and do that which is right, they shall have gardens of eternal abode as the meed of their works, but as for those who grossly sin, their abode shall be the fire, so oft as they shall desire to escape out of it, back shall they be turned into it. And it shall be said to them, Taste ye the torment of the fire, which ye treated as a lie. And we will surely cause them to taste a punishment yet nearer at hand, besides the greater punishment, that haply they may turn to us in penitence. Who acteth worse than he who is warned by the signs of his Lord, then turneth away from them? We will surely take vengeance on the guilty ones. We heretofore gave the book of the law to Moses, have thou no doubt as to our meeting with him. 5 And we appointed it for the guidance of the children of Israel. And we appointed imams from among them who should guide after our command when they had themselves endured with constancy, and had firmly believed in our signs. Now thy Lord, he will decide between them on the day of resurrection as to the subject of their disputes. Is it not notorious to them how many generations, through whose abodes they walk, we have destroyed before them? Truly herein are sings, will they not then hear? See they not how we drive the rain to some parched land and thereby bring forth corn of which their cattle and themselves do eat? Will they not then behold? They say, When will this decision take place? Tell us, if ye are men of truth. Say, on the day of that decision, the faith of infidels shall not avail them, and they shall have no further respite. Stand aloof from them then, and wait thou, for they too wait. 6 underscore 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 1 See surah al-Qadr 1 p. 32 2 Comp. Surah Cvi XXII 46 and PS XC 4, which is taken literally by many of the Talmudists. Comp. E.g. Sanhed 96 2 3 lit. Ex spermate genitale 4 lit. Their sides are raised. 5 Noldik thinks that the word for meeting is used here in the same sense as in v. 10 above and Surah al-Qadr XLI 54, and that the clause does not belong to this verse, page 108, and 6 Wait thou for their punishment as they wait for thy downfall. Surah 1 XLI. The made plain, LXXI. Mecca. -54 verses in the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful HA. MIM 2 A revelation from the compassionate, the merciful. A book whose verses, signs, are made plain in Arabic Quran, for men of knowledge, announcer of glad tidings and charged with warnings. But most of them withdraw and hearken not, and they say, Our hearts are under shelter from thy teachings, and in our ears is a deafness, and between us and thee there is a veil. Act as thou thinkest right, we verily shall act as we think right. Say, I am only a man like you. 3. It is revealed to me that your God is one God, go straight then to him, and implore his pardon. And woe to those who join gods with God, who pay not the alms of obligation, and in the life to come believe not. But they who believe and do the things that are right shall receive a perfect full recompense. Say, do ye indeed disbelieve in him who in 2 days created the earth? And do ye assign him peers? The Lord of the worlds is he. And he hath placed on the earth the firm mountains which tower above it, and he hath blessed it, and distributed food throughout it, for the cravings of all alike, in 4 days. Then he applied himself to the heaven, which then was but smoke, and to it and to the earth he said, Come ye, whether in obedience or against your will, and they both said, We come obedient. And he made them 7 heavens in 2 days, and in each heaven made known its office, and we furnished the lower heaven with lights and guardian angels. This, the disposition of the Almighty, the All-Knowing. If they turn away, then say, I warn you of a tempest, like the tempest of Ad and Thamud. When the apostles came to them on every side, 5 saying, Worship none but God, they said, Had our Lord been pleased to send down, he had surely sent down angels, and in sooth, your message we do not believe. As to Ad, they bore them proudly and unjustly in the land, and said, Who more mighty than we in prowess? Saw they not that God their Creator was mightier than they in prowess? And they rejected our signs. Therefore on ill-omened days did we send against them an impetuous blast that we might make them taste the chastisement of shame in this world, but more shameful shall be the chastisement of the life to come, and they shall not be protected. And as to Thamud, we had vouchsafed them guidance, but to guidance did they prefer blindness, wherefore the tempest of a shameful punishment overtook them for their doings, but we rescued the believing and the God-fearing, and warn of the day when the enemies of God shall be gathered 6 unto the fire urged on in bands, until when they reach it, their ears and their eyes and their skins shall bear witness against them of their deeds, and they shall say to their skins, Why witness ye against us? They shall say, God, who giveth a voice to all things, hath given us a voice, he created you at first, and to him are ye brought back. And ye did not hide yourselves so that neither your ears nor your eyes nor your skins should witness against you, but ye thought that God knew not many a thing that ye did. And this your thought which ye did think of your Lord hath ruined you, so that ye are become of those who perish. And be they patient, still the fire shall be their abode, or if they beg for favor, yet shall they not be affavored. And we will appoint Satans as their fast companions, for it was they who made their present and future state seem fair and right to them, and the sentence passed on the peoples of jinn and men who flourished before them hath become their due, and they shall perish. Yet the unbelievers say, Hearken not to this Qur'an, but keep up a talking, that ye may overpower the voice of the reader. Surely therefore will we cause the unbelievers to taste a terrible punishment, and recompense them according to the worst of their actions. This the reward of the enemies of God, the fire. It shall be their eternal abode, in requital for their gainsaying our signs. And they who believe not shall say, O our Lord, show us those of the jinn and men who led us astray, both of them will we put under our feet, that they may be of the humbled. But as for those who say, Our Lord is God, and who go straight to him, 7 angels shall descend to them and say, Fear ye not, neither be ye grieved, but rejoice ye in the paradise which ye have been promised. We are your guardians in this life and in the next, yours therein shall be your soul's desire, and yours therein whatever ye shall ask for, the hospitality of a gracious, a merciful one. And who speaketh fairer than he who biddeth to God and doth the thing that is right, and saith, I for my part am of the Muslims. Moreover, good and evil are not to be treated as the same thing. Turn away evil by what is better, and lo, he between whom and thyself was enmity, shall be as though he were a warm friend. But none attain to this save men steadfast in patience, and none attain to it except the most highly favored. 8. And if an enticement from Satan entice thee, then take refuge in God, for he is the hearing, the knowing. And among his signs are the night, and the day, and the sun, and the moon. Bend not in adoration to the sun or the moon, but bend in adoration before God who created them both, if ye would serve him. But if they are too proud for this, yet they who are with thy Lord do celebrate his praises night and day, 9 and cease not. And among his signs is this, that thou seest the earth drooping, but, when we send down the rain upon it, it is stirred and swelleth. Verily he who giveth it life, will surely give life to the dead, for his might extendeth over all things. 10. They truly who with obloquy disown our signs are not hidden from us. Is he then who shall be cast into the fire, or he who shall come forth secure on the day of resurrection, in the better position? Do what ye will, but his eye is on all your doings. Verily, they who believe not in the warning after it hath come to them. And yet the Qur'an is a glorious book. Falsehood, from whatever side it cometh, shall not come nigh it. 11 It is a missive down from the wise, the praiseworthy. Nothing hath been said to thee which hath not been said of old to apostles before thee. Verily with thy Lord is forgiveness, and with him is terrible retribution. Had we made it a Qur'an in a foreign tongue, they had surely said, unless its signs be made clear. 12 What? In a foreign tongue. And the people Arabian. Say, it is to those who believe a guide and a medicine. 13 But as to those who believe not, there is a thickness in their ears, and to them it is a blindness. They are like those who are called to from afar. Of old we gave the book to Moses, and disputes arose about it, and if a decree of respite from thy Lord had gone before, there would surely have been a decision between them, for great were their doubts and questionings about it. 14 He who doth right it is for himself. 15 And he who doth evil it is for himself, and thy Lord will not deal unfairly with his servants. With him alone. 16 Is the knowledge of the hour. No fruit cometh forth from its coverings, neither doth any female conceive, nor is she delivered, but with his knowledge. And on that day he shall call men to him, saying, Where are the companions ye gave me? They shall say, We own to thee, there is no one of us can witness for them. And what they erst called on shall pass away from them, and they shall perceive that there will be no escape for them. Man saith not to pray for good, but if evil betide him he despondeth, despairing. And if we cause him to taste our mercy after affliction hath touched him, he is sure to say, This is my due, and I take no thought of the hour of resurrection, and if I be brought back to my Lord, I shall indeed attain with him my highest good. But we will then certainly declare their doings to the infidels, and cause them to taste a stern punishment. When we are gracious to man, he withdraweth and turneth him aside, but when evil toucheth him, he is a man of long prayers. Say, what think ye? If this book be from God and ye believe it not, who will have gone further astray than he who is at a distance from it? We will show them our signs in different countries and among themselves, until it become plain to them that it is the truth. Is it not enough for thee that thy Lord is witness of all things? Are they not in doubt as to the meeting with their Lord? But doth he not encompass all things? Underscore 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 1 in some MSS. This surah is entitled Adoration. Thus bade. According to his 186, Comp Kosan 1, 375f, Muhammad's aim in this surah was the conversion of a noble Meccan, Utbah ben Rabi'ah, to Islam. The precise year is uncertain. 2 See Surah al-Qadr. 1, page 32. 3 Thus SS, Paul and Barnabas, Acts 14. 15 4, Never failing. 5 Lit. From before them and from behind them. 6 See Surah al-Qadr. 64, and 7 Comp. Surah al-Qadr XLVI. 12 8 Lit. The possessor of great good fortune. 9 Comp. Reverend 4. 8 in the original. 10 Thus Tarnat in it. 11 Lit. Vanity shall not come to it from before it, or from behind it. 12 We will not receive it. The literal rendering of the following words is what? Foreign and Arabian. 13 Comp. Surah al-Qadr 17. 83, 84. 14 Lit. Verily they were in suspicious doubting about it. 15 Lit. For his soul. See next Surah, v. 14. 16 Lit. To him is referred. Surah XLV. The kneeling LXXEI. Mecca. -36 verses in the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful Mim 1 This book is sent down to from God, the mighty, the wise. Assuredly in the heavens and the earth are signs for those who believe, and in your own creation, and in the beasts which are scattered abroad are signs to the firm in faith, and in the succession of night and day, and in the supply which God sendeth down from the heaven whereby he giveth life to the earth when dead, and in the change of the winds, are signs for a people of discernment. Such are the signs of God, with truth do we recite them to thee. But in what teaching will they believe, if they reject three God and his signs? Woe to every lying sinner, who heareth the signs of God recited to him, and then, as though he heard them not, persisteth in proud disdain. apprise him of an afflictive punishment. And when he becometh acquainted with any of our signs he turneth them into ridicule. These. A shameful punishment for them. Hell is behind them. And neither their gains nor the Lord's whom they have adopted beside God shall avail them in the least, and theirs a great punishment. This is guidance, and for those who disbelieve the signs of their Lord is the punishment of an afflictive torment. It is God who hath subjected the sea to you that the ships may traverse it at his bidding, and that ye may go in quest of the gifts of his bounty, and that ye may be thankful. And he hath subjected to you all that is in the heavens and all that is on the earth, all is from him. Verily, herein are signs for those who reflect. Tell the believers to pardon those who hope not for the days of God, for in which he purposeth to reward men according to their deeds. He who doth that which is right, doth it to his own behoof, and whoso doth evil, doth it to his own hurt. Hereafter, to your Lord shall ye be brought back. To the children of Israel gave we of old the book and the wisdom and the gift of prophecy, and we supplied them with good things, and privileged them above all peoples, and we gave them clear sanctions for our behests, neither did they differ, through mutual envy, till after they had become possessed of knowledge, but thy Lord will judge between them on the day of resurrection, as to the subject of their disputes. Afterwards we set thee over our divine law. 5 Follow it then, and follow not the wishes of those who have no knowledge, for against God shall they avail thee nothing. And in sooth, the doers of evil are one another's patrons, but the patron of them that fear him is God himself. This book hath insight for mankind, and a guidance and mercy to a people who are firm in faith. Deem they whose gettings are only evil, that we will deal with them as with those who believe and work righteousness, so that their lives and death shall be alike. Ill do they judge. In all truth hath God created the heavens and the earth, that he may reward every one as he shall have wrought, and they shall not be wronged. What thinkest thou? He who hath made a god of his passions, and whom God causeth wilfully to err, and whose ears and whose heart he hath sealed up, and over whose sight he hath placed a veil, who, after his rejection by God, shall guide such a one? Will ye not then be warned? And they say, there is only this our present life, we die and we live, and naught but time destroyeth us. But in this they have no knowledge, it is merely their own conceit. And when our clear signs are recited to them, their only argument is to say, bring back our fathers, if ye speak the truth. Say, God giveth you life, then causeth you to die, then will he assemble you on the day of resurrection, there is no doubt of it, but most men have not this knowledge. And God's is the kingdom of the heavens and of the earth, and on the day when the hour shall arrive, on that day shall the despisers 6 perish. And thou shalt see every nation kneeling, to its own book shall every nation be summoned, this day shall ye be repaid as ye have wrought. This our book will speak of you with truth, therein have we written down whatever ye have done. As to those who have believed and wrought righteously, into his mercy shall their Lord cause them to enter. This shall be undoubted bliss. But as to the infidels, were not my signs recited to you? But ye proudly scorned them, and became a sinful people. And when it was said, verily the promise of God is truth, and as to the hour, there is no doubt of it, ye said, we know not what the hour is, we conceive it a mere conceit, we have no assurance of it. And the evils they have wrought shall rise up into their view, and that at which they mocked shall hem them in on every side. And it shall be said to them, this day will we forget you as ye forget your meeting with us this day, and your abode shall be the fire, and none shall there be to succour you this, because ye received the signs of God with mockery, and this present life deceived you. On that day therefore they shall not come out from it, and they shall not be asked to win the favour of God. Praise then be to God, Lord of the heavens and Lord of the earth, the Lord of the worlds. And his be the greatness in the heavens and on the earth, for he is the mighty, the wise. Underscore 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 1 See surah al-Qadr. Page 32. 2 Lit. The sending down, i.e. the revelation of the book. 3 Lit. After God. For that is, the days of victory. In scripture phrase, the days of the right hand of the Most High. 5 The Arabic amri may be rendered either command or business, i.e. of religion. 6 Lit. The Maker's vein, i.e. vanitatis arguentes al-Quranum. March. Surah 16. The B.L.X.X.E.I. Mecca. -128 verses In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful. The doom of God cometh to pass. Then hasten it not. Glory be to him. High let him be exalted above the gods whom they join with him. By his own behest will he cause the angels to descend with the Spirit on whom he pleaseth among his servants, bidding them, warn that there is no God but me, therefore fear me. He hath created the heavens and the earth to set forth his truth, one high let him be exalted above the gods they join with him. Man hath he created from a moist germ, two yet low. Man is an open caviller. And the cattle. For you hath he created them, in them ye have warm garments and gainful uses, and of them ye eat, and they beseem you well three when ye fetch them home and when ye drive them forth to pasture, and they carry your burdens to lands which ye could not else reach but with travail of soul. Truly your Lord is full of goodness and merciful, and he hath given you horses, mules, and asses, that ye may ride them, and for your ornament, and things of which ye have no knowledge hath he created. Of God it is to point out the way. Some turn aside from it, but had he pleased, he had guided you all aright. It is he who sendeth down rain out of heaven, from it is your drink, and from it are the plants by which ye pasture. By it he causeth the corn, and the olives, and the palm trees, and the grapes to spring forth for you, and all kinds of fruits. Verily, in this are signs for those who ponder. And he hath subjected to you the night and the day, the sun and the moon and the stars too are subjected to you by his behest. Verily, in this are signs for those who understand, and all of varied hues that he hath created for you over the earth. Verily, in this are signs for those who remember. And he it is who hath subjected the sea to you, that ye may eat of its fresh fish, and take forth from it ornaments to where thou seest the ships ploughing its billows, and that ye may go in quest of his bounties, and that ye might give thanks. And he hath thrown firm mountains on the earth, lest it move with you, and rivers and paths for your guidance, and waymarks. By the stars too are men guided. Shall he then who hath created be as he who hath not created? Will ye not consider? And if ye would reckon up the favours of God, ye could not count them. God is right gracious, merciful. And God knoweth what ye conceal, and what ye bring to light, while the gods whom they call on beside God create nothing, but are themselves created, dead are they, lifeless. And they know not when they shall be raised. Your God is the one God, and they who believe not in a future life, have hearts given to denial, and are men of pride. Beyond a doubt God knoweth what they conceal and what they manifest. He truly loveth not the men of pride. For when it is said to them, What is this your Lord hath sent down? They say, Fables of the ancients, that on the day of resurrection they may bear their own entire burden, and the burden of those whom they, in their ignorance, misled. Shall it not be a grievous burden for them? They who were before them did plot of old. But God attacked their building at its foundation, the roof fell on them from above, and, whence they looked not for it, punishment overtook them. For on the day of resurrection, too, will he shame them. He will say, Where are the gods ye associated with me, the subjects of your disputes? They to whom the knowledge hath been given will say, Verily, this day shall shame and evil fall upon the infidels. The sinners against their own souls whom the angels shall cause to die will proffer the submission, No evil have we done. Nay. God knoweth what ye have wrought. Enter ye therefore the gates of hell to remain therein for ever, and horrid the abiding place of the haughty ones. But to those who have feared God it shall be said, What is this that your Lord hath awarded? They shall say, That which is best. To those who do good, a good reward in this present world, but better the mansion of the next, and right pleasant the abode of the God-fearing. Gardens of Eden into which they shall enter, rivers shall flow beneath their shades, all they wish for shall they find therein. Thus God rewardeth those who fear him, to whom, as righteous persons, the angels shall say, when they receive their souls, Peace be on you. Enter paradise as the meed of your labors. What can the infidels expect but that the angels of death come upon them, or that a sentence of thy Lord take effect? Thus did they who flourished before them. God was not unjust to them, but to their own selves were they unjust, and the ill which they had done recoiled upon them, and that which they had scoffed at encompassed them round about. They who have joined other gods with God say, Had he pleased, neither we nor our fathers had worshipped aught but him, nor should we, apart from him, have forbidden aught. Thus acted they who were before them. Yet is the duty of the apostles other than public preaching. And to every people have we sent an apostle saying, Worship God and turn away from Taghat. 5 Some of them there were whom God guided, and there were others decreed to err. But go through the land and see what hath been the end of those who treated my apostles as liars. If thou art anxious for their guidance, know that God will not guide him whom he would lead astray, neither shall they have any helpers. And they swear by God with their most sacred oath that God will never raise him who once is dead. Nay, but on him is a promise binding, though most men know it not, that he may clear up to them the subject of their disputes, and that the infidels may know that they are liars. Our word to a thing when we will it, is but to say, Be, and it is. 6 And as to those who when oppressed have fled their country for the sake of God, we will surely provide them a goodly abode in this world, but greater the reward of the next life, did they but know it, they who bearils with patience and put their trust in the Lord. None have we sent before thee but men inspired. Ask of those who have books of monition. 7 If ye know it not, with proofs of their mission and scriptures, and to thee have we sent down this book of monition, that thou mayest make clear to men what hath been sent down to them, and that they may ponder it. What? Are they then who have plotted mischiefs, sure that God will not cause the earth to cleave under them? Or that a chastisement will not come upon them whence they looked not for it? Or that he will not seize upon them in their comings and goings, while they shall not be able to resist him? Or that he will not seize them with some slowly wasting scourge? But verily your Lord is good, gracious. Have they not seen how everything which God hath created turneth its shadow right and left, prostrating itself before God in all abasement? And all in the heavens and all on the earth, each thing that moveth, and the very angels, prostrate them in adoration before God, and are free from pride. They fear their Lord who is above them, and do what they are bidden. For God hath said, Take not to yourselves two gods, for he is one God, me, therefore. Me revere. All in the heavens and in the earth is his due unceasing service. Will ye then fear any other than God? And all your blessings are assuredly from God. Then, when trouble befalleth you, to him ye turn for help. Then when he relieveth you of the trouble, lo! Some of you join associates with your Lord to prove how thankless are they for our gifts. Enjoy yourselves then, but in the end ye shall know the truth. And for idols, of which they know nothing, they set apart a share of our bounties. By God ye shall be called to account for your devices. And they ascribe daughters unto God. Glory be to him. But they desire them not for themselves. 8 For when the birth of a daughter is announced to any one of them, dark shadows settle on his face, and he is sad. He hideth him from the people because of the ill tidings. Shall he keep it with disgrace or bury it in the dust? 9 Are not their judgments wrong? To whatever is evil may they be likened who believe not in a future life. 10 But God is to be likened to whatever is loftiest, for he is the mighty, the wise. Should God punish men for their perverse doings, he would not leave on earth a moving thing. But to an appointed term doth he respite them, and when their term is come, they shall not delay or advance it an hour. Yet what they loathe themselves do they assign to God, and their tongues utter the lie, that theirs shall be a goodly lot. But beyond a doubt is it that the fire awaiteth them, and that they shall be the first sent into it. By God we have sent apostles to nations before thee, but Satan prepared their work for them, and this day is he their liege, and a woeful punishment doth await them. And we have sent down the book to thee only, that thou mightest clear up to them the subject of their wranglings, and as a guidance and a mercy to those who believe. And God sendeth down water from heaven, and by it giveth life to the earth after it hath been dead. Verily, in this is a sign to those who hearken. Ye have also teaching from the cattle. We give you drink of the pure milk, between dregs and blood, which is in their bellies, the pleasant beverage of them that quaff it. And among fruits ye have the palm and the vine, from which ye get wine and healthful nutriment. In this, verily, are signs for those who reflect. And thy Lord hath taught the Bee, saying, Provide thee houses in the mountains, and in the trees, and in the hives which men do build thee. Feed, moreover, on every kind of fruit, and walk the beaten paths of thy Lord. From its belly cometh forth a fluid of varying hues. 11 Which yieldeth medicine to man. Verily in this is a sign for those who consider. And God hath created you, by and by will he take you to himself, and some among you will he carry on to abject old age, when all that once was known is known no longer. God is knowing, powerful. And God hath abounded to some of you more than to others in the supplies of life, yet they to whom he hath abounded, impart not thereof to the slaves whom their right hands possess, so that they may share alike. What? Will they deny, then, that these boons are from God? God, too, hath given you wives of your own race, and from your wives hath he given you sons and grandsons, and with good things hath he supplied you. What, will they then believe in vain idols? For God's boons they are ungrateful. And they worship beside God those who neither out of the heavens or earth can provide them a particle of food, and have no power in themselves. Make no comparisons, therefore, with God. 12 Verily, God hath knowledge, but ye have not. God maketh comparison between a slave. 13 The property of his Lord, who hath no power over anything, and a free man whom we have ourselves supplies, and who giveth alms therefrom both in secret and openly. Shall they be held equal? No, praise be to God. But most men know it not. God setteth forth also a comparison between two men, one of whom is dumb from his birth, and hath no power over anything, and is a burden to his Lord, send him where he will, he cometh not back with success. Shall he and the man who enjoineth what is just and keepeth in the straight path be held equal? God's are the secrets of the heavens and of the earth. And the business of the last hour will be but as the twinkling of an eye, or even less. Yes. For all things is God potent. God hath brought you out of your mother's wombs devoid of all knowledge, but hath given you hearing, and sight, and heart, that haply ye might render thanks. Have they never looked up at the birds subjected to him in heaven's vault? None holdeth them in hand but God. In this are signs for those who believe. And God hath given you tents to dwell in, and he hath given you the skins of beasts for tents, that ye may find them light when ye shift your quarters, or when ye halt, and from their wool and soft fur and hair, hath he supplied you with furniture and goods for temporary use. And from the things which he hath created, hath God provided shade for you, and hath given you the mountains for places of shelter, and hath given you garments to defend you from the heat, and garments to defend you in your wars. Thus doth he fill up the measure of his goodness towards you, that you may resign yourselves to him. But if they turn their backs, still thy office is only plain-spoken preaching. They own the goodness of God, then they disown it, and most of them are infidels. But one day we will raise up a witness out of every nation, them shall the infidels have no permission to make excuses, and they shall find no favor. And when they who have acted thus wrongly shall behold their torment, it shall not be made light to them, nor will God deign to look upon them. And when they who had joined associates with God shall see those their associate gods, they shall say, O our Lord, these are our associate gods whom we called upon beside thee. But they shall retort on them, Verily, ye are liars. And on that day shall they proffer submission to God, and the deities of their own invention shall vanish from them. As for those who were infidels and turned others aside from the way of God, to them we will add punishment on punishment for their corrupt doings. And one day we will summon up in every people a witness against them from among themselves, and we will bring thee up as a witness against these Meccans, for to thee have we sent down the book which cleareth up everything, a guidance, and mercy, and glad tidings to those who resign themselves to God, to Muslims. Verily, God enjoineth justice and the doing of good and gifts to kindred, and he forbiddeth wickedness and wrong and oppression. He warneth you that haply ye may be mindful. Be faithful in the covenant of God when ye have covenanted, and break not your oaths after ye have pledged them, for now have ye made God to stand surety for you. Verily, God hath knowledge of what ye do. And, because you are a more numerous people than some other people, be not like her who unravelleth the thread which she had strongly spun, by taking your oaths with mutual perfidy. God is making trial of you in this, and in the day of resurrection he will assuredly clear up to you that concerning which ye are now at variance. Had God pleased, he could have made you one people, but he causeth whom he will to err, and whom he will he guideth, and ye shall assuredly be called to account for your doings. Therefore take not your oaths with mutual fraud, lest your foot slip after it hath been firmly fixed, and ye taste of evil because ye have turned others aside from the way of God, and great be your punishment. And barter not the covenant of God for a mean price, for with God is that which is better for you, if ye do but understand. All that is with you passeth away, but that which is with God abideth. With a reward meet for their best deeds will we surely recompense those who have patiently endured. Whoso doeth that which is right, whether male or female, if a believer, him will we surely quicken to a happy life, and recompense them with a reward meet for their best deeds. When thou readest the Qur'an, have recourse to God for help against Satan the stoned. 14 For no power hath he over those who believe, and put their trust in their Lord, but only hath he power over those who turn away from God, and join other deities with him. And when we change one sign of verse for another, and God knoweth best what he revealeth, they say, Thou art only a fabricator. Nay. But most of them have no knowledge. Say, the Holy Spirit 15 hath brought it down with truth from thy Lord, that he may stablish those who have believed, and as guidance and glad tidings to the Muslims. We also know that they say, Surely a certain person teacheth him. But the tongue of him at whom they hint is foreign. 16 While this Qur'an is in the plain Arabic. As for those who believe not in the signs of God, God will not guide them, and a sore torment doth await them. Surely they invent a lie who believe not in the signs of God, and they are the liars. Whoso, after he hath believed in God, denieth him, if he were forced to it, and if his heart remain steadfast in the faith, shall be guiltless. 17 But whoso openeth his breast to infidelity, on such shall be wrath from God, and a severe punishment awaiteth them. This, because they have loved this present life beyond the next, and because God guideth not the unbelievers. These are they whose hearts and ears and eyes God hath sealed up, these are the careless ones, in the next world shall they perish beyond a doubt. To those also who after their trials fled their country, 18 then fought and endured with patience, verily, thy Lord will in the end be forgiving, gracious. On a certain day shall every soul come to plead for itself, and every soul shall be repaid according to its deeds, and they shall not be wronged. God proposeth the instance of a city, 19 secure and at ease, to which its supplies come in plenty from every side. But she was thankless for the boons of God, God therefore made her taste the woe 20 of famine and of fear, for what they had done. Moreover, an apostle of their own people came to them, and they treated him as an impostor. So chastisement overtook them because they were evildoers. Of what God hath supplied you eat the lawful and good, and be grateful for the favours of God, if ye are his worshippers. Forbidden to you is that only which dieth of itself, and blood, and swine's flesh, and that which hath been slain in the name of any other than God, but if any be forced, and neither lust for it nor wilfully transgress, then verily God is forgiving, gracious. 21 And say not with a lie upon your tongue, this is lawful and this is forbidden, for so will ye invent a lie concerning God, but they who invent a lie of God shall not prosper, brief their enjoyment, but sore their punishment. To the Jews 22 We have forbidden that of which we before told thee, we injured them not, but they injured themselves. To those who have done evil in ignorance, then afterwards have repented and amended, verily thy Lord is in the end right gracious, merciful. Verily, Abraham was a leader in religion, 23 obedient to God, sound in faith, 24 he was not of those who join gods with God. Grateful was he for his favours, God chose him and guided him into the straight way, and we bestowed on him good things in this world, and in the world to come he shall be among the just. We have moreover revealed to thee that thou follow the religion of Abraham, the sound in faith. He was not of those who join gods with God. The Sabbath was only ordained for those who differed about it, and of a truth thy Lord will decide between them on the day of resurrection as to the subject of their disputes. Summon thou to the way of thy Lord with wisdom and with kindly warning, dispute with them in the kindest manner, thy Lord best knoweth those who stray from his way, and he best knoweth those who have yielded to his guidance. If ye make reprisals, 25 then make them to the same extent that ye were injured, but if ye can endure patiently, best will it be for the patiently enduring. Endure then with patience. But thy patient endurance must be sought in none but God. And be not grieved about the infidels, and be not troubled at their devices, for God is with those who fear him and do good deeds. Underscore 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 1 See surah, al-Qadr, x 5 n 2 x Guduspermatis. Perkaboth 3. Undivanisti. Ex Gudafedida. This verse is said to be an allusion to a difficulty proposed by an idolatrous Arab who brought a carious leg bone to Muhammad and asked whether it could be restored to life. Compare a similar argument for the resurrection, Tr. Sanhedrin, Fol 91a 3 lit. There is beauty in them for you, i.e. they win you credit. 4 In allusion to General 11. 1-10, 5 An Arabian idol. 6 PS, XXXV. 9, 7 lit. The family of the admonition, i.e. Jews and Christians versed in the Pentateuch and Gospel. 8 The idolatrous Arabians regarded angels as females and daughters of God. But their own preference was always for male offspring. Thus Rabbinism teaches that to be a woman is a great degradation. The modern Jew says in his daily prayers, Fol 5, 6, Blessed art thou, O Lord our God, King of the universe, who hath not made me a woman. 9 See surah LXXI. 8, page 45. It is said that the only occasion on which Othman ever shed a tear was when his little daughter, whom he was burying alive, wiped the dust of the grave earth from his beard. 10 lit. The likeness of evil to those, etc. 11 The Arabs are curious in and fond of honey. Mecca alone affords 8 or 9 varieties: green, white, red, and brown. Burton's Pilger. 3, 110. 12 XXX. 4, 13 The slave and the dumb in verse following are the idols. 14 See surah XCVII 3. 34, and N1, page 114. 15 Gabriel. 16 This passage has been supposed to refer to Salman the Persian. He did not, however, embrace Islam till a much later period, at Medina. Nold. Page 110. Mr. Muir thinks that it may refer to Suhaib, son of Sinan, the first fruits of Greece, as Muhammad styled him, who, while yet a boy, had been carried off by some Greeks as a slave, from Mesopotamia to Syria, brought by a party of the Bani Kalb, and sold to Abdallah ibn Jodran of Mecca. He became rich and embraced Islam. Dr. Sprenger thinks the person alluded to may have been Adas, a monk of Nineveh, who had settled at Mecca. Life of M, page 79. 17. This is to be understood of the persecutions endured by the more humble and needy Muslims by their townspeople of Mecca. 18. From Mecca to Medina, i.e. the Muhajirs, to whom also verse 43 refers. Both passages, therefore, are of a later date than the rest of this surah. Thus Noldik. Sprenger, however, Life, page 159, explains this passage of the 7 slaves purchased and manumitted by Abu Bakr. They had been tortured for professing Islam shortly after Muhammad assumed the prophetic office. 19. Mecca. 20. Lit. The Garment. 21. Comp. Surah LXXX 6. 119. 22. Comp. Surah LXXX 6. 147. This verse as well as the following, and verse 125, were probably added at Medina. 23. Antistes. Marachi. Or the text may be literally rendered Abraham was a people, i.e. the people of Abraham, from whom the idolatrous Quraysh pretended to derive their origin. 24. Are a Hanif. According to a tradition in Waqidi, Fol 255, Zayd, who died only 5 years before Muhammad received his first inspiration and undoubtedly prepared the way for many of his subsequent announcements, adopted this term at the instance of a Christian and a Jew, who exhorted him to become a Hanif. Zayd, having at this time renounced idolatry and being unable to receive either Judaism or Christianity, what, said he, is a Hanif? They both told him it was the religion of Abraham, who worshipped nothing but God. On this Zayd exclaimed, O God, I bear witness that I follow the religion of Abraham. The root, whence Hanif is derived, means generally to turn from good to bad, or vice versa, and is equivalent to the verbs convert and pervert. 25. All Mohammedan commentators explain this verse as a prohibition to avenge the death of Hamza on the Meccans with too great severity. Surah XXX. The Greeks, El-Exiv. Mecca. Minus 60 verses in the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful Aleph. Lam. Mim. 1. The Greeks have been defeated too in a land hard by, but after their defeat they shall defeat their foes in a few years. 3. First and last is the affair with God. And on that day shall the faithful rejoice in the aid of their God, he aideth whom he will, and he is the mighty, the merciful. It is the promise of God, to his promise God will not be untrue, but most men know it not. They know the outward shows of this life present, but of the next life are they careless. Have they not considered within themselves that God hath not created the heavens and the earth and all that is between them but for a serious end, and for a fixed term? But truly most men believe not that they shall meet their Lord. Have they never journeyed through the land, and seen what hath been the end of those who were before them? Mightier were they than these in strength, and they broke up the land, and dwelt in it in greater numbers than they who dwell there now, and their apostles came to them with proofs of their mission, and it was not God who would wrong them, but they wronged themselves. Then evil was the end of the evildoers, because they had treated our signs as lies, and laughed them to scorn. God bringeth forth the creation, then causeth it to return again, then to him shall ye come back. For and on the day when the hour shall arrive, the guilty shall be struck dumb for despair, and they shall have no intercessors from among the gods whom they have joined with God, and they shall deny the gods they joined with him. And on that day when the hour shall arrive, shall men be separated one from another, and as for those who shall have believed and done the things that are right, they shall enjoy themselves in a flowery mead, but as for those who shall not have believed, but treated our signs and the meeting of the next life as lies, they shall be given over to the torment. Glorify God therefore when ye reach the evening, and when ye rise at morn, and to him be praise in the heavens and on the earth, and at twilight, and when ye rest at noon. He bringeth forth the living out of the dead, and he bringeth forth the dead out of the living, and he quickeneth the earth when dead. Thus is it that ye too shall be brought forth. 5. And one of his signs it is that he hath created you out of dust, then lo, ye become men who spread themselves far and wide, and one of his signs it is, that he hath created wives for you of your own species, 6. That ye may dwell with them, and hath put love and tenderness between you. Herein truly are signs for those who reflect. And among his signs are the creation of the heavens and of the earth, and your variety of tongues and color. Herein truly are signs for all men. And of his signs are your sleep by night and by day, and your goings in quest of his bounties. Herein truly are signs to those who hearken. And of his signs are, that he sheweth you the lightning, a source of awe and hope, and that he sendeth down rain from the heaven and giveth life by it to the earth when dead. Herein truly are signs to those who understand. And of his signs also one is that the heaven and the earth stand firm at his bidding. Hereafter, when with one summons he shall summon you out of the earth, lo, forth shall ye come. His, whatsoever is in the heavens and on the earth, all are obedient to him. And he it is who bringeth a creature forth, then causeth it to return again, and to him is this most easy. To whatever is loftiest in heaven and earth is he to be likened, and he is the mighty, the wise. He setteth forth to you an instance drawn from yourselves. Have ye among the slaves whom your right hands have won, any partner in what we have bestowed on you, so that ye share alike? Fear ye them as ye fear each other. Thus make we our signs clear to men of understanding. No, ye do not. But the wicked, devoid of knowledge, follow their own desires. 7 And those whom God shall mislead, who shall guide, and who shall be their protector? Set thou thy face then, as a true convert, 8 Towards the faith which God hath made, and for which he hath made man. No change is there in the creation of God. This is the right faith, but the greater part of men know it not. And be ye turned to him, and fear him, and observe prayer, and be not of those who unite gods with God, of those who have split up their religion, and have become sects, where every party rejoices in what is their own. 9 When some evil toucheth men, they turn to their Lord and call upon him, then when he hath made them taste his mercy, lo, a part of them join other gods with their Lord, ungrateful for our favours. Enjoy yourselves then. But in the end ye shall know your folly. Have we sent down to them any mandate which speaketh in favour of what they join with God? When we cause men to taste mercy they rejoice in it, but if, for that which their hands have aforetime wrought, evil befall them, they despair. See they not that God bestoweth full supplies on whom he pleaseth, and giveth sparingly to whom he pleaseth? Signs truly are there herein to those who believe. To him who is of kin to thee give his due, and to the poor and to the wayfarer. This will be best for those who seek the face of God, and with them it shall be well. Whatever ye put out at usury to increase it with the substance of others shall have no increase from God. 10 But whatever ye shall give in alms, as seeking the face of God, shall be doubled to you. It is God who created you, then fed you, then will cause you to die, then will make you alive. Is there any of your companion gods who can do aught of these things? Praise be to him. And far be he exalted above the gods they join with him. Destruction hath appeared by land and by sea on account of what men's hands have wrought, that it might make them taste somewhat of the fruit of their doings, that haply they might turn to God. Say, journey through the land, and see what hath been the end of those who were before you. The greater part of them joined other gods with God. Set thy face then towards the right faith, ere the day come which none can hinder God from bringing on. 11 On that day shall they be parted in twain, unbelievers on whom shall be their unbelief, and they who have wrought righteousness and prepared for themselves couches of repose, that of his bounty he may reward those who have believed and wrought righteousness, for the unbelievers he loveth not. And one of his signs is that he sendeth the winds with glad tidings of rain, both that he may cause you to taste his mercy, and that ships may sail at his command, that out of his bounties ye may seek wealth, and that haply ye may render thanks. We have sent apostles before thee to their peoples, and they presented themselves to them with clear proofs of their mission, and while it behoved us to succour the faithful, we took vengeance on the guilty. It is God who sendeth the winds and uplifteth the clouds, and, as he pleaseth, spreadeth them on high, and breaketh them up, and thou mayest see the rain issuing from their midst, and when he poureth it down on such of his servants as he pleaseth, lo, they are filled with joy, even they who before it was sent down to them, were in mute despair. Look then at the traces of God's mercy, how after its death he quickeneth the earth. This same God will surely quicken the dead, for to all things his might is equal. Yet should we send a blast, and should they see their harvest turn yellow, they would afterwards show themselves ungrateful. Thou canst not make the dead to hear, neither canst thou make the deaf to hear the call, when they withdraw and turn their backs, neither canst thou guide the blind out of their error. In sooth, none shalt thou make to hear, save him who shall believe in our signs, for they are resigned to our will. Muslims. It is God who hath created you in weakness, then after weakness hath given you strength, then after strength, weakness and grey hairs. He createth what he will, and he is the wise, the powerful. And on the day whereon the hour shall arrive, the wicked will swear that not above an hour have they waited, even so did they utter lies on earth, but they to whom knowledge and faith have been given will say, Ye have waited in accordance with the book of God, till the day of resurrection, for this is the day of the resurrection, but ye knew it not. On that day their plea shall not avail the wicked, neither shall they again be bidden to seek acceptance with God. And now have we set before men, in this Qur'an, every kind of parable, yet if thou bring them a single verse of it, the infidels will surely say, Ye are only utterers of vain things. It is thus that God hath sealed up the hearts of those who are devoid of knowledge. But do thou, Muhammad, bear with patience, for true is the promise of God, and let not those who have no firm belief unsettle thee. Underscore 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 1 See Surah al-Qadr. 1, page 32. 2 By the Persians, probably in Palestine in the 6th year before the Hijrah, under Khosrow Parviz. N. 615. See Gibbon's Decline and Fall, chapter XLVI. The sympathies of Muhammad would naturally be enlisted on the side of the Christians rather than on that of the idolatrous fire worshippers, with whom Islam had nothing in common. 3 This alludes to the defeat of the Persians by Heraclius, and 625. The Mohammedans appeal to this passage as a clear proof of the inspiration of their prophet. But it should be borne in mind that the vowel points of the consonants of the Arabic word for defeated in verse 1, not being originally written and depending entirely on the speaker or reader, would make the prophecy true in either event, according as the verb received an active or passive sense in pronunciation. The whole passage was probably constructed with the view of its proving true in any event. 4 Comp. Psalm XC. 30 in the Arabic version. 5 The Talmudists apply the description of God of the sender of the rain to the divine command which shall cause the dead to arise. Tanit in it. 6 Lit. From yourselves, i.e. either from the side of Adam or of human, and of no other kind of being. Bade. 7 By worshipping idols conjointly with God. 8 Lit. As a Hanif. See note on the preceding surah, 121, p. 209, 9 Peculiar to and distinctive of themselves. Muhammad had a just appreciation of that narrowness of mind which is the characteristic of sectarians in every age, who seize upon some one point of truth, through inability to grasp the whole in its due proportions and bearing, and glory in it, as if the fragment were the whole. 10 Comp. Ps. 15. 5, 11 Lit. Which none can put back from God. Surah 11. Howd, LXXV. Mecca. -123 verses in the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful Aleph. Lam. Āyah 1 A book whose verses established in wisdom and then set forth with clearness from the wise, the all-informed, that ye worship none other than God. Verily I come to you from him charged with warnings, announcements, and that ye seek pardon of your Lord, and then be turned unto him. Goodly enjoyments will he give you to enjoy until a destined time, and his favors will he bestow on every one who deserves his favors. 2 But if ye turn away, then verily I fear for you the chastisement of the great day. Unto God shall ye return, and over all things is he potent. Do they not doubly fold up their breasts, that they may hide themselves from him? But when they enshroud themselves in their garments, doth he not know alike what they conceal and what they show? For he knoweth the very inmost of their breast. There is no moving thing on earth whose nourishment dependeth not on God, he knoweth its haunts and final resting place, all is in the clear book. And he it is who hath made the heavens and the earth in 6 days, his throne had stood ere this upon the waters. 3 That he might make proof which of you 4 would excel in works. And if thou say, After death ye shall surely be raised again, the infidels will certainly exclaim, This is nothing but pure sorcery. And if we defer their chastisement to some definite time, they will exclaim, What keepeth it back? What? Will it not come upon them on a day when there shall be none to avert it from them? And that at which they scoffed shall enclose them in on every side. And if we cause man to taste our mercy, and then deprive him of it, verily, he is despairing, ungrateful. And if after trouble hath befallen him we cause him to taste our favor, he will surely exclaim, The evils are passed away from me. Verily, he is joyous, boastful. Except those who endure with patience and do the things that are right, these doth pardon await and a great reward. Perhaps thou wilt suppress a part of what hath been revealed to thee, and wilt be distressed at heart lest they say, If a treasure be not sent down to him, or an angel come with him. But thou art only a warner, and God hath all things in his charge. If they shall say, The Qur'an is his own device, say, then bring 10 surahs like it 5 of your devising, and call whom ye can to your aid beside God, if ye are men of truth. But if they answer you not, then know that it hath been sent down to you in the wisdom of God only, and that there is no God but He. Are ye then Muslims? Those who choose this present life and its braveries, we will recompense for their works therein, they shall have nothing less therein than their deserts. These are they for whom there is nothing in the next world but the fire, all that they have wrought in this life shall come to naught, and vain shall be all their doings. With such can they be compared who rest upon clear proofs from their Lord. To whom a witness from him reciteth the Qur'an, and who is preceded by the book of Moses, a guide and mercy. These have faith in it, but the partisans of idolatry, who believe not in it, are menaced with the fire. Have thou no doubts about that book, for it is the very truth from thy Lord. But most men will not believe. Who is guilty of a greater injustice than he who inventeth a lie concerning God? They shall be set before their Lord, and the witnesses shall say, These are they who made their Lord a liar. Shall not the malison of God be on these unjust doers, who pervert others from the way of God, and seek to make it crooked, and believe not in a life to come? God's power on earth they shall not weaken, and beside God they have no protector. Doubled shall be their punishment. They were not able to hearken, and they could not see. These are they who have lost their own souls, and the deities of their own devising have vanished from them. There is no doubt but that in the next world they shall be the lost ones. But they who shall have believed and done the things that are right, and humbled them before their Lord, shall be the inmates of paradise, therein shall they abide forever. These two sorts of persons resemble the blind and deaf, and the seeing and hearing, shall these be compared as alike? Ah! Do ye not comprehend? We sent Noah of old unto his people. Verily I come to you a plain admonisher, that ye worship none but God. Verily I fear for you the punishment of a grievous day. Then said the chiefs of his people who believed not, We see in thee but a man like ourselves, and we see not who have followed thee except our meanest ones of hasty judgment, nor see we any excellence in you above ourselves, nay, we deem you liars. He said, O my people! How think you? If I am upon a clear revelation from my Lord, who hath bestowed on me mercy from himself to which ye are blind, can we force it on you, if ye are averse from it? And, O my people! I ask you not for riches, my reward is of God alone, and I will not drive away those who believe that they shall meet their Lord, but I see that ye are an ignorant people. And, O my people! Were I to drive them away, who shall help me against God? Will ye not therefore consider? And I tell you not that with me are the treasures of God, nor do I say, I know the things unseen, nor do I say, I am an angel, nor do I say of those whom you eye with scorn, no good thing will God bestow on them. God best knoweth what is in their minds, for then should I be one of those who act unjustly. They said, O Noah! Already hast thou disputed with us, and multiplied disputes with us, bring then upon us what thou hast threatened, if thou be of those who speak truth. He said, God will bring it on you at his sole pleasure, and it is not you who can weaken him, nor, if God desire to mislead you, shall my counsel profit you, though I fain would counsel you aright. He is your Lord, and unto him shall ye be brought back. Do they say, This Qur'an is of his own devising? Say, On me be my own guilt, if I have devised it, but I am clear of that whereof ye are guilty. And it was revealed unto Noah. Verily, none of thy people shall believe, save they who have believed already, therefore be not thou grieved at their doings. But build the ark under our eye and after our revelation, and plead not with me for the evildoers, for they are to be drowned. So he built the ark, and whenever the chiefs of his people passed by they laughed him to scorn. 6 Said he, Though ye laugh at us, we truly shall laugh at you, even as ye laugh at us, and in the end ye shall know on whom a punishment shall come that shall shame him, and on whom shall light a lasting punishment. Thus was it until our sentence came to pass, and the earth's surface 7 boiled up. We said, Carry into it 1 pair of every kind, and thy family, except him on whom sentence hath before been passed, and those who have believed. But there believed not with him except a few. And he said, Embark ye therein. In the name of God be its course and its riding at anchor. Truly my Lord is right gracious, merciful. And the ark moved on with them amid waves like mountains, and Noah called to his son, for he was apart, Embark with us, O my child. And be not with the unbelievers. He said, I will betake me to a mountain that shall secure me from the water. He said, None shall be secure this day from the decree of God, save him on whom he shall have mercy. And a wave passed between them, and he was among the drowned. And it was said, O earth, swallow up thy water, and cease, O heaven. And the water abated, and the decree was fulfilled, and the ark rested upon al-Qadr. 8 And it was said, Avaunt, ye tribe of the wicked! And Noah called on his Lord and said, O Lord, verily my son is of my family, and thy promise is true, and thou art the most just of judges. He said, O Noah, verily, he is not of thy family, in this thou actest not aright. 9 Ask not of me that whereof thou knowest naught, I warn thee that thou become not of the ignorant. He said to thee, Verily, O my Lord, do a repair lest I ask that of thee wherein I have no knowledge, and lest thou forgive me and be merciful to me I shall be one of the lost. It was said to him, O Noah, debark with peace from us and with blessings on thee and on peoples to be born from those who are with thee, but as for other and unbelieving peoples we will give them their good things in this world, but hereafter shall a grievous punishment light on them from us. This is one of the secret histories, we reveal it unto thee, neither thou nor thy people knew it ere this, be patient thou, verily, there is a prosperous issue to the God-fearing. And unto Ad we sent their brother Hud. He said, O my people, worship God. You have no God beside him. Ye only devise a lie. O my people, I ask of you no recompense for this, my recompense is with him only who hath made me. Will ye not then understand? O my people, ask pardon of your Lord, then be turned unto him, he will send down the heavens upon you with copious rains, and with strength on strength will he increase you, only turn not back with deeds of evil. They said, O Hud, thou hast not brought us proofs of thy mission, we will not abandon our gods at thy word, and we believe thee not. We can only say that some of our gods have smitten thee with evil. Said he, Now take I God to witness, and do ye also witness, that I am clear of your joining other gods to God. Conspire then against me all of you, and delay me not. For I trust in God, my Lord and yours. No single beast is there which he holdeth not by its forelock. Right, truly, is the way in which my Lord goeth. But if ye turn back, I have already declared to you my message. And my Lord will put another people in your place, nor shall ye at all hurt him, verily, my Lord keepeth watch over all things. And when our doom came to be inflicted, we rescued Hud and those who had like faith with him, by our special mercy, we rescued them from the rigorous chastisement. These men of Ad gainsaid the signs of their Lord, and rebelled against his messengers, and followed the bidding of every proud contumacious person. Followed therefore were they in this world by a curse, and in the day of the resurrection it shall be said to them, What? Did not Ad disbelieve their Lord? Was not Ad, the people of Hud, cast far away? And unto Themad we sent their brother Saleh, 10 O my people. Said he, Worship God, you have no other God than him. He hath raised you up out of the earth, and hath given you to dwell therein. Ask pardon of him then, and be turned unto him, for thy Lord is nigh, ready to answer. They said, O Saleh, our hopes were fixed on thee till now. 11 Forbiddest thou us to worship what our fathers worshipped? Truly we missed out the faith to which thou callest us, as suspicious. He said, O my people, what think ye? If I have a revelation from my Lord to support me, and if he hath showed his mercy on me, who could protect me from God if I rebel against him? Ye would only confer on me increase of ruin. O my people, this is the she-camel of God, and a sign unto you. Let her go at large and feed in God's earth, and do her no harm, lest a speedy punishment overtake you. Yet they hamstrung her, then said he, Yet 3 days more enjoy yourselves in your dwellings, this menace will not prove untrue. And when our sentence came to pass, we rescued Saleh and those who had a like faith with him, by our mercy, from ignominy on that day. Verily, thy Lord is the strong, the mighty. And a violent tempest overtook the wicked, and they were found in the morning prostrate in their dwellings, as though they had never abode in them. What? Did not Themad disbelieve his Lord? Was not Themad utterly cast off? And our messengers came formally to Abraham with glad tidings. Peace, said they. He said, Peace, and he tarried not, but brought a roasted calf. And when he saw that their hands touched it not, 12 he misliked them, and grew fearful of them. They said, Fear not, for we are sent to the people of Lot. His wife was standing by and laughed. 13 And we announced Isaac to her, and after Isaac, Jacob. She said, Ah, woe is me! Shall I bear a son when I am old, and when this my husband is an old man? This truly would be a marvelous thing. They said, Marvelest thou at the command of God. God's mercy and blessing be upon you, O people of this house, praise and glory are his due. And when Abraham's fear had passed away, and these glad tidings had reached him, he pleaded with us for the people of Lot. Verily, Abraham was right kind, pitiful, relenting. O Abraham! Desist from this, for already hath the command of thy God gone forth. As for them, a punishment not to be averted is coming on them. And when our messengers came to Lot, he was grieved for them, and he was too weak to protect them. 14 And he said, This is a day of difficulty. And his people came rushing on towards him, for aforetime had they wrought this wickedness. He said, O my people, these my daughters will be purer for you. Fear God, and put me not to shame in my guests. Is there no right-minded man among you? They said, Thou knowest now that we need not thy daughters, and thou well knowest what we require. He said, Would that I had strength to resist you, or that I could find refuge with some powerful chieftain. 15 The angels said, O Lot, verily, we are the messengers of thy Lord, they shall not touch thee. Depart with thy family in the dead of night, and let not one of you turn back. As for thy wife, on her shall light what shall light on them. Verily, that with which they are threatened is for the morning. Is not the morning near? And when our decree came to be executed, we turned those cities upside down, and we rained down upon them blocks of claystone one after another, marked 16 by thy Lord himself. Nor are they far distant from the wicked Meccans. And we sent to Madian 17 their brother Shoaib. He said, O my people, worship God, no other God have you than he. Give not short weight and measure. I see indeed that ye revel in good things, but I fear for you the punishment of the all-encompassing day. O my people, give weight and measure with fairness, purloin not other men's goods, and perpetrate not injustice on the earth with corrupt practices. A residue. 18 The gift of God will be best for you if ye are believers, but I am not a guardian over you. They said to him, O Shoaib, is it thy prayers which enjoin that we should leave what our fathers worshipped, or that we should not do with our substance as pleaseth us? Thou forsooth art the mild, the right director. He said, O my people, how think ye? If I have a clear revelation from my Lord, and if from himself he hath supplied me with goodly supplies, and if I will not follow you in that which I myself forbid you, do I seek aught but your amendment so far as in me lieth? My sole help is in God. In him do I trust, and to him do I turn me. O my people, let not your opposition to me draw down upon you the like of that which befell the people of Noah, or the people of Hud, or the people of Saleh, and the abodes of the people of Lot are not far distant from you. Seek pardon of your Lord and be turned unto him. Verily, my Lord is merciful, loving. They said, O Shoaib, we understand not much of what thou sayest, and we clearly see that thou art powerless among us. Were it not for thy family we would have surely stoned thee, nor couldst thou have prevailed against us. He said, O my people, think ye more highly of my family than of God? Cast ye him behind your back, with neglect. Verily, my Lord is round about your actions. And, O my people, act with what power ye can for my hurt. I verily will act, and ye shall know on whom shall light a punishment that shall disgrace him, and who is the liar. Await ye, verily I will await with you. And when our decree came to pass, we delivered Shoaib and his companions in faith, by our mercy, and a violent tempest overtook the wicked, and in the morning they were found prostrate in their houses as if they had never dwelt in them. Was not Madian swept off even as Themaud had been swept off? Of old sent we Moses with our signs and with incontestable power to Pharaoh, and to his nobles who followed the behests of Pharaoh, and unrighteous were Pharaoh's behests. He shall head his people on the day of the resurrection, and cause them to descend into the fire, and wretched the descent by which they shall descend. They were followed by a curse in this world, and in the day of the resurrection, wretched the gift that shall be given them. Such, the histories of the cities which we relate to thee. Some of them are standing, others mown down. We dealt not unfairly by them, but they dealt not fairly by themselves, and their gods on whom they called beside God availed them not at all when thy Lord's behest came to pass. They did but increase their ruin. Such was thy Lord's grasp 19 when he laid that grasp on the cities that had been wicked. Verily his grasp is afflictive, terrible. Herein truly is a sign for him who feareth the punishment of the latter day. That shall be a day unto which mankind shall be gathered together, that shall be a day witnessed by all creatures. Nor do we delay it, but until a time appointed. When that day shall come no one shall speak a word but by his leave, and some shall be miserable and others blessed. And as for those who shall be consigned to misery there place the fire. Therein shall they sigh and bemoan them, therein shall they abide while the heavens and the earth shall last, unless thy Lord shall will it otherwise. Verily thy Lord doth what he chooseth. And as for the blessed ones there place the garden. Therein shall they abide while the heavens and the earth endure, with whatever imperishable boon thy Lord may please to add. Have thou no doubts therefore concerning that which they worship but what their fathers worshipped before them, we will surely assign them their portion with nothing lacking. Of old gave we Moses the book, and they fell to variance about it. If a decree of respite had not gone forth from thy Lord, there had surely been a decision between them. Thy people also are in suspicious doubts about the Qur'an. And truly thy Lord will repay every one according to their works. For he is well aware of what they do. Go straight on then as thou hast been commanded, and he also who hath turned to God with thee, and let him transgress no more. He beholdeth what ye do. Lean not on the evildoers lest the fire lay hold on you. Ye have no protector, save God, and ye shall not be helped against him. And observe prayer at early morning, at the close of the day, and at the approach of night, for the good deeds drive away the evil deeds. This is a warning for those who reflect and persevere steadfastly, for verily God will not suffer the reward of the righteous to perish. Were the generations before you endued with virtue, and who forbade corrupt doings on the earth, more than a few of those whom we delivered? But the evildoers followed their selfish pleasures and became transgressors. And thy Lord was not one who would destroy those cities unjustly when its inhabitants were righteous. Had thy Lord pleased, he would have made mankind of one religion, but those only to whom thy Lord hath granted his mercy will cease to differ. And unto this hath he created them, for the word of thy Lord shall be fulfilled, I will wholly fill hell with jinn and men. And all that we have related to thee of the histories of these apostles is to confirm thy heart thereby. By these hath the truth reached thee, an admonition and warning to those who believe. But say to those who believe not, act as ye may and can, we will act our part, and wait ye, we verily will wait. To God belong the secret things of the heavens and of the earth, all things return to him, worship him then and put thy trust in him, thy Lord is not regardless of your doings. 20 underscore 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 1 see surah al-Qadr. Page 32. 2 Or will bestow his grace on every gracious one, or will bestow his abundance on every one who hath abundance of merit. The difficulty of rendering this passage arises from the word fadl, which means merit as applied to man, favor as applied to God. 3 That is, before the creation. Precisely the same statement occurs in Razkai on General I 2, also in the Modern Catechism. Cena Urinak B. Nothzion, authoritatively put forth by the Polish and German Talmudist rabbins. At the first creation of heaven and earth, the throne of glory of the blessed God stood in the air above the waters. Comp. P.S. Civilian 3. For men, heaven and earth. Comp. Tr. Abath, v. Mishnah 1. 5 Comp. Verse 37 and Surah XCI 2. 21 It should be observed that the challenge in these passages is not to produce a book which shall equal the Quran in point of poetry or rhetoric, but in the importance of its subject matter with reference to the divine unity, the future retribution, etc. Upon these topics Muhammad well knew that he had preoccupied the ground. And we may infer from the fragments of the revelations of Musaylama and Sarja, Hisam. 946, Adabari, ed. Coastgarden, I 134, 136, 152, tab. Agani, 339, which are mere imitations of the Quran, that he felt this to be the case. 6 They laughed and jeered at him in their words. Midra. Tanchuma. The passage Job 12. 5 refers to the righteous Noah who taught them and spake to them words severe as flames, but they scorned him, and said, Old man, for what purpose is this ark? Sanhedrin. 108, Comp. Midra. Rabbah on General 30, and 33 on ECCL 9. 14 7 or oven, according to others, reservoir. Geiger thinks that the expression the oven boiled up may be a figurative mode of expressing the rabbinic idea that the generation of the deluge were punished by hot water. Rosh. Haskana, 16 2 Sanhedrin. 108, Comp. Wiles Legenden, page 44. 8 The Mantis Gorjue, perhaps. 9 According to another reading, he hath done amiss. The origin of this story is probably General 9. 20-25, 10 A prophet, so far as we know, of Muhammad's own invention, unless Muir's conjecture be admitted that he was a Christian or Jewish missionary whose adventures and persecution were recast into this form. The name may have been suggested by Methuselah, upon whose piety the Midrash enlarges. 11 That is, we had intended to make thee our chief. Bade. 12 Thus, in contradiction to General 18. 8 The rabbins, Comptia, Baba Mezia, Fol 86, they made as though they ate. 13 Or, menstrua passoist, in token of the possibility of her bearing a child. 14 Lit. His arm was straightened concerning them. 15 Lit. Column. 16 With the name, it is said, of the person each should strike. 17 See surah, LVI, XXVI. 176. 18 That is, after giving fair measure. 19 Seizure, for punishment. Hence, the punishment itself. 20 In the later period of his life Muhammad attributed his grey hairs to the effect produced upon him by this surah and its sisters. While Abu Bakr and Omar sat in the mosque at Medina, Muhammad suddenly came upon them from the door of one of his wives' houses. And Abu Bakr said, Ah! Thou for whom I would sacrifice father and mother, white hairs are hastening upon thee. And the Prophet raised up his beard with his hand and gazed at it, and Abu Bakr's eyes filled with tears. Yes, said Muhammad, Hud and its sisters have hastened my white hairs. And what, asked Abu Bakr, are its sisters? The inevitable, Surah LVI. And the blow, Surah CI. Kitab al-Waqidi, page 84, AP. Muir. Surah 14. Abraham, on whom be peace, LXVI. Mecca. -52 verses in the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful Aleph. Lam. Ra. This book have we sent down to thee that by their Lord's permission thou mayest bring men out of darkness into light, into the path of the mighty, the glorious, of God, to whom belongeth whatever is in the heavens and whatever is on the earth, and woe. For their terrible punishment, to the infidels, who love the life that now is, above that which is to come, and mislead from the way of God, and seek to make it crooked. These are in a far-gone error. And in order that he might speak plainly to them, we have not sent any apostle, save with the speech of his own people, but God misleadeth whom he will, and whom he will he guideth, and he is the mighty, the wise. Of old did we send Moses with our signs, and said to him, Bring forth thy people from the darkness into the light, and remind them of the days of God. Verily, in this are signs for every patient, grateful person, when Moses said to his people, Remember the kindness of God to you, when he rescued you from the family of Pharaoh who laid on you a cruel affliction, slaughtering your male children, and suffering only your females to live. In this was a sore trial from your Lord, and when your Lord caused it to be heard that, If we render thanks then will I surely increase you more and more, but if ye be thankless. Verily, right terrible my chastisement. And Moses said, If ye and all who are on the earth be thankless, yet truly God is passing rich, and worthy of all praise. Hath not the story reached you of those who were before you, the people of Noah, and Ad, and Themud, and of those who lived after them? None knoweth them but God. When their prophets came to them with proofs of their mission, they put their hands on their mouths and said, In sooth, we believe not your message, and in sooth, of that to which you bid us, we are in doubt, as of a thing suspicious. Their prophet said, Is there any doubt concerning God, maker of the heavens and of the earth, who calleth you that he may pardon your sins and respite you until an appointed time? They said, Ye are but men like us, fain would ye turn us from our fathers' worship. Bring us therefore some clear proof. Their apostles said to them, We are indeed but men like you. But God bestoweth favours on such of his servants as he pleaseth, and it is not in our power to bring you any special proof, but by the leave of God. In God therefore let the faithful trust. And why should we not put our trust in God, since he hath already guided us in our ways? We will certainly bear with constancy the harm you would do to us. In God let the trustful trust. And they who believed not said to their apostles, Forth from our land will we surely drive you, or, to our religion shall you return. Then their Lord revealed to them, We will certainly destroy the wicked doers, and we shall certainly cause you to dwell in the land after them. This for him who dreadeth the appearance at my judgment seat and who dreadeth my menace. Then sought they help from God, and every proud rebellious one perished. Hell is before him, and of tainted water shall he be made to drink. He shall sup it and scarce swallow it for loathing, and death shall assail him on every side, but he shall not die, and before him shall be seen a grievous torment. A likeness of those who believe not in their Lord. Their works are like ashes which the wind scattereth on a stormy day, no advantage shall they gain from their works. This is the far-gone wandering. Seest thou not that in truth one hath God created the heavens and the earth? Were such his pleasure he could make you pass away, and cause a new creation to arise. And this would not be hard for God. All mankind shall come forth before God, and the weak shall say to the men of might, Verily, we were your followers, will ye not then relieve us of some part of the vengeance of God? They shall say, If God had guided us, we surely had guided you. It is now all one whether we be impatient, or endure with patience. We have no escape. And after doom hath been given, Satan shall say, Verily, God promised you a promise of truth, I, too, made you a promise, but I deceived you. Yet I had no power over you, but I only called you and ye answered me. Blame not me then, but blame yourselves, I cannot aid you, neither can ye aid me. I never believed that I was his equal with whom ye joined me, too. As for the evildoers, a grievous torment doth await them. But they who shall have believed and done the things that be right, shall be brought into gardens beneath which the rivers flow, therein shall they abide for ever by the permission of their Lord, their greeting therein shall be peace. Seest thou not to what God likeneth a good word, 3 to a good tree, its root firmly fixed, and its branches in the heaven, yielding its fruit in all seasons by the will of its Lord. God setteth forth these similitudes to men that haply they may reflect. And an evil word is like an evil tree torn up from the face of the earth, and without strength to stand. Those who believe shall God stablish by his steadfast word both in this life and in that which is to come, but the wicked shall he cause to err, God doth his pleasure. Hast thou not beholden those who repay the goodness of God with infidelity, and sink their people into the abode of perdition, hell? Therein shall they be burned, and wretched the dwelling. They set up compeers with God in order to mislead man from his way. Say, Enjoy your pleasures yet a while, but assuredly your going hence shall be into the fire. Speak to my servants who have believed, that they observe prayer, and give alms of that with which we have supplied them, both privately and openly, ere the day come when there shall be neither traffic nor friendship. It is God who hath created the heavens and the earth, and sendeth down water from the heaven, and so bringeth forth the fruits for your food, and he hath subjected to you the ships, so that by his command they pass through the sea, and he hath subjected the rivers to you, and he hath subjected to you the sun and the moon in their constant courses, and he hath subjected the day and the night to you, of everything which ye ask him, giveth he to you. And if ye would reckon up the favours of God, ye cannot count them. Surely man is unjust, ungrateful. Abraham said, O Lord, make this land secure, and turn aside me and my children from serving idols, for many men, O my Lord, have they led astray. But whosoever shall follow me, he truly shall be of me, and whosoever shall disobey me. Thou truly art gracious, merciful. O our Lord! Verily I have settled some of my offspring in an unfruitful valley, nigh to thy holy house, for O our Lord, that they may strictly observe prayer. Make thou therefore the hearts of men to yearn toward them, and supply them with fruits that they may be thankful. O our Lord! Thou truly knowest what we hide and what we bring to light, naught on earth or in heaven is hidden from God. Praise be to God who hath given me, in my old age, Ismael and Isaac. My Lord is the hearer of prayer. Lord! Grant that I and my posterity may observe prayer. O our Lord! And grant this my petition. O our Lord! Forgive me and my parents and the faithful, on the day wherein account shall be taken. Think thou not that God is regardless of the deeds of the wicked. He only respiteth them to the day on which all eyes shall stare up with terror, they hasten forward in fear, their heads are praised in supplication, their looks riveted, and their hearts are blank. Warn men therefore of the day when the punishment shall overtake them, and when the evildoers shall say, O our Lord! Respite us yet a little while, 5 To thy call will we make answer, thine apostles will we follow. Did ye not once swear that no change should befall you? Yet ye dwelt in the dwellings of those 6 who were the authors of their undoing 7, and it was made plain to you how we had dealt with them, and we held them up to you as examples. They plotted their plots, but God could master their plots, even though their plots had been so powerful as to move the mountains. Think not then that God will fail his promise to his apostles, God is mighty, and vengeance is his. On the day when the earth shall be changed into another earth, and the heavens also, men shall come forth unto God, the only, the victorious. And thou shalt see the wicked on that day linked together in chains, their garments of pitch, and fire shall enwrap their faces, that God may reward every soul as it deserveth. Verily God is prompt to reckon. This is a message for mankind, that they may thereby be warned, and that they may know that there is but one God, and that men of understanding may ponder it. Underscore 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 1 See surah, al-Qadr. X 5. 2 lit. I truly renounce your having associated me with God heretofore. 3. The preaching and the profession of Islam. Comp. PS. I 3, 4. For the Kaaba. 5 lit. To a term near at hand. 6. Of the anciently destroyed cities of Thamud, Ad, etc. 7 lit. Were unjust to their own souls. Surah 12. Joseph, peace be on him, LXVII. Mecca. 3 verses in the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful. Aleph. Lam. Āyah 1. These are signs of the clear book. An Arabic Quran have we sent it down, that ye might understand it. In revealing to thee this Quran, 2. One of the most beautiful of narratives will we narrate to thee, of which thou hast hitherto been regardless. When Joseph said to his father, O my father, verily I beheld 11 stars, and the sun and the moon beheld them make obeisance to me. 3. He said, O my son, tell not thy vision to thy brethren, lest they plot a plot against thee, for Satan is the manifest foe of man. It is thus that thy Lord shall choose thee and will teach thee the interpretation of dark saying, and will perfect his favors on thee and on the family of Jacob, as of old he perfected it on thy fathers Abraham and Isaac. Verily thy Lord is knowing, wise. Now and Joseph and his brethren are signs for the inquirers, for when they said, surely better loved by our father than we, who are more in number, is Joseph and his brother, verily, our father hath clearly erred. Slay ye Joseph, or drive him to some other land, and on you alone shall your father's face be set. And after this ye shall live as upright persons. One of them said, slay not Joseph, but cast him down to the bottom of the well. If ye do so, some wayfarers will take him up. They said, O our father, why dost thou not entrust us with Joseph? Indeed we mean him well. Send him with us tomorrow that he may enjoy himself and sport, we will surely keep him safely. He said, verily, your taking him away will grieve me, and I fear lest while ye are heedless of him the wolf devour him. They said, surely if the wolf devour him, and we so many, we must in that case be weak indeed. 5. And when they went away with him they agreed to place him at the bottom of the well. And we revealed to him, thou wilt yet tell them of this their deed, when they shall not know thee. And they came at nightfall to their father weeping. They said, O our father, of a truth, we went to run races, and we left Joseph with our clothes, and the wolf devoured him, but thou wilt not believe us even though we speak the truth. And they brought his shirt with false blood upon it. He said, nay, but yourselves have managed this affair. 6. But patience is seemly, and the help of God is to be implored, that I may bear what you tell me. And wayfarers came and sent their drawer of water. 7. And he let down his bucket. Good news. 8. Said he, this is a youth. And they kept his case secret, to make merchandise of him. But God knew what they did. And they sold him for a paltry price, for some dirhams counted down, and at no high rate did they value him. And he who bought him an Egyptian said to his wife, treat him hospitably, haply he may be useful to us, or we may adopt him as a son. Thus did we settle Joseph in the land, and we instructed him in the interpretation of dark sayings, for God is equal to his purpose, but most men know it not. And when he had reached his age of strength we bestowed on him judgment and knowledge, for thus do we recompense the well-doers. And she in whose house he was conceived a passion for him, and she shut the doors and said, come hither. He said, God keep me. Verily, my Lord hath given me a good home, and the injurious shall not prosper. But she longed for him, and he had longed for her had he not seen a token from his Lord. 9. Thus we averted evil and defilement from him, for he was one of our sincere servants. And they both made for the door, and she rent his shirt behind, and at the door they met her Lord. What, said she, shall be the recompense of him who would do evil to thy family, but a prison 10 or a sore punishment? He said, she solicited me to evil. And a witness out of her own family 11 witnessed, if his shirt be rent in front she speaketh truth, and he is a liar, but if his shirt be rent behind, she lieth and he is true. And when his Lord saw his shirt torn behind, he said, this is one of your devices. Verily your devices are great. Joseph, leave this affair. And thou, O wife, ask pardon for thy crime, for thou hast sinned. And in the city, the women said, the wife of the prince hath solicited her servant, he hath fired her with his love, but we clearly see her manifest error. And when she heard of their cabal, she sent to them and got ready a banquet for them, and gave each one of them a knife, and said, Joseph, show thyself to them. And when they saw him they were amazed at him, and cut their hands. 12. And said, God keep us. This is no man. This is no other than a noble angel. She said, This is he about whom ye blamed me. I wished him to yield to my desires, but he stood firm. But if he obey not my command, he shall surely be cast into prison and become one of the despised. He said, O my Lord, I prefer the prison to compliance with their bidding, but unless thou turn away their snares from me, I shall play the youth with them and become one of the unwise. And his Lord heard him and turned aside their snares from him, for he is the hearer, the knower. Yet resolved they, even after they had seen the signs of his innocence, to imprison him for a time. And there came into the prison with him 2 youths. Said one of them, Methought in my dream that I was pressing grapes. And the other said, I dreamed that I was carrying bread on my head, of which the birds did eat.